betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas, probably Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you, shame on you." You fool me, can't get fooled again.
Oh, hello, Kurt. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
China.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Don't be creepy.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
A what now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
The supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
This is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again. Floating, hopefully, still somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to enjoy the weekend, probably. And avoid thinking how terrible our little galaxy is. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts. Unless you want to go floating off into that deep, dark void. Space Fams, guess what day it is? It's Sunday, Mother Funday. It's very exciting. You should be excited. I'm excited. Unfortunately, we do have things to talk about that aren't necessarily fun. So I'm going to try and pepper in the fun, the valuetainment throughout this. I can't guarantee a specific rate of fun. If I had to guess, like a 40-60. 40-60 fun to not fun split. Might be better. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that. I think I may be being a little bit overly zealous on that number, actually. But let's forget about that. First, we gotta do some shout-outs before we get to the store. Your goddamn show. Blunted Suspect, Icebreaker Gaming, and Bob Carmody were 1, 2, 3 in the YouTube chat. Moana, but close fourth. Randy Nuance here. So is Michael Reich, Disco Wolf, Arvin Trevino, Jerry McLean, and Lorraine Carmody. I see all of you people here. Good to have you folks. All right. Well, right now, the Senate is in the middle of a debate over Trump's beautiful billionaire budget. It's gonna take away health care from the most needy and give that in tax breaks to the least needy. So that should be good. We're going to be tuning into that at some point. It is still ongoing. It's been going on most of the day. All right. Let's start in America.
The epic grand finale of Pride Weekend is about to kick off in less than 2 hours. The annual New York City Pride March.
Yeah, from rooftops to races, we've been covering all the Pride events happening all month long in our area leading up to today. And this year's theme, Rise Up, Pride in Protest, is getting back to the Pride's original origins. So let's get to Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lands at the start of the route in Flatiron. And Shantae, I need you to make sure that stage there has a fan or some AC blowing. I don't know. It's going to be hot.
That's because you're going to be right near it, Pedro. Good morning, Pedro and Tony. The stage is set literally. Crews are doing their finishing touches ahead of it, and you'll see ABC7's logo on there. That's because we are a sponsor this year, as we are most years. Later this morning, more than 1 million people are expected to gather for the largest Pride March in the nation. Last year, 2.5 million spectators came out to not only celebrate, but honor and remember the strides made by the LGBTQIA+ community. Heritage of Pride is the nonprofit organization that plans and produces the Pride events each year. And every year, events commemorate the Stonewall Uprising of 1969, which marked the beginning of the modern gay rights movement. Stonewall, by the way, as many of you know, is right in our backyard in Greenwich Village. And today, the march route will go right past the historic bar and National Monument. The route is nearly 2 miles long. It steps off right where I'm standing at 25th Street and 5th Avenue. Marchers will then go south on 5th Avenue before heading west on 8th Street after crossing over 6th Avenue. The march will continue on Christopher Street, passing that Stonewall Monument and ending in Chelsea. Police say there are no known credible threats, but officials say some procedures will be amplified because of the conflicts happening in the Middle East. There will also be limited pedestrian crossings and street closures to accommodate the parade. So this is what you're going to see along the...
I find that to be a strange justification. They're not... Wait, what? Because of what's happening in the Middle East. What about what's happening in the United States? That might be more relevant at a New York Pride March. Just saying. Just saying. By the way, throughout today's stream, we're going to be peppering in stuff, Pride Month celebrations to help us digest the rest of all of this. And it is the end of Pride Month here. What is it? 2 days, less than 2 days left. Like 20, depends on where you are. Like 23 to 30 hours or something like that. All right. We're going to stay in New York. Tune in to some of the festivities that were going on. Whoops, that's not the one. There we go.
Pride weekend is here and the festivities are in full swing. The New York City Pride March will step off later this morning in Manhattan, celebrating the LGBTQ+ community and the history of the gay rights movement.
The theme for this year is Rise Up, Pride in Protest, and it honors the legacy of the 1969 Stonewall riots. Christy Kalishian joins us live from Flatiron, where the march begins in about 4 hours. Christy.
Alan, Elaine, 26th and 5th is where it's all set to begin at around 11 a.m. with that annual street fair. You can see all the barricades are set up. This is just an idea of what a lot of 5th Avenue looks like right now. Lots of street closures. Just be prepared for that. We're expecting quite a big crowd. And over 75,000 marchers are expected to take part this year. But we won't be seeing members of the Gay Officers Action League, or GOAL, organizers say, because of their ban on weapons among marchers. And this year's theme is Pride in Protest, as you mentioned, Alan, and we will actually see a protest that includes NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who believes not including the officers goes against the march's message of inclusion.
Why do the officers need guns to march in a parade? I don't understand. It sounds like the officers are the ones who aren't. They seem to be the ones that are causing. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that, but it sounded like they had an opportunity to to march. But we're like, we need our guns to march. How else are we supposed to march? Yeah, you can march without guns, actually, as it turns out.
Lena Bradford, drag legend Marty Gould Cummings, nonprofit leader Elisa Crespo, and revolutionaries in the education community, Transformative Schools. Plus, performances from Emily Estefan, Vincent, Leif Ashley, Iniko, Lux Noir London, Sandra Valls, and Sing Harlem Choir, with appearances by Johnny Sibili, Cyndi Lauper, Nikki Glazer, Bob the Drag Queen, Bowen Yang, Alan Cumming, and many more. It all starts here and now at the 2025 New York City Pride March. Are you ready? Are we ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Sam Champion, and I'm thrilled to be
Star-studded.
celebrating 2025 NYC.
Star-studded list of people that are coming to perform at this Pride parade.
Family. Lauren Glassberg, Kimberly Richardson, Pedro Rive. All right, and a few thousand of our closest, sweatiest, rainbow-clad friends. Happy Pride, everybody, at 91 degrees today.
Is that all? Is that all? That's it. Happy Pride, Sam. We're here joining you today from 24th Street and Broadway in Manhattan's Flatiron District, where the New York City Pride March began right behind us just a few moments ago.
Yeah, truly. You're not late. You didn't miss anything. We have to thank Balloon Design Studio for the beautiful balloon arches that kicked off the march. There's more back there as well. You'll see them as we go through. Balloon Design Studio is an LGBTQ plus owned local business that's been providing iconic NYC Pride balloon arches since 2019.
And they look absolutely fabulous. Right behind those arches, you can see it there at the top of your screen. Those arches is the float from Heritage of Pride, the incredible organization behind many of New York City's official Pride events, including today's march. The lovely gradient you see wrapping the float there in the back is designed by Michaela Mucha.
Very nice. And, you know, there are tens of thousands of marchers and supporters lining the streets of New York City for today's festivities. I'm going to catch a glimpse right behind me.
Yeah, because it's the Sirens Women's Motorcycle Club right now.
You got to watch them.
Yeah.
And, of course, along with the folks like you, watching from the comfort of your air conditioning, watching on Channel 7, ABC News Live, or streaming at abc7ny.com. We are so glad to have you all celebrating with us today.
Oh, and it is a celebration. While today is definitely a day for celebration, the New York City Pride March was originally born out of the Stonewall Uprising in 1969 in commemoration of that historic first Pride March 55 years ago.
Yep.
The theme of this year's march is Rise Up, Pride in Protest.
All right.
There we go, people. A little, what was live, Pride March in action in New York City. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's 3 hours long, the coverage. And honestly, we got a lot of stuff here to talk about today. And who knows how long it's going to take us to unpack the Senate debate when we get there. I'm trying to hold off because I'm afraid that we won't get through anything if we don't do at least a few videos before then. While we're in New York, I figured we'd talk about one Zohran Mamdani real quick. Here's a Zateo vid. Got posted earlier today. Top 10 most Islamophobic things said about Zohran Mamdani's win in New York.
Here are the 10 best crash outs from the Mamdani win. Number 10, finance bros, who are freaking out. Here's CNBC's Joe Kernan bludgeoning an analogy of what Mamdani would do to the wealthy to what somebody did in Batman.
Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham and what the guy running for mayor is up against? That's what it reminds me of. They're taking Wall Streeters and make him walk out onto the ice in the East River as in hope.
Winter is coming.
I mean, there is a class warfare that's going.
So what's happened here,
I think, is rich.
That's a lot of words to just say you're afraid of paying your fair share in taxes. Number 9, crappy centrist Democrats like Dean Phillips, who at one point wanted to be the Democratic presidential nominee. He tweeted, Democrats wishing to lose the 26 midterm should promote a 33-year-old socialist devoid of executive experience for mayor of America's largest city and impeach a president who ended a tyrannical regime's nuclear threat while achieving a ceasefire days later. Okay, forget the weird Trump love and all of that. I just think it's incredible that Democrats are somehow able to make this win look like a loss. You might as well say
Hmm.
Democrats
reality.
wishing to lose should probably stop winning.
Stop-
The
but
problem
stop-
is you're
winning
winning
is
too much.
actually
Number
making
8,
you
Fox
lose.
News and current mayor who refuses to resign and will be running in November, Eric Adams, who are threatening New Yorkers by reading out all of the things that Mamdani is for.
He's a snake oil salesman.
Total snake oil. And it's not even vegan. You know what is vegan? Wire transfers from Turkey. Number 7, New York Republican Elise Stefanik, who blamed Governor Kathy Hochul for Mamdani's win, tweeting, "TikTok, TikTok, Kathy Hochul, we know you were in full-blown panic mode as you frantically draft and send out the congratulatory tweet to the anti-Semitic, jihadist, communist candidate you helped elect in your party's Democrat primary because of your silence, weakness, and ineptitude. You own this dangerous insanity and are incapable of defeating it." Are Republicans now mad that Democrats didn't try to stop Mamdani harder? Did you not see Clyburn and Clinton endorse Cuomo? Didn't you catch Bloomberg's $8 million donation to his campaign? Don't worry, Elise. Democrats tried. So Stefanik kicked it off, and now let's go to the openly racist copes, like number 6, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just tweeted this photo of the Statue of Liberty with a blanket over it. And now I think we're supposed to assume that's a burqa, but it actually kind of looks
This
like
hits
Kristi Noem
hard.
is deporting Lady Liberty.
I don't know if you've seen this meme, but I saw it earlier. I thought this was hilarious. This hits very hard, actually.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
That's a burqa, but it actually kind of looks like Kristi Noem is deporting Lady Liberty back to France, in which case, enjoy it, girl. Number 5, Charlie Kirk tweeting, 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,750 people on 9/11. Now, a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. I don't get it. And look, I wish that were the end of the 9/11 comparisons, but apparently, electing a Muslim to office who wants to make buses free is the right's new 9/11. And he wasn't the only one. Representative Nancy Mace and Donald Trump Jr. said something similar. So to switch it up, in number 4, I give you David Frum, champion of the Iraq War, now championing escalation with Iran, who tweeted, "Well, at least we can retire that faded and false line. Anti-Semitism has no place in New York City." It's the same Islamophobia from the right, but liberal coded. Mind you, Mamdani campaigned with a progressive Jewish candidate, Brad Lander. Dave, stick to what you know. Cheerleading for yet another illegal war in the Middle East. Number 3. Donald Trump himself. Now, remember, Trump couldn't win a local election in New York City if he tried, but he can opine on one. Zohran Mamdani, 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Democratic primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. Okay, stop. Have you seen him? Have you seen yourself? Come on! Have you seen him? Have you seen yourself? Number 2, Laura Loomer, who's back to her Islamophobic roots and went one step further to say that, no, this isn't like 9/11, but to guarantee there will be another 9/11 in New York City, and Zohran Mamdani will be to blame. That just makes no sense, okay? Like, even if he were a jihadist, which he's not, why would a jihadist destroy a city they could be mayor of? Just do some basic racist deduction. And the number 1 crash out since Mamdani's victory is the Zionist group Beitar, who tweeted, "We urge all Jews to evacuate New York City." To which Raphael Shimonov replied, "Why would we leave after door knocking for him?" Look, there is a long road to November, and if it's laced with more of these freakouts and ends with a New York City mayor who will finally fight for working people, I'm so stoked.
Then Medi's face. Hello, Medi. Yeah, there's been a lot of anger and copium abounding on the interwebs. People saying a lot of very nasty things about Zohran. It's because they're jealous. That's why. All right, let's go back to doing Pride Month stuff. See, I told you I'd be peppering some good stuff. Come on. You didn't believe me? Come on! Well, this first one, actually, I take it back. Pause. This one's good and bad, actually. I forgot about this one. Okay.
This year marks a decade since same-sex marriage was legalized nationwide, but in several Republican-led states, efforts are underway to ban pride flags from public schools and government buildings, sparking a wave of local resistance. Dima Zain has the story.
In Salt Lake City, a historic flag raising.
You are welcome here, because in Salt Lake City, you belong.
The city adopted a new official flag called the Sago Belonging Flag, featuring LGBTQ colors underneath the city's sago flower.
What we're doing today is about the dignity and the worth of every single person in this community. No matter who they are, and no matter who they love.
The move coming just hours before a new law took effect in Utah, banning public schools and government buildings in the state from displaying any flags that aren't officially approved. Utah was the first state in the nation to ban pride flags from public buildings, but not the last. Idaho and Montana have adopted similar bans in recent weeks, and at least 8 other states with Republican-controlled legislatures are considering the idea.
We talked about the ones in Montana. I didn't even know the ones that happened in Idaho happened until I saw this video. Republicans are very busy trying to ban everything they don't like.
Illegal.
Orion Rumler covers LGBTQ issues in politics for the 19th News.
Republican lawmakers have framed these bans as a necessary way to make state houses and government buildings and schools, depending on the language of the ban, neutral places.
But some cities are pushing back, like in Boise, Idaho, where a pride flag has flown for several years outside City Hall.
We have a motion and a second.
Last month, the City Council voted 5-1 to designate it as an official city flag, which they say will allow them to continue to fly it and not violate the new state law.
Removing the flag now, after years of flying it proudly, would not be a neutral act.
Boise Mayor Lauren McLean arguing,
we know that that's not just a flag. We know it says who we are.
Just 2 blocks away sits the Idaho State Capitol, where the legislature voted overwhelmingly to pass HB 96, a bill that bans, quote, governmental entities from displaying any flags other than the U.S. flag, state and local flags, the POW flag, or those from military branches and native tribes. Schools may also display their own banners. Idaho's Republican Attorney General warns Boise's mayor to take down the flag or face penalties when the state legislature comes back in session.
It's going to cost the community and the city money for violating the law, and she doesn't pay it out of her pocket. It's going to cost the citizens of Boise, and I think that's shameful.
It's shameful.
In neighboring Montana sits the city of Missoula. Earlier this month, city leaders voted to adopt the pride flag as its only official city flag, despite a new Montana state law that prohibits flags on state property that, quote, represent a political viewpoint, including but not limited to flags or banners regarding a political party, race, sexual orientation, gender, or political ideology. The Republican governor of Montana, Greg Gianforte, called...
How can a gender be political? How is your race political? How are any of these things, your gender, sexual orientation, or race, why are those political? I mean, the way that this is worded is this suggests that these the way that it's, I mean, look, do you see what I'm saying here? Represent a political viewpoint, including but not limited to flags or banners regarding. First they say political party, but then they throw in all this other shit, and that none of these things should be political. They're not. I mean, by definition, you can make it political, I guess. That's you. That's a you thing.
Ideology. The Republican governor of Montana, Greg Gianforte, called the move divisive, posting that Missoula City Council should be ashamed for imposing a pride flag on schools and dividing their community.
Is more than, Blue Dots rebuking the culture war policies.
So they're dividing the community by including everyone. You see how that works? It's fast. I love that sort of reverse logic. Actually, by including people, don't you see that you are dividing everyone else?
of their Republican-controlled legislatures. Choosing to fly those flags as official city flags sends a message that the city wants to stand apart from the rest of the state as, a beacon of inclusivity.
A challenge that, for now, hangs in the air.
And now we are joined by Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to jump in first and ask your reaction when you heard about Utah's legislation bill banning all non-official flags at schools and governmental buildings.
Well, it didn't make a lot of sense as an urgent topic for our legislature to address, and yet they chose to do so. And we worked really hard to figure out how we could both abide by that law and continue to represent the values of Salt Lake City.
You adopted 3 other flags, amending them as official city flags, allowing you to fly them. Can you dig in a little deeper here and talk about what these flags symbolize to you and to your community?
They symbolize the values that have been here in Salt Lake City for generations: diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. They do not exclude. These are flags of inclusion. We've raised 2 of them in the month of June with the Juneteenth flag raising and Pride. And we've heard from hundreds, even thousands of community members who've said, I see myself being represented in these flags. I feel seen and valued and wanted and understood. And that's what these flags are about.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox didn't sign the bill, but he also did not veto it, which allowed the law to go into effect. He was asked about Salt Lake City's pride flags, and here's what he had to say.
I'm sure they feel great that they got around this dumb law, and they did it with dumb flags.
What do you think
it's
should
just
be done?
the whole thing's dumb.
The whole thing's dumb.
What do you think should be done?
Well, I already said
Wow.
what I thought should be done. We should raise the American flag and let's unify around that.
Just the American.
They are
That's
dumb
the only
flags,
one that's
and
allowed.
it was a dumb bill. What's your response?
It's fine to say that about the decision that I made to bring these flags forward for approval with our city council. That's my role as the mayor. I take that responsibility, but I don't think it's the right way to address community members who feel validated, seen, heard, and wanted in their community because they see these flags flying.
Have you felt or have you had a bigger sense of the state seeking more control over your city's ability to function?
I think that's a pretty consistent dynamic, especially in a blue dot capital city in a red state with a supermajority Republican legislature. That's not a new experience for us, but it's something that we're constantly navigating. My administration has a pretty good relationship with state leaders. We talk to each other even when we disagree.
All right, there we go. This mayor standing up against this state law, ridiculous state law, trying to force everyone to not fly, display pride flags. And it's happening all across the country, especially, well, specifically in red states. And actually, now that I think about it, I remember that Idaho, and there was another situation that was happening in Boise. I think it was the same thing, where Boise said, no, we're gonna fly the pride flag regardless of this ridiculous law.
This is ridiculous.
Now, in Denver, there was also a Pride Fest going on. This is Denver 7 from 8 hours ago.
It is Pride Weekend in the Mile High City, put on by the Center on Colfax, and Denver 7 is a proud sponsor. So we were there today, and in the middle of the celebration, a group of protesters took the stage to honor New York City's Stonewall riots 56 years later. Denver 7's Maggie Wolanski walked with protesters from Cheeseman Park to the state capitol, listening to their stories.
Pride, a time of celebration.
It's so fun, it's exciting, people are happy.
For others, the chance to make their voices heard.
We will not be quiet! We will not be quiet! Stonewall was a riot!
historical event where queer people took to the streets and were very militant in their action.
56 years later and more than 1,000 miles west, multiple community groups echoing the same sentiments.
Pride needs to honor its history, that the fight for queer rights, the fight for trans rights is not over, and that it's also deeply connected to struggles in Palestine.
I think it's so important to remember our history, to remember that we have been fighting for the place that we are currently at, we are currently in a privileged place, but we are still not.
The group headed to the Capitol.
This is your chance to join actual Pride!
And into Pride Fest, attracting an audience.
I noticed people protesting. I came over here because this is my community, and I wanted to show my support for them.
Of all ages and backgrounds.
We came for the largest drag story time. That's what we were looking for.
Last year!
But not everyone was on board. Brandon Ratner with the Jewish Community Relations Council told me he was concerned for his community in light of the recent targeted attacks.
I think that the language and the rhetoric and the actions are something that Jews are on high alert about. We're asking folks to believe us when we say that this kind of speech leads to violence against Jews, because it does.
Oh, it does. Really? Wow. Great reaction from that guy. Saying free Palestine, it causes violence against Jews, according to this strange individual. Not sure how that works. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Why does one group of people's freedom somehow cause violence against Jews? I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it. No, it doesn't check out to me. It sounds like Karen talk to me. That's what that sounds like. All right. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Let's get out there. Summer's here. It's beautiful outside. Get outdoors. Touch grass.
The Youth Experiential Training Institute, or YETI, provides local youth with free outdoor experiences through the public school system and other programs. Now it's calling on the community to help continue it since some state funding has dropped off. YETI's executive director, David Dunphy, is here with us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, David, tell us, when was YETI launched and why was it important to start it?
Yeah, so 16 years ago, a group of parents started YETI. They wanted outdoor experiences for their kids, but also knew there was a lot of young people in South King County that weren't having those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. And now, what are some of the adventures children and teens might get to experience?
Yeah, YETI, we always think about first experiences and celebrating those. So sometimes it's the first hike or getting out to the Puget Sound. Sometimes it's out kayaking for the first time, learning to ride a mountain bike, spending the night under the stars, all kinds of awesome opportunities.
Are people like you or any volunteers that help with these experiences seeing life-changing moments for the youth when they're involved?
Oh, absolutely. That's like my favorite part of my job, is watching all the pictures of joy come in. And we know that behind that are amazing things happening. We know that time outside is about physical health and getting to unlock what public lands and opportunities outside. We know that it's connected to mental health and getting time off of screens and out into nature. We know that it's building connections to peers and community. We know that's planting the seeds to the next generation of advocates.
Yeah, and like you said, physical and mental health, and they may find this was something that they needed to discover because it's...
Well, there we go. This program here in Seattle helps to try and get kids out there enjoying the outdoors, doing healthy activities, and have lost funding due to funding cuts. Great. Our government just keeps taking money away from all the good stuff and giving it to billionaires. Now, in New York, you still have an opportunity to get some summer fun in. as the pools have officially
All right,
opened.
everybody, school is out and pools are opening today for the summer, right? Families in the city will get some much needed relief from the heat.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's a great way for kids to get off of their screens. These things are addictive. And of course, get outside. Eyewitness News reporter Jason Patel has the story of the morning for us live at Astoria Pool in Queens. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Pedro and Tanya. You know, we had some really hot days earlier this week, so we're off to a great start here. I will say around 30 minutes ago it was raining, so fingers crossed that the weather stays clear ahead of the pool's opening. Yesterday, of course, was the last day of school for New York City public schools, so this is a great way for the summer to kick off. This morning, though, we're at Astoria Pool, and you can see it's quiet, it's empty, it's calm, but things are definitely going to look different in just a couple of hours. But one of the challenges this morning that the city is currently facing is finding lifeguards. The city has around 680 lifeguards right now, but they need to find 1,000.
We continue to recertify lifeguards and to be able to continue to have lifeguards. So we expect to have the full complement that we need by July 4th.
Damn. 1,000
And
lifeguards?
meanwhile, some exciting news. The city's new outdoor pool is opening. The Gottsman Pool is located at the Davis Center in Central Park, and it's a brand new $160 million facility. Some lucky kids were able to hop in the pool early before it officially opens today, and it's just one of 65 public pools that are opening up today across the 5.
Well, there we go. New pool opening in Queens. All of the New York City pools now officially open. Get out there, people. Cool off. It's hot. It's hot out there.
So hot right now.
Looks like fun. And swimming's very healthy for you. Good for your body. All body workout. Get the core involved. Alrighty. Now maybe swimming is not your thing. Maybe it's not enough action for you. It's not extreme enough for you, dude. Well, you could, I don't know, go across the country to the Bay Area, where a new surf park is being proposed.
Welcome back to NBC Bay Area News Tonight. Is this a lot of fun or is this a lot of problems for Alameda? The former naval site may soon be transformed into a surf club. Take a look here. Plans are in the works to transform right here, Alameda Point, into a surfing spot with a man-made wave machine, so to speak. The project is in its early stages. If all goes well, the Neptune Beach Surf Club, that's the name of it, could be open by 2029. All right, it's going to include a wave pool big enough for 50 surfers, a bar, restaurant, and beach, all open to the public. The nearby Navy building would be transformed into a surf center with gear rentals. Wow. Joining us now is William Duncanson, the architect and developer of this project and a surfer himself. William, thanks for being with us tonight. Okay, so is this like a...
All right, sweet. All right, we don't need this whole thing. It's just one of these Sunday fun day stories I toss in here. But let's keep talking outdoor sports. The president of the United States was out there too, doing things. While he directs Congress to slash Medicaid and SNAP and all sorts of benefits for the most underprivileged in our society, he, one of the most privileged people on the planet, decided to go golfing. And of course, for the president of the United States to be able to go golfing, it costs the taxpayer, what is it, $2 million? It's a lot. Got a lot of people involved. Gotta pay like 50 dudes a full day's salary. Gas up like 15 Suburbans. There we go. There's the presidential caravan heading to the, it can't be 100 million. Is that correct? Hold on. Oh, that's not possible. $100 million. It sounds like a joke. No, it's three and a half million for a trip to Mar-a-Lago. It must depend on where they go. They got to send them all down to like Mar-a-Lago or something. I know that in his first term, it cost the U.S. government well over $100 million. So that maybe that's what you're referring to. But it's like yeah, it's like a few million. Yeah, it's like, or whatever, a couple $1 million. What did I say? Couple $1 million every time that man decides to go golfing. Now, in celebrity news, Brad Pitt's L.A. home was recently ransacked by burglars.
Tonight, Hollywood superstar Brad Pitt is the latest celebrity victim in a string of brazen home burglaries. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News police responded to a call at the actor's home around 10:30 last night. They say 3 suspects scaled a fence to gain entry to the yard, then smashed through a front window. Pitt was not home at the time. The star's been on the road promoting his new movie F1, seen here at the London premiere earlier this week. Police say the suspects ransacked the star's home with an unknown number of items taken. Investigators are now searching for any surveillance video from the home and the area. The break-in is the latest in a series of alarming crimes at the homes of Hollywood's biggest stars. Illegal. Just last month, police say a man smashed his vehicle through the gate at Jennifer Aniston's property while the actress was home, and he was detained by private security. Nicole Kidman's house was burglarized in February, and Tom Hanks was victimized last year.
Now, in another robbery, Republicans in the Senate are trying to steal everyone's health care, food assistance, the national parks, going to sell those off to, I don't know, Saudi princes and Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, whoever. I don't know. And so many other things that they're trying to steal from us right now. Before we go to the Senate, I just wanted to hear what new senator from Arkansas? No, Alabama, Katie Britt. Let's see what Katie Britt had to say. She was on CNN earlier, asked about, the unpopularity of this bill.
There's a slew of polling about this bill, as I'm sure you know. Pew, Kaiser, Quinnipiac.
All right, Bela B. Ball. Thank you for that A+ segue there. I appreciate that. I actually worked on that segue. I was like, all right, how do we transition from one of these things to the other? I was like, oh, I know. Don't ask me how or why. I have no idea.
There's a slew of polling.
My mind works in strange ways.
About this bill, as I'm sure you know. Pew, Kaiser, Quinnipiac, Washington Post, Fox, all of it suggesting that this legislation right here is not popular with the American people. Senator Tillis reportedly warned Republicans that you could face major losses in the midterm elections because of what's in this bill. He compared it to the backlash Democrats faced after passing Obamacare. And former First Buddy Elon Musk called this bill, quote, political suicide for the Republican Party. If Republicans lose the House or the Senate or both over this legislation, will it be worth it?
Look, the reforms in this bill are necessary, and we're going to deliver actual solutions to the American people, and I am excited about that. And I think when the American people actually get to see this in fruition, they absolutely are going to be too. I mean,
Oh, okay, I get it. Actually, they're wrong. Everyone's wrong. All the polls are wrong, and once these people lose their health care, they're gonna be so grateful. That's Katie Britt's take. We're not gonna lose our seats. It's fine. No one's gonna be upset. No one's going to be upset. This highway robbery that the Republicans are currently trying to get passed. I see. I get it. Oh, God. Thank you, Katie. Nice of them to set the Forbes studio inside Katie Britt's kitchen. Were Forbes the ones who actually did that live stream? I don't remember that. Huh. It's been a while now. What has it been? It's been like it's been like a year and a half since then. 2 years? No. Not that long. Maybe it has. How long has it been? Oh, by the way, I'm going to start a goal now in chat. I always try and give you all a free hour of content first, so we can get like a full 4-hour stream before I have to start considering ending. While I'm doing that, I just want to remind everybody that we're still running a galactic deficit right now of $94. So if you start a new or if you start a new Patreon membership, that counts towards it. Cash App counts towards it, and PayPal counts towards it, because this is for paying the bills in July. Right now we're a little bit short on that, so if you got a couple extra bucks, do consider one of those methods I just referenced. Okay, goal started. Let's do it. You ready? We're going to the Senate, and I'm fairly certain they're still debating this right now. Yep.
Going to go up.
Senator Van Hollen.
It's predicted that household electricity bills will go up by $110 on average as soon as next year, and by up to...
All right, we're not going to listen to this live. My plan, I'm sorry, I should have done it this way. From the beginning, we're not going to watch the whole thing. They've been debating for 6 hours, basically ever since I woke up. Like, the reading of the bill ended like 10 minutes before I woke up. I slept in a little bit today. Oh, God, I can't listen to Lindsey Graham. We're not going to listen to Lindsey Graham. Just, I don't have it in me. Actually, I have to hear a little bit of what is I'm sorry, we have to listen to a little bit of this garbage. I'm sorry, we do. All right, Lindsey, what do you got?
Nice guy from North Dakota used a new baseline in the budget so he could get the farm bill in the budget.
Jesus Christ.
And
I don't have the energy, as it turns out, for Lindsey. These are his bullet points. Who made this ridiculous little presentation? It makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent, ones that mostly benefited multimillionaires and billionaires. Oh, it revitalizes our military. It's already pretty vital, not gonna lie. The biggest military on the planet. Secures the border. Oh, thank God, as if the border is not already secure enough. And it reduces government spending by hundreds of billions of dollars. And yet somehow also increases the deficit simultaneously. You got more graphs here? Got more graphs, Lindsey? Lindsey, more graphs? $507 billion. This is not true. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is an outright lie, Lindsey. Jesus Christ. It's not really, I wouldn't call that a graph. Did he just draw that on there himself? Oh my God, they're using the same backdrops. Look. It's the same sign, but you guys can't afford your own signs? Jesus Christ. Oh, God, this guy's not my favorite guy. But we're going to have to hear what he has to say. All right, Dick. Dick Durbin. So I think that's who I just saw. Was that written in pen? It appeared to be written in pen. Yes, it make science great again. Yeah, does seem to be something of a learning curve in the Senate on signs. Lindsey Graham is no Bob Dole.
Mr. President.
I recognize it. Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, we're here today debating a clumsily assembled package, still a work in progress, that would rip away health care from 16 million American families to give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and the largest corporations. Think about that for a moment. The Republicans have decided that the best avenue to generate revenue that they can then give in tax breaks to wealthy people is to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million Americans. That's going to have a dramatic impact on their lives. If you have ever been a young father with a baby with a serious medical problem and you had no health insurance, you'll never forget it as long as you live. I know, I've been there. The notion of losing your health insurance leaves you as vulnerable as possible in some of the most important moments of your life. And that they would consider this provision to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million families is unimaginable and cruel. Let's not act like there is a unified Republican front on this issue. Even some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to be here at this moment, jamming this unpopular bill through this chamber under arbitrary deadlines. One of my colleagues took a look at tax breaks, and you're going to hear them say over and over again, well, the average family, if we don't act, the average family is going to have to pay more in taxes. There's a way around that. If we limit any tax breaks in this bill, in this effort, to people making $400,000 a year or less, $400,000 a year or less, it virtually eliminates 2/3 of the cost of this undertaking. And it means you don't have to take away the health insurance of 16 million families. So there are ways to do tax breaks which make sense. Count this Democrat in with the Republicans for helping working families who are struggling to get by, and a lot of them are, living paycheck to paycheck. And the notion that we would say to them, we're going to take away your health insurance, we're going to raise the cost of health insurance for you, is no answer to their problems. Behind closed doors, my Republican colleagues continue to be consumed with infighting, bickering over the bill's substance, and for good reason. We have a process here which is almost impossible to explain to an ordinary person of how we reach reconciliation.
Dick sounds so freaking tired. Oh my God. He's talking about people losing their health care, and he's like, he's putting me to sleep right now. Like the way he's talking, I don't mean like the content of what he's saying. It's like the things that he's saying don't match the tone of his voice right now. He looks like he's just got, like he needs a nap, or he's just got done taking a nap.
Million around the country. It's an important choice, and it's one we should make the right one. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize a senator from Kentucky.
In deciding whether to vote for the big, not-so-beautiful bill, I've asked a very specific question. Will the deficit be more or less next year? The answer,
I don't want reality.
Without question, is this bill will grow the deficit. The federal government has fancy formulas and hundreds of wonky accountants who inform us of their projections over 10 years. But you often can't trust these projections. In an excellent piece written by the Foundation for Economics and Education entitled "The CBO's Projections Are Worse Than Useless," Eric Schuler writes, "Long-term analysis and language is commonplace in U.S. national politics, but it achieves no useful outcome. It confuses far more than it clarifies. It does not provide accurate estimates of long-term results. It does not..."
Wow, even Rand Paul seems to think this is going to add to the deficit. Shocking. Ah, shocker. I am shocked. Color me shocked.
Filibuster-free pathway solely for reducing the debt. Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, joining me on the floor are experts in the budget process, former chairs and ranking members, Senator Murray, who's been Senate Budget Chair from 2013 through 15, Senator Whitehouse, who's Senate Budget Chair 2023 through 2025, Senator Van Hollen, who was the ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee in 2011 through 2017.
By the way, this is the first time I'm watching any of these. This is all like live happening while I was trying to get ready for the stream, and I figured I'd just focus on the Sunday FUNDAY stuff and watch this with you all.
We're here to address a fundamental violation of the law, of Law 313, Section 313, and it is the set of rules for reconciliation. To try to summarize this in the simplest words possible, 100 senators voted to have a special fast-track, filibuster-free pathway solely for reducing the debt. First principle was no deficits could be created in a 10-year period. My Republican colleagues blew that up in 1996 when they wanted to do a tax bill that would create massive deficits. Then, a second pillar was no deficits in any title of the bill in any year after the first 10 years. This bill right now, if this passes, that blows that up. And the third was use honest numbers, Congressional Budget Office numbers. I have a letter here from the Congressional Budget Office, and they say, the estimate is relative to CBO's January 2025 baseline. CBO is required to construct its baseline under the assumptions specified in the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act and the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Act. In response to your questions about the cost of Title VII. The question was, would Title VII increase the deficit by more than the $1.5 trillion over the 2025 through 34 period? The answer is yes. CBO estimates that enacting would increase the deficit by nearly $3.5 trillion over the 2025-2034 period. $3.5 trillion. We then asked, would it increase deficits in the years beyond 2034, beyond the 10-year window? The answer was yes. But if you ask my Republican friends, they say, no, no, no. We're inventing a new theory, and that is that anything that the 2017 tax giveaway to the billionaires put into the law that expired after 10 years, we're just going to assume it would have continued, and therefore us continuing it doesn't cost anything. That's a pretty crazy notion, that if they didn't put it into the bill, the law says it ends, but they say, no, no, it would have continued anyway through some magical way. So therefore, a tax break for the really wealthy costs nothing. This is exactly the type of lying to ourselves, smoke and mirrors that 100 senators agreed to end back in 1974. I don't want reality. And that it has continued, that piece of it has continued in place for 51 years until this moment in this Senate by this Republican majority says we're going to start lying to ourselves and lying to the American people about what this bill costs. But we're not going to lie. We're going to tell you the truth. This bill.
Jesus, Democrats are so old and tired right now. You guys are killing me. Killing me, I say.
For example, 1 + 1 is 2. Numbers from previous years, because this is really important. Mr. President, there are some things you can't change with legislation, despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to believe. For example, 1 + 1 is 2. And while $1 trillion might have a lot of zeros in it, it is, in fact, a much, much bigger number. Now, that might sound obvious, but apparently my colleagues across the aisle need a little reminder. because right now, Republicans are pretending not to get it. It is almost beyond belief, and it is certainly beyond common sense. After years of complaining about the debt, in fact, at the same time they're talking about how we need to address the debt, Republicans now are suddenly pretending they don't know how to count. Republicans are suddenly pretending the parliamentarian doesn't exist if they don't talk to her. Republicans are suddenly pretending that precedent doesn't exist if they just fake amnesia, and that norms and consequences for breaking them will just disappear if they wish it away really hard. My preschool students had more common sense. Republicans should know if they replace math with magic, if they tear up the Senate process, if they blow off the Senate parliamentarian, that bill will come due. And not just the bill for $4 trillion blown on tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. The bill will also come due for trashing this Senate process and precedent when Republicans are no longer in the majority. Mr. President, if Republicans are serious about plowing forward with rewriting or ignoring Senate procedure and the laws of mathematics, I just ask, spare me the empty excuses. Spare me the explanations that totally ignore the reality of what you are doing. I mean, do they really think it washes away everything to say, oh, it's fine to break the process in half because we say it's fine? Oh, it's fine. We have the authority to ignore math. Give me a break. To every Republican who really thinks that is a convincing argument, to anyone who thinks we can is just an acceptable rationale for going nuclear and pretending the most expensive bill in the history of our country can be paid for by some magic bean counting, here is my challenge to you. Go back home and try that game with your constituents. Tell them, it's okay, yes, the debt's going to be $4 trillion, higher 10 years from now. That's true. But it's fine. We voted on it. And we get to say $1 trillion is actually 0. Go ahead. See how that works for you. And you may as well tell them you are voting against gravity next, because that's just as reasonable. And don't forget, when you tell your families back home that trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires and companies are free because you waved a wand or you said some magic words, don't forget to tell them those are just tax cuts for the billionaires, not for working families. Don't forget to tell the folks back home, yeah, I voted to say $1 trillion is nothing, but we still need to kick people off of their health care. That's just too expensive. We still need to close those hospitals. We have to cut costs, and we still have to kick people off SNAP because the debt is out of control. And don't forget to mention that, no, we can't afford childcare. We can't afford paid family leave. We can't afford to solve your problems. Magic math is apparently just for billionaires. You all are getting less. Please, Republicans, send that message to your constituents. Just see how it goes over. Because you can fool yourself, but you are not going to fool the American people. They don't get to balance their budget with magic math. They don't get to pretend $1 trillion is nothing. And they don't get to pretend that this bill is free. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what policy baseline you all want to use in D.C., those families back home, they're the ones who will be paying the actual cost. I yield back to the Senator from Oregon.
Yield to a question.
I would.
In the time that you were budget chair, did you ever contemplate a situation in which you argued that renewing a tax break that was by law expiring would somehow have no impact on the deficit?
To my friend from Oregon, I never would have contemplated it, and I never would have put it forward. And I happen to know that if I had have suggested that my Republican colleagues would have been all over me telling me that breaks the rules.
Thank you very much.
Illegal.
Returning to Senator Whitehouse, who was Senate Budget Chair from 2023 to 2025.
All right, Sheldon.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. I mentioned earlier the history of the section that the Republican budget chairman is using to perform this multi-trillion-dollar magical act of making huge deficit-busting numbers disappear. It's called Section 312. It has been used before, but it has always been minor, corrective, and bipartisan. I mentioned earlier the adjustment that was made on a bipartisan basis to the Power Marketing Administration's numbers to return the CBO to an agreement that the Senate had previously made. That was not enormously consequential. This is almost certainly the first time you're hearing about it. Again, in 2023, as budget chair with Republican Chair Jody Arrington on the House side, we made a $105 million adjustment to a dairy program. Today we're talking about trillions. This was a $105 million adjustment. Again, bipartisan,
so $1 million
minor,
times as much.
and corrective, fixing a technical issue on a bipartisan basis. Last year, Speaker Johnson and Leader Schumer agreed to direct CBO to score a fee program with an OMB estimate, and they used this rule again, collaborating on a bipartisan basis with a matter that was minor and corrective. Well, this is different. This is trillions. And Republicans are using this rule to pretend that it's not. Well, there are lots of ways to look at who's right. Time, obviously, will tell. But this bill actually has a tell right in it. Page 754 of this bill is the reality check on whether or not they're running up the debt by trillions. We know they're running up the debt by trillions because they say so in this bill. You can play Senate procedural fakery. You can wave magic wands around numbers all day long. But someday, soon, you hit reality.
That's true. Sometimes you get reality.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, Mark Wayne Mullins doesn't want that. But one thing I've been thinking while listening to all this is that if Republicans are going to ignore the Senate parliamentarian, then I think in some way they're violating the Byrd rule, which is what they're using to avoid having to pass this with 60 votes. And so by way of that logic, I do think that Democrats can and should filibuster this, right? That's my understanding, because the Byrd rule is what circumvents the filibuster. But the Byrd rule also requires you to adhere to the parliamentarian as well as a number of other things within it, unparliamentarian related. And I this is just me, but I think they need to filibuster this thing. They just stop it from happening. Are they still reading it? Oh, they stopped the JRS minutes. They have stopped reading it. The reading of it went for like 12 hours long. Ended, I think, it must have been like 1 or 2 in the afternoon or something like that. Now they're debating it, right? On the floor. No actual vote. The only vote that's happened is the procedural vote. And this is what is preceding the procedural vote. No, I mean preceding the regular vote, sorry.
World of markets and selling treasury bonds and having a legal debt limit. If this did not raise the debt by trillions, they would not need to raise the debt limit by trillions. Here is the text. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 is increased by $5 trillion. They're dodging the parliamentarians' ruling by letting the budget chair make a $1 trillion magic wand maneuver because they know pretty darn well what the parliamentarians' ruling would be. And how do they know what the parliamentarians' ruling would be? Because the answer's in their own damn bill. Come on! The floor.
Would the senator from Rhode Island yield for a question?
Of course.
You mentioned the use of Section 312, which gives some flexibility to resolve, as you put it, minor issues on a bipartisan basis to correct an issue, a technical issue. In those cases you mentioned, were those on a reconciliation bill?
Were they on a reconciliation bill? I don't believe they were.
No, they were not.
They were
In fact,
just...
that power has never been used on a reconciliation bill because the following Section 313 gives very specific instructions. It says each provision must be costed out for its impact on both outlays, the spending side, or revenue, should it be a revenue measure. And if you're saying, well, how do I do that? You say, well, if we pass this provision, what will it cost as compared to not passing this provision, not having the bill? That's a comparison to current law. This ability of the budget chair, and actually the law says the budget committee, to correct technical issues on narrow issues on a bipartisan basis, basically solve snarly little budgeting questions like on the dairy program you mentioned, never used on reconciliation ever, never used on a broad basis ever, never used to create a lie about what a bill costs in this fashion. Now we're turning to Senator from Maryland, who was ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee for 6 years. So he brings a lot of experience and knowledge about the budget process. Senator Van Hollen.
Well, Mr. President, I thank my colleague and the ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Merkley. I just want to start by reading a statement. This is a quote. Anyone that says current policy baseline is the right way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud. It's intellectually lazy. My basic mission in life is just to try to create some honest math, unquote. That wasn't from Senator Van Hollen or anyone on this floor. This was from a Republican member of the House, Congressman Schweikert from Arizona, talking about exactly the issue we're debating here in the United States Senate. Let me read you another quote, a little more colorful. Again, about this Republican accounting fraud. Quote, this is fairy dust, and they're just full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. They're right.
Chip.
This is a fraud. This is a fraud that would make...
Senator Van Hollen quoting Chip Roy. This doesn't happen too often.
They're right. This is a fraud. This is a fraud that would make the illegal Enron scammers blush. And I quote those House members for a reason, because we can disagree with what they did in their bill, and I strongly disagree with it. But at least they used honest math, and at least they used the math that is required by the rules here in the Senate. The honest math that Republicans here in the Senate want to dodge because it will both tell the American people just how big the deficits are, but also because it will screw up their whole entire plan. Just so people listening have some sense of how these Senate numbers are designed to disguise the real impact of their deficits. Look at, for example, the basic individual tax rates in the House bill. When they extended those tax rates from the Trump 2017 bill, it costs $2.2 trillion under what we call the current law baseline, which is the reality baseline, because that's what it will cost when you understand that they sunset at the end of this year, and that's what it'll cost to renew them. So under honest accounting, it's $2.2 trillion. Under the Senate fraudulent accounting, that $2.2 trillion deficit miraculously becomes an $83 billion deficit. Let's look at the House permanent extension of key deductions for businesses. That would cost honest accounting $821 billion.
Jesus.
Under the Senate accounting scam, $6 billion.
Wow.
So what we're seeing here is this blatant, deliberate effort to mislead the American people.
Well, maybe Senator Van Hollen doesn't, maybe he doesn't realize that there's not a lot of mathematicians over on the Republican side of the Senate. Maybe they're just not doing the math properly. It could be maybe they're not doing the whatever.
About the true costs of this bill, about the deficit impacts of this bill, about how it will impact the debt. And we all know that when the debt goes up and we have to put more of our costs on Uncle Sam's credit card, it puts upward pressure on interest rates. That means Americans will pay higher interest rates on their mortgages, on their car loans, and everything else. So when you try to hide the deficit impact, you really are trying to fool the American people, and we're here to blow the whistle. Now, I just want to show our colleagues something that was put together by the Committee for a Responsible Budget. And if you look at the blue, you can see for each year, starting this year, 2025, 2006, the blue is what Senate Republicans claim their bill will add to the deficit. The red is how much more it will actually add to the deficit. So at the end of this 10-year period, what you see is Senate Republicans are claiming that their bill will add $441 billion, which is still a big number, but the real number when you do honest accounting, when you add up all of these, it's $4.2 trillion, a much bigger number. Now, I do want to point something out on this chart. I think everybody watching should understand it. If you look at these orange parts, these are the additional deficits from tax cuts. Starting here in year 2029, 2030, you'll see that they actually do start going down. Why is that? It's because the tax cut that President Trump promised for no tax on tips, they phased those out. This is all just a make-believe ruse. Yeah,
wow.
we start providing
Wait. The tax cuts on tips are getting phased out? Wow. Dude, they've been touting those things every time someone claims that they're not helping the working man. They're like, what about no taxes on tips. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna tax anybody's tips for like a year. And then when I'm out of office, well, sorry, but you're gonna have to start paying those taxes again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Tax on tips.
Wow.
But
just wow.
Those disappear. The tax breaks for wealthy people, they go on. And they go on not just for this 10-year period.
So if you're a billionaire, you get the tax cuts forever. Or at least for the next 10 years. But if you're poor and you work at a restaurant, you're a bartender or a waiter or a busboy or whatever, you dish, like your little dishwashers don't make tips. But that is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. This is such a perverse fucking bill package.
But the reason they violate all the rules of reconciliation,
spending, whatever you want to call it,
is because they keep going on after that. And as Senator Merkley said, if you look at the entire history of the Byrd rule, that's Senator Byrd, it was designed to make sure that 51 senators through a vote could not make these kind of permanent changes in any area. But specifically, they were worried about areas that increased the national deficit and debt. So what Republican senators are doing is not only misleading the American people, but they're violating the entire structure that carved out this special procedure that we call reconciliation for the budget, which was intended to lower deficits and debts, not have them go on forever. As Senator Merkley has pointed out, I think if you look over a 30-year period, we're talking about $35 trillion plus additional to the debt. And Republicans want to hide that from the American people. That is budget fraud, pure and simple, and it is a violation of the rules of the United States Senate. This whole special structure that was created not to blow bigger holes in the debt and deficits, but to actually try to constrain them. So shame on everybody who's part of this fraud on the American people. I yield back my time.
Would the senator from Maryland yield for a question?
I will.
I found it very interesting that you pointed out that these tax provisions for the middle class, no tax on tips, is phased out, and no tax on overtime is phased out.
Jesus.
And what you're
and
saying,
the overtime?
I believe, is that when they put into this bill that a tax break is ending, they're saying that it doesn't cost any more in the following years.
This is utterly wild. This is this is just an attack on America. If you're not a billionaire, if you're not making millions of dollars a year, this bill is terrible for you. Oh my God. So they phase out not just the taxes on the no taxes on tips, they're also going to, bring back in the taxes on overtime. Two things that are going to hit a lot of people combined.
So they are certainly saying that their current policy baseline that they want us to make believe about would say that this is.
Let's not forget that, almost all people that work in restaurant industry receive tips. All the people that work in, not all, I'm being broad in general here, but a large portion of people in restaurants, in hotels, all get tips. I mean, everybody works overtime from time to time. But you also got your gig workers, right? All your Uber Eats drivers, DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, all of that shit. Oh my God. Come on! They are just robbing us blind.
This wouldn't cost them. In other words, if they extended this, it wouldn't cost anything.
They're just robbing us blind. They're taking away all of the benefits to society. Medicaid, food assistance. And then they're tricking everybody on the taxes, on the no taxes on whatever. They're probably going to phase out the Social Security one, too.
It is interesting to note, not only does that expose the fraud behind the current policy baseline, but they made a very deliberate choice. Even though they now say that they can make these tax cuts permanent and still comply with the rules, they decided to make the tax cuts for very rich people permanent.
Follow the rich way, man.
Even though they say it's not going to cost anything anymore to provide, tax cuts with no tax on tips, they're phasing those out. And all of these areas are where President Trump made promises that he was going to take care of some working people. Well, man, those go away fast. Tax cuts for the rich, they go on for not just the full 10 years, but they keep going, which is why this is a violation of the entire reconciliation process.
So I find two things very interesting. They're saying if something was in the law that they passed in 2017 and it expires, they're pretending it doesn't expire and therefore extending doesn't cost anything. But in their own bill, when they say a provision expires, they're saying, no, it really does die, and therefore we're saving money in the years after. How is those two things possibly consistent?
Well, clearly they're not. I mean, this is literally magical thinking. This is why Republican Congressman Schweihart called this, or Chip Roy called this fairy dust, and why the Congressman from Arizona said this was pure intellectual and economic fraud. That's what it is. That's the bottom line.
Well, I really thank the senator from Maryland also pointing out that President Trump, he did, when he was campaigning, say he was fighting for ordinary families.
I remember
but
that.
But at his inauguration, who did he have standing behind him? Not champions for health care or champions for housing, certainly not champions for nutrition or education, but in fact a series of like 5 or 6 billionaires. And now you're telling me that in this bill, and I want to make sure the American people understand this, the provisions that were sweeteners to say we were helping working people are being phased out, but they're keeping all the tax breaks for billionaires.
Well, you're right. It was right down this hall, actually, that President Trump was sworn in, and he said it was going to be a new golden age for working people. Well, as you're pointing out, and this chart clearly shows, and their own budget reveals, it's clearly a golden age for billionaires and people who make a lot of money. And in this bill, they make sure that that golden age for very rich people goes on forever. They had a few little crumbs that they were throwing for a little while, we can see, to others, but just for a little while and just small amounts compared to the golden age for the billionaires.
How long is it going to take Republicans to figure out that their own representatives are screwing them over? Or really, I think the question should be asked is, how long are Republicans going to take like social and cultural issues more seriously than, kitchen table stuff, as they call it?
I must say my impression is, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Republicans are embarrassed by the fact that they're proposing a bill that creates over $3 trillion in debt in 10 years and over $30 trillion over 30 years, and that the vast bulk of it goes to billionaires. And so they want to say, we're so embarrassed because we mentioned fiscal responsibility when we were running for office. We're going to get the budget under control, and they're doing the opposite. And they're embarrassed that they're doing these cuts in programs to fund tax breaks for billionaires, cutting regular health care, 16 million people losing health care for tax breaks for billionaires that, as you point out, go on and on and on, actually permanent. I would certainly love to yield to my colleague from Rhode Island.
When I was budget chairman, and we were trying to focus, for instance, on the impending economic nightmare coming our way through climate-caused property insurance failures, what I would get is nonstop regular lectures from Republicans on the Budget Committee about how we had to take responsibility for the deficit, we had to reduce the debt, nothing else mattered as much, it was absolutely vital. And now, of course, we see that at their very first shot, with the power to do anything through their majority and using reconciliation, they're raising the debt. They're raising the deficit, and not by a little, but by trillions. And I'm wondering if in your time as chairman, or perhaps in Senator Murray's time on the committee, or perhaps in Senator Van Hollen's time over on the House Committee, you were favored with such constant lecturing by Republicans about the debt and the deficit, and how credible that all seems right now.
I'll yield to Senator Murray.
I thank the senator for his question, because it's just stunning to me that the vast majority of debate, in fact, all the debate that came from Republicans at the time I was chair of the Budget Committee trying to put forward a smart budget for the United States of America, the only thing they talked about was debt and deficit. The only challenge they made to us was debt and deficit. The only time we tried to do anything for childcare, for health care, they threw the debt at us. So it is pretty stunning to me that now that they need to raise the debt for giving tax breaks to the very rich people who stood behind the president at his inauguration, then they play with the numbers and pretend it's not real, and a trillion all of a sudden becomes zero, and I'm using some rule you've never heard of to try and pretend that this isn't real. It's fairy dust.
I just want to say, to answer the question from the senator from Rhode Island and pick up on what my colleagues have said, that When I was the senior Democrat, the ranking member on the House Budget Committee, Paul Ryan was the chairman of the committee. And look, we disagreed on many things. We agreed on many things. We both agreed that we should get our deficits and debt under control. We had different ideas on how to do it. He wanted to privatize Medicare. We wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But we wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But the reality is that the holy grail, I mean, the only guiding North Star for Republicans at that time was we've got to bring down deficits and debt. This is not that Republican Party.
They completely threw that out in the Bush era, I feel like. For like the last 20 years, Republicans, they care about debts in name only. Not especially when they're in power. They're like, what, the deficit? Don't quit complaining about the deficit, please.
I don't want reality.
I don't want to hear about your deficits. We're going to give tax cuts to the billionaires, actually. That's more fiscally responsible than getting the debt down. And then Democrats come to power and like, you want to what? What about the deficit?
In any way, shape, or form. They clearly don't give a damn. In fact, they are worried, as we can see, that the American people still care, which is why they want to engage in this fraudulent scheme. But I'll just close on this. I remember one of those years, I believe it was the 2012 Republican convention. They even put up a debt clock. They put up a debt clock at the convention. I can't find it. Right? I'm looking under my desk for the debt clock here because Republicans seem to have hidden it away forever. They want to wish it away. That's what they're telling us.
But the bill actually is required to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion. So in reality, there's a huge hit to our debt, huge additions to our deficit, and it makes me a little bit frustrated to think back to all those lectures that I had to receive as budget chairman, which the senator from Maryland witnessed as a longtime member of the Senate Budget Committee, which the ranking member witnessed in his time on the Budget Committee, and which Senator Murray experienced when she chaired the Budget Committee. We have been lectured to death by our colleagues, and at the very first instance when they had the power to do something about it, they went 180 the other direction and are cranking the national debt in order to give big benefits to the rich people who fund their campaigns.
Follow the rich white man.
I know we need to move on here. I just want to add one thing. It's not just that it's going to be debt. It's the cost to families because this debt they are putting in place. I would ask the chair of the Budget Committee now, as he knows as I do, people's houses are going to cost more because their mortgage interest rates are going to go up. Their cars' interest rates are going to go up. This is not just magic numbers sitting out there pretending they're not. Real families are going to feel the cost of this debt and this deficit.
I really appreciate that point from my colleague from Washington State, because in this bill,
I just want people to, one thing that not everybody understands, and for a very long time, it really hasn't been much of a problem. But as the debt increases and the reliability of the United States wanes, we recently had a debt downgrade. They rank debts, if anybody's seen the Big Short, the rating agencies, remember that part of it? Well, those guys also rate U.S. debt, U.S. treasuries. And recently, those treasuries have gone up due to concerns about that debt, about the ability to pay off the debt. Since basically what Republicans are doing here are decreasing the revenues or taxes, which should be getting used to pay that debt down. Instead, we are now going in the other direction.
It creates so much necessitated borrowing that CBO estimates that borrowing will cause interest rates to go up. And when interest rates go up for the Treasury, it goes up on your car loan, on your adjustable rate, a mortgage on your house, and just in general. These are costs that are borne by ordinary families. And I find it very interesting because the Republicans were demanding what they called the dynamic score, saying, well, won't these cuts produce such a great economy that it will kind of lift all boats and produce more revenue, and maybe the deficit won't be as bad. Here's what the Congressional Budget Office found. Again, that's the nonpartisan, honest broker numbers. They found that because of the interest rates rising as a result of this massive sea of red ink that necessitates massive borrowing, that in fact those rising interest rates will hurt the economy. So there's no dynamic score that produces, oh, well, it isn't so bad after all. No, it's the opposite. And in fact, that dynamic argument has always been wrong. And we are looking at the folks who lectured, my colleague from Rhode Island, I sat through many of those lectures as well. And I went, in my head, wait a minute, aren't these folks who did the massive ocean of red ink in the 2001 Bush tax bill? Aren't these the same folks that produced a massive ocean of ink in another tax bill 2 years later? Aren't the same ones that in 2017 did a massive...
Here, let's listen to this while we're talking about the Laffer curve, suggesting that tax cuts are going to boost economic growth. Oh shit, it's muted. Son of a bitch. Oh, this is the old school majority report. Look at that. That's old school.
More than that, we're going to be looking at an attempt at tax reform coming forward. Coming soon. It's unclear to me. I mean, there's such a mess. It's so hard to follow this stuff as to what's going on. But the other day, Arthur Laffer appeared on Fox Business to explain the concept that he invented 40 years ago called the Laffer curve, which he supposedly wrote on the back of a napkin. And Arthur Laffer suggested that if you cut taxes on wealthy people, they will then engage in a lot more economic activity, which will actually generate more tax revenue because they'll be doing so much more business that the money will increase because of volume.
All that
he
extra
is,
business.
one of the godfathers of supply-side economics. Here he is explaining what's going to happen if the Senate cuts taxes. It's actually going to get us more tax revenue.
That makes sense.
Here he talks about it.
What it does, what the $1.5 trillion does, and I think it's primarily from Corker, and I credit him for this, it gives some of the Republicans who really believe in these pay-fors an out to vote for the corporate tax cut. And I hope that's what they do. I don't want to see it go to 20%. I wanted to see it go to 15%. That would really be the stimulus to get this economy going. And let me just say, Ashley, if I may on this, yes. If you cut that tax rate to 15%, it will pay for itself many times over, not only in economic growth, but in reduced sheltering, reduced fraud and tax evasion, bringing businesses back from abroad, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary taxes,
Give me a
state and local
joke.
taxes. All of those will increase in addition to economic growth, jobs, output, and employment. So this will bring in probably $1.5 trillion net by itself. But what Corker has done with that $1.5 trillion has given a lot of Republicans an opening to be able to vote for this without destroying, quote unquote, the budget.
Yeah, so there it is. The theory that Arthur Laffer is promoting.
By the way, I would like to point out that we've only increased the debt since this time drastically.
Is that if we cut taxes, we're actually going to drive revenue through the roof.
Oh.
And all I can say is this.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Right, that's it, right there. We don't need anything else. And why do I say that? As reported in May of this year, Kansas is broke. last month, Donald Trump's two key economic allies, Mnuchin and Gary Cohn, unveiled the outline of Donald Trump's much-trailed tax plan, the biggest tax cuts in history, says this piece in The Guardian. The plan's similarity to the one that has left Kansas in crisis is, quote, unbelievable, according to Dwayne Goosen, the former Kansas Secretary of Administration. The economic spirit behind Trump's plan, Arthur Laffer. He was one of the architects.
And since those tax cuts, which we did enact under Donald Trump, we've increased the deficit by, I think, like there's a $3 trillion? It's something like that. It actually might be higher. Actually don't have the numbers in front of me, but we've absolutely, oh my God. And it's such an idiotic suggestion. If we take in less taxes, we'll actually increase the amount of taxes that we're taking in. Don't you get it?
Devotion of red ink, and now they're doing it again. How could they possibly be putting themselves forward as deficit hawks or debt hawks? Not to mention that they cheered on two adventures that were a huge tragedy for the United States of America, trying to occupy Afghanistan and going to war in Iraq, which together added $8 trillion to our debt. And if you take a look at this chart, every time there is a Republican administration, the last deficit while they're in office compared to their first deficit goes up. For Clinton, it went down. That's fiscal responsibility. For George W. Bush, first term, it went up. For Obama, it went down. In other words, the Democratic presidents, time after time after time, Clinton, Obama, Biden, they reduced the deficits while they were in office. And the Republican presidents, while they were in office, every single time increased the deficits. So none of us want to hear any more talk about fiscal responsibility from across the aisle. You want to be fiscally responsible? Vote no on this bill, because this bill takes and fires 16 million people off of health care to finance those tax breaks for billionaires. This bill says 4 million children will go hungry to finance tax breaks for billionaires. This bill is families lose and billionaires win, and the debt goes up, endangering our ability to do basic programs for the entire next generation. It is...
Okay. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be coming right back to this. I think they're still going right now. Yeah, it would seem that I think Mark Kelly is talking right now. They're from Arizona, it looks like. But yeah, we got to take a quick break. It's been 2 hours, almost 2 hours. Felt like a good place to stop right there. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Once you're done doing all of that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. That's right, without the space fams, this here YouTube live stream would just cease to exist, and I would go floating off into the deep dark void of space. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support, and right now we are still running a small galactic deficit, slightly less than $100 in terms of Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Those are the three that contribute to the deficit. But we were also still trying to make sure that we complete the goal in the YouTube chat, and for a limited time we're going to count Cash Apps. It's not really limited. We do it a lot. But Cash Apps and PayPals, we're counting those to the live chat goals. So if you want to kill two birds, one stone, consider going over there and contributing today. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. It's just $3 a month. It'll get you a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on screen, hanging out at the pool, the bar, maybe the lake or the street. shout out at the end of every stream, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Oh, shit. Before I go away, thank you. Just want to say thank you to Icebreaker Gaming for the very, very generous 5 gifted subs over on memberships, 5 gifted Galactic memberships over there on YouTube, counting for 3 of the 10 on the goal. Who got them? The Letter Hack, Lane Hewitt, Bobby, whatever, Babby68, Joshua Keller, and Akalia. I'm sure they will all enjoy it. Appreciate it very much, Icebreaker. All right, I'll be right back. times. I am back. Of course, you've just heard that sound. Which lets you know that the break is now officially over. And we're about to get to the second half of the stream. By second half, I mean second of who knows how many halves we're going to be doing tonight. A lot of halves tonight. So get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the latest. Okay, we left off in the Senate, and we're going to go back to the Senate. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead from where we were, because there is so much here being said.
To talk about these policies so that we can move our country forward in a competitive fashion. But I'm afraid that what we have in front of us is not the answer to what will make America competitive, particularly at a time when we are putting tariffs on American imported products, when we are basically getting into a trade war, and when we are devastating what I think is the underpinning of the economy of today. That is an information age, innovation economy, and here we are devastating all of our investments in NIH and NSF and in the competitiveness that we just implemented in the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act that is making us the envy of countries around the world.
Is this being debated all night? I think so. And like I was saying, I think Democrats just need to filibuster this thing until they give up. Until they give up on trying to pass this horrible bill.
For innovation. We do have great capital markets, and those capital markets help us innovate. And I think some of my colleagues think, well, we have a promise to families here to give them a tax break, and while many of us would support that, you're asking us also to give tax breaks to big corporations before they can get their tax break. And that we don't like. We don't like it because it raises the cost on everybody, and that cost for middle class and lower income people will be devastating, particularly at a time when we continue with this tariff policy.
Wait,
this
what?
bill would make the entire healthcare system.
Wait, sorry, someone in chat is saying they already passed it? Since when? The last, 5 minutes? Because they only last night they only passed the procedural vote to proceed to an actual vote. It was merely a symbolic, procedural thing. They haven't, in my understanding, they haven't voted yet. Yeah, last night it passed 51-49. Yeah, no, I see you going out. Yeah, last night it passed 51-49 to proceed, right? And now the debate portion of the passing of the bill has happened. Before that, of course, it was the reading of the bill. God, you're scaring me. I'm pretty sure, unless... Yeah, okay. No, I think we're on the same page. Yeah, last night that wasn't the actual vote.
Less responsive and more expensive for everyone by dismantling Medicaid and shifting more of the cost burden onto states and threatening the very existence of rural hospital. This bill also sells spectrum out from under our national defense and safety agencies and forces states to choose between protecting their citizens from dangerous AI or providing broadband service, and it just gives away big breaks to companies like Meta, that's Facebook, or Google, who I'm sure at this point in time don't really need that additional tax break. Clearly, though, the most egregious and certainly most destructive part of the bill of this reconciliation is the changes to health care. The fact that 17 million people will be uninsured and raise the cost on everyone. This is from the Congressional Budget Office. We don't need to be raising healthcare costs on our constituents. The CBO analysis revealed that hasty negotiated updates by Republicans discussed on behind closed doors early Saturday morning added that $130 billion in Medicaid cuts to the bill. That's a whopping $930 billion in total Medicaid cuts. That is how CBO got to this number of 17 million people. The challenge is nobody marked up a bill in committee. Nobody even had a hearing where somebody presented this information. No, this is all being changed on a daily basis, and everybody's trying to catch up. But what we're really trying to do is fight for our constituents and make sure that we know the impacts. The impacts of these 17 million people will be severe cuts felt in every corner of the United States. State governments will be the first to feel this tsunami of cuts. And unlike the federal government, they must balance their budget, so they can't borrow the money to make up for the deficit. In our state, the state of Washington, our governor and legislators have to grapple with an estimated $3 billion shortfall that this will bring to them as a result of this many people losing coverage.
I think she meant $3 trillion shortfall, but there's a lot of numbers flying around right now. Because $3 billion wouldn't be that much. Let's move ahead here a little bit. Maybe this guy can explain to us how terrible this bill is.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Mr. President, President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is the most dangerous piece of legislation in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for low-income and working-class Americans. Actually,
oh, she was talking about Washington State, not Washington, D.C. Oh, I somehow missed that. That's my bad.
To the billionaire class while causing massive pain for low-income and working-class Americans. Actually, though, Mr. President, I'm wrong. This is not a gift to the billionaire class. They paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections. And when billionaires spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to elect a president or a senator or a member of Congress, they're not making that investment just for the fun of it. They want something in return, and this legislation, big time, is what they are getting in return. So what is in this bill that they invested in? Well, if you are in the top 1%, you and the class you represent will receive a $975 billion tax break. $975 billion tax break at a time when the richest people in this country have never, ever had it so good. Further, this is really quite unbelievable. If you are among the wealthiest 0.2%, not talking about 1%, talking about the top 0.2%, you will be able to pay zero taxes on your $30 million inheritance. So all of you folks out there who are waiting to inherit at least $30 million, today is a good day for you.
Come on!
How many people were waiting for that?
Collectively, you will receive approximately
12?
$211 billion in tax breaks for the top 0.2%. Congratulations. You hit the jackpot. If you are a large corporation and you want to throw workers out on the street and replace them with artificial intelligence, or maybe you want to shift your profits to the Cayman Islands or other tax havens, you are going to get a $918 billion tax break. Congratulations to the CEOs of large, profitable corporations. But while the rich and large corporations make out like bandits in this bill. What does it do for low-income and working families? Well, let me say a few words on that. If you are concerned about health care, which I suspect that everybody in the world is, this bill throws over 16 million people off the health insurance they have, according to the Congressional Budget Office, by cutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. In other words, the top 1% getting a $975 billion tax break, and that is coming directly by throwing 16 million people off of the health insurance they have. This bill, for the first time, forces millions of Medicaid recipients who make as little as $16,000 a year to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor's office. So what is the impact of all of that? You throw 16 million people off health care. You force people who don't have any money pay a $35 copayment. So what's the impact of it? Well, this is not my view. This is what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania determined based on a study that they did. And this is the result. And it is almost so horrific, so grotesque, that it is difficult to speak about. But they estimate that if this bill goes through with all of these cuts in health care, if 16 million people are thrown off of the insurance they have, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily in order to give tax breaks to billionaires who don't need them. In other words, this bill is literally a death sentence for low-income and working-class people. Come on! If this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country, and I come from one of the most rural states in America, rural hospitals are already struggling. But when you make massive cuts to Medicaid, many of them are going to shut down or not be able to provide the level of services.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to be utterly detrimental to our society. Because hospitals aren't allowed to turn people away, legally speaking. Right? And deny people care based upon their inability or their ability to pay. And when a hospital has to eat the cost of treatment because someone comes in without health care and without the ability to pay, what happens? Well, same thing like what happens with the tariffs. Eventually, the costs get raised for consumers of that thing that you're tariffing, or in this case, in the thing that's being essentially subsidized by the hospitals themselves. And it just leaves us all paying more for the services we need. Not great. But I also want to say, Morbidaslo, thank you for contributing on the Cash App. Now we are at, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at 6 of 10 people. We're killing it. Killing it. So got an hour and 40 minutes to complete the chat goal. And I also have to update the... Go back to the office for a second. Sorry, everybody. I've got to make sure I update this. Otherwise, I will forget. Got to update our galactic deficit financing goal. Here we are. Galactic deficit. Now only... Let me do the math. 75? Wait, no. Wait, I just screwed that up. What was that? 41. Right, yeah. So that puts... Wait, that can't be right. Wait. No, it was I did it in the back. Right, there we go. So yeah, it's like 79. Yeah, really close to what I thought it was. $79 left to shore up the galactic deficit. I think we can do it, people, before all hell breaks loose. Thanks to everybody who has helped contribute thus far. We've really made it a long way 270 out of 350 is like, it's like 80%, I think.
Do today. In other words, this bill would be a disaster for rural America. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers and nursing homes who are very heavily dependent upon Medicaid funding. Bottom line is that this legislation is the most significant attack on the health care needs of the American people in our country's history. We already have, as everybody knows, a health care system which is broken, which is dysfunctional, and instead of addressing it, instead of doing what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people, we are throwing 16 million people off the health insurance that they have. But it's not just health care. The future of America rests with our children. And yet, in a nation which now has the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, this bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids in America. We are literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids to give tax breaks to Mr. Bezos and Mr. Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and the other multi-billionaires. If we understand that if we're going to compete effectively in the global economy, we need to have the best education system in the world, this bill makes $350 billion in cuts in education, with the result that working-class kids will find it much harder to get the higher education they need to succeed in life.
Just disgusting. I cannot believe this is a society that I live in, that we live in right now, with, you know, the richest nation on earth. We're always getting told it's the greatest nation, largest GDP on the planet. And instead of giving kids health care and food and opportunities, we're taking those away so that we can give tax cuts to billionaires, people who literally have more money than they know what to do with.
This is ridiculous!
You are concerned about the existential threat of climate change. And we're seeing heat waves right now all over the world. This bill decimates investments in energy efficiency and sustainable energy like wind and solar, and moves us in exactly the wrong direction with regard to energy. If you are concerned about our role in never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon.
So we're cutting Medicaid by $900 billion. But we're going to take some of that money, after we give the billionaires money, we're also going to increase the freaking, how much is that? 150 over 900. It's like, what is that, like 17%? We're going to increase the military spending by like 15, 16, something like that %. That's ridiculous.
We don't have enough money to feed hungry children. We don't have enough money to make sure that people continue to have the health care that they need. Don't have enough money to make sure the kids can get a decent education. But somehow the military-industrial complex is going to get another $150 billion, 15% increase. Mr. President, in my view, nobody in the Senate or the House should vote for this legislation, and I applaud all of the Democrats for voting against it, and I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senator Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting against it, for different reasons, by the way, than I have. But I do find it interesting, and it does tell us where we are as a nation today, that when one of those senators, Senator Tillis, voted against it because he thought it was not a good bill for the people of his home state, North Carolina. Suddenly, the President of the United States went after him in a very, very vicious way. And today he announced that he will not be seeking re-election.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be
So
prudent
it
at
appears
this
now
juncture.
That the Republican Party has really become a party of the cult of the individual. The only thing you have to do now as a Republican is say, I agree with President Trump. I love President Trump. President Trump is right all of the time.
Don't be creepy.
Hey, that's all you got to do now to be a good Republican. There was a day when Republicans and Democrats understood that they were elected by their constituents. Yeah, you want to work with the president of your own party, nothing to do about that. But there was an understanding that you were also elected to represent your constituents and not simply pay homage and bow down to every wish and whim of the president.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Mr. President, during the vote-a-rama, I will be offering several amendments, which I hope will win support. Number one, at a time when 22% of our nation's seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, my first amendment would fundamentally improve their lives in two significant ways. Number one, it would cut the price of prescription drugs under Medicare in half by making sure that our nation's seniors do not pay any more than Europeans or Canadians pay for the same exact drugs. And number two, with those savings, we're going to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. In other words, instead of throwing people off of health care, we're going to expand Medicare to provide a number of services that seniors desperately need and want. Secondly, Mr. President, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, my second amendment would eliminate the $211 billion estate tax for the top 0.2% that is included in this bill. They get a top 2%, as I mentioned, $211 billion tax rate. That is insane. We're going to get rid of that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy
Lastly,
pills.
at a time when we spend more on the military than the next 9 nations combined, at a time when the Pentagon cannot account for trillions of dollars in assets, we are going to end the provision that allows the Pentagon to receive another $150 billion. Bottom line, Mr. President, is this country faces many crises.
This is ridiculous. We already spend twice as much as any country on the fucking planet. We have the largest military in the world. And we're going to increase that budget by $150 billion, which will take it over $1 trillion. It'll be $1.05 trillion, if I'm doing the math right. 1.5? No, $1.05 trillion. It's insane. It's ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. Well, I do know what to say. Thank you to Donald James X for upgrading that Galactic membership to Galactic Contributor. Very fancy. Very, very fancy, and much appreciated. It's a very secret way to increase your patronage level of this stream, is by becoming a Galactic Contributor on YouTube. Don is really maxing out his galacticness over there.
High rate of childhood poverty, kids going hungry, education system in deep trouble, healthcare system completely broken. And in virtually every single area, this bill takes us in precisely the wrong direction. When the wealthiest people in this country have never, ever had it so good, it is totally insane to be offering them $1 trillion in tax breaks so that we can cut health care, education, and nutrition. This bill is not what the American people want, and I hope very much we can defeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go back to the office. I want to try and get us up to current stuff. First off, there's no way that we can watch this whole thing. I also don't want to listen to this man at all. Chuck Schumer. I'm good on Chuck. We're staying in the race. I mean, we will win. We will win. No. Hush, Chuck.
But it's time for them to stand up, isn't it?
Yep. So on Friday, I met Vivian. Vivian is an 11-year-old kid from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Vivian likes school. She likes her friends. She likes reading Harry Potter. She is a lot like any other 11-year-old. But for Vivi, going to school and being with her friends depends on Medicaid, because Medicaid covers the cost for her wheelchair, for her therapists, and for her health aid.
Jesus.
Right now, Republicans are trying to rip away health care from kids like Vivian. The cruelty is truly breathtaking. I ask for one Republican senator, just one Republican senator, who plans to vote for this bill, to look into Vivi's eyes and tell her that her health care is just not a priority for this country. You know, Mitch McConnell said to Republican senators that he knew they were getting calls about Medicaid, but not to worry about people losing their care because, according to Mitch McConnell, they will get over it. So I ask the Republican senators
just gonna get over
to look
it.
at Vivi and Vivi's sisters.
Yeah, I guess if you die, it's really easy to get over something. It does make sense. That makes sense. Like Joni Ernst said, we all die anyway. What do you need health care for?
Ask the Republican senators to look at Vivi and Vivi's sisters and Vivi's mom and Vivi's dad and say, if Vivi loses her Medicaid and her wheelchair and her therapists and her health aid, tell all of them that they will get over it. Because here's the deal. Vivi won't get over it. Her family won't get over it. The people of North Carolina won't get over it. None of us, Massachusetts, Idaho, Louisiana, none of us will get over it. The cruelty here is off the charts. But the part that really burns is the Republicans are trying to slash the health care that keeps kids like Vivi alive so they can hand out more tax cuts for billionaires. It is beyond cruel. It is obscene. I am angry, and we should all be angry. Because instead of playing at the pool at the park like a regular kid on summer break, Vivian had to come here to Washington to beg senators not to cut her health care. In a country as rich as ours, that shouldn't even be a question. Now, I actually don't think that my Republican colleagues have lost their hearts. They have lost their spines. It seems that all they can do now is bow down to Donald Trump and his billionaire donors. They will bow down, even if it means hurting families, community hospitals, and nursing homes in their own states. Trump wants the Republicans in Congress to hand out giant checks to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, and the Republican senators are willing to do that, even if it means kicking Vivi to the curb. Republicans know what they're doing. They know that this bill will hurt people. They know that this bill will kill people. And though it's hard to believe, they just look the other way. But on behalf of Vivi and millions of other kids and mamas and seniors and families that rely on the life-saving care that Medicaid makes possible, my Republican colleagues should grow a spine and stop this awful bill in its tracks.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
If it wasn't bad enough that this bill is set to rip away health care from 17 million Americans to pay for tax giveaways for billionaires, it actually has a bunch of other filthy giveaways buried in it, too. Who wins if Republicans pass this big, ugly bill? Billionaires, Wall Street, big tech, big oil, the wealthiest Americans, and the biggest corporations. Big oil will get a special get out of paying your taxes card while millions of people lose their health care coverage. Billions of dollars for big oil, nothing for Vivi. Meta, oh man, Meta, there's a company that's really struggling. Meta will win $15 billion to incentivize them to do research in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Think about that. Unless a time machine comes with this, what Meta does in those 3 years is already done. But under this bill, Meta gets a $15 billion check on the day this bill passes, simply for existing, while families lose access to their health care. Wall Street wins big with a
Facebook instead of kids having food and Medicaid. Oh,
Facebook, but
we got to protect the profits of Facebook.
provision Republicans squeezed in that would slash funding for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Giant corporations want the opportunity to cheat American families again. So Republicans are desperately trying to take the cop off the beat. And who loses thanks to this big, ugly bill? Americans who can't afford health care. Families who need a little extra help putting food on the table. Grandmas and grandpas in nursing homes. Little babies and their mamas. If Republicans pass this bill, 17 million Americans will have their health care ripped away. That number
immediately,
has
if not sooner,
as the Republicans keep making more and more changes to the bill. For them, it is just a question of how many more Americans they can rip away health care from. This bill would also make the biggest cut to food assistance for families, kids, and veterans in American history. And here's one to underscore. 1 out of every 4 nursing homes in America would have to shut down under this bill. You know, my Republican colleagues should just call a few seniors who are in nursing homes in their home states and just go over the plans for where those folks are supposed to go next. What exactly do the Republicans have in mind for them? Maybe call the daughter of someone who's in one of those nursing homes and explain how she has to become a full-time caregiver once this bill passes. Maybe call just a few of the people whose lives you plan to tear apart. Budgets are about our values, and Republicans have made their values clear. They are willing to throw millions of Americans under the bus so that they can help out a handful of their billionaire buddies and giant corporations. They should be ashamed. Here's what Democrats believe. Democrats believe that no baby should go hungry so that Mark Zuckerberg can buy another Hawaiian island. Democrats believe that no person with a disability who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to live independently should have to give that up so that Jeff Bezos can buy a 3rd yacht.
Follow the rich way, man.
And Democrats believe that no grandma should be pushed out of her nursing home so that Elon Musk can take a subsidized rocket ship ride to Mars.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It doesn't have to be this way. What if, instead of tax breaks for billionaires, we make the rich pay their fair share? What if, instead of slashing health care for our kids, we make it possible for every American to see a doctor when they're sick without breaking the bank? And what if, instead of giving big oil more giant handouts, we make universal child care a reality for families all across this country.
That's an interesting
We
and
can
radical
tax the rich.
idea.
Damn it, if Jeff Bezos can afford to rent Venice for $50 million for his wedding, he
Seriously.
can afford to pitch in his fair share of
Come
taxes so the next kid has a chance to make it big, and the
It
kid
is
after
obscene.
that, and the kid after that.
It is fucking obscene, Liz. For a second, I almost forgot about that. Jeff Bezos is supposed to be paying taxes here, and meanwhile, he's taking over half of an entire city in Italy for his own wedding, spending $55 million to celebrate himself. But he can't pay his fair share in taxes. You got to give him a tax break so he can. I don't know. What else is it that he wants to do?
We can make life better for working people. We can make it easier, not harder. We can lower costs for families, not jack them up even more like this bill does. We can put families first, not billionaires and billionaire corporations. Democrats believe this. Democrats are willing to fight for this. We will vote no on this awful bill. And for kids like Vivian, for seniors in nursing homes, for families who rely on home health aides, and for the millions more Americans that this bill will hurt, I urge my Republican colleagues, grow a spine and vote no.
Come on!
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
President, before she leaves the floor, I want to thank my colleague in particular for putting a human face on what this is all about for us on this side of the aisle. That small child, the senior you were talking about. I'm going to pick up on what you said, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. All right, I'm going to keep trying to push us ahead a little bit. I'm going to skip Wyden. Why? Well, because we got to keep this moving. We really do. Oh, God. Skipping ahead by like 40 minutes.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I rise today, and I will confess, I rise today a bit angry about this bill. This bill cooked up in back rooms, dropped at midnight, cloaked in fake numbers, with huge handouts to big Republican donors. It loots our country for some of the least deserving people you could imagine. When I first got here, this chamber filled me with awe and wonderment. Our leader, Harry Reid, frequently called me his happiest senator.
God, back in the day, Harry Reid.
Such was the awe and wonderment
Old school
that I felt here. Today, I feel disgust. This piece of legislation is corrupt. This piece of legislation is crooked. This piece of legislation is a rotten racket.
This is ridiculous!
This place feels to me today like a crime scene. Get some of that yellow tape and put it around this chamber. The midnight transfer of wealth in this bill is disgusting.
I love that line. I really do. I love that line. The Capitol is a fucking crime scene right now. That's a good one, White House. That's a good one. It's a crime.
Illegal.
It is a crime. All right, we're going to keep it going. We got to keep it moving. I just want to get us caught up to what's happening now. There's so much. There's so much. We're still hours behind right now. Like 2.5 hours behind. All right, let's see what Amy Klobuchar had to say, I guess.
Working families need and deserve. Lives depend upon it. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues from Illinois and from Wisconsin, and you just heard from Senator Baldwin, about the effect of this budget bill on the Midwest. I guess I'd start by asking the same questions that our colleague, Senator Tillis, who just announced he wasn't going to seek re-election after the president threatened him with a primary, and after he took a vote and had the audacity to ask the questions that had to be asked about this bill. And you heard him today. He talked about how he had talked to the hospital association in his state, how he had talked to the governor's office, how he had gotten the actual data on the effects of Medicaid in North Carolina. And then he asked the questions, how hard is it to see the impact of these proposals? And he asked, what's wrong with putting a little daylight on what's going on here? So that's what I'm going to do in my few minutes here. Put a little Midwestern daylight on what's going on here. That is that under this bill, 17 million people would be kicked off their health care because of the Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act changes. That was 16 million people until we got the updated numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. That's a nonpartisan group. It also drives $4 trillion in debt. It used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion. And what will that mean? That will mean big time in the Midwest, where I have so many of my own constituents wanting to buy their first house. It's going to mean major increased interest rates. It's going to mean difficulty in buying all kinds of things for which...
Is Trump even present for this hearing? Christopher DeBlante, no. Presidents are never present for these debates in the Senate. At the very best, you'll get the vice president in there. Mr. J.D. Count, we could get the couch boy in here at the very best.
Would take out loans or for small businesses, all for giving a bunch of tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, $400,000 for multi-millionaires. Our colleagues are going to raise costs and take health care and food away from millions of Americans. So my colleagues have talked about, Senator Baldwin and Senator Durbin, talked about the effect that this bill has in the Midwest when it comes to health care, the closing of the rural hospitals. The Midwest has a huge number of these rural hospitals, about half of them that be forecast to close. She talked about the Medicaid cuts. So I'm going to talk about a different piece of this, and this is the impact of cuts to food assistance. There is no avoiding the facts. Here they are. About a month ago, the House passed a budget bill, as you know, that cut nutrition assistance by nearly $300 billion. It put the country on track to eliminate SNAP for 4 million Americans and reduce benefits for millions more. I was hopeful that we would go in another direction. And while there were some changes made by the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee that I appreciated, it still amounts to over $185 billion in cuts from the SNAP program. And let me remind you that the vast majority of people on SNAP are older Americans, people with kids, veterans, people with disabilities. We were just out on the Senate steps with a number of those people and the groups that they represent and faith leaders talking about this very subject. Why them? Why give tax cuts to the wealthy on their backs? We know that the impact of the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill will be even more stark in the Midwest. In the Midwest, here are some examples. Americans use SNAP benefits. Nearly 155,000 people in Nebraska. And let's face it, that is not the biggest population state, but 155,000 Nebraskans use SNAP. About 190,000 people in Kansas, 260,000 people in Iowa, 660,000 people in Missouri, 700,000 people in the state of Wisconsin.
Jesus
Senator Baldwin
Christ.
just talked about the impact of health care there. But
tens of millions of people in the United States, it sounds like, who are all going to have their benefits in jeopardy now. Horrifying. Truly horrifying. All right. I'm going to keep this moving. Let's see what Senator from Maryland, Chris Van Hollen, had to say.
President. The senator from Maryland.
What's her name? Oh,
Mr.
no,
President.
that's not Gillibrand. Gillibrand's from New York. That's Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota.
Donald Trump likes to call the bill that Republicans are trying to rush through this Senate the big, beautiful bill. Well, it's big, all right. It took the Senate clerk nearly 16 hours to speed read through it.
That's too
But it is
much,
only beautiful if you're a billionaire or otherwise very wealthy in America. For everybody else, this is a big, ugly betrayal of a bill. Betrayal because tax cuts for billionaires are coming at the expense.
Anybody remember back in the day when Republicans were saying, we can't pass all these big bills, you know, these 1,000-page bills where it's impossible to read through it and we're forced to vote for it without having read it and all this other garbage. What happened to that? Where's all that outrage? Where's all that? Where did it go? I'm confused. I'm very confused.
Hours to speed read through it. But it is only beautiful if you're a billionaire or otherwise very wealthy in America. For everybody else, this is a big, ugly betrayal of a bill. Betrayal because tax cuts for billionaires are coming at the expense of virtually everyone else. Now, I agree with many of the things my colleague from North Carolina, Senator Tillis, just said. But I've also read the bill. And if you look at the bill, the tax benefits overwhelmingly go to the very highest income earners in the United States of America. 50% of those tax benefits go to just the top 5%. So this is a choice that is being made by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to give to billionaires additional tax handouts at the expense of the rest of the country. They are choosing to engage in a huge transfer of wealth from people who are working paycheck to paycheck to those who are living off their huge inheritances or gigantic stock portfolios. Now, Mr. President, Americans are going to have to pay for the tax cuts for billionaires in many, many ways. Millions will lose access to health care. Others will no longer be able to put food on the table. Others will not be able to afford to pay heating bills on freezing nights.
Winter is coming.
Every American will see their energy bills increase and their health insurance premiums go up. And every American is likely to face higher borrowing costs for their home mortgages or car loans. Again, also billionaires and very wealthy people can get big tax cuts. Let's look at some of the real hits to American families, starting with the attack on health care. Donald Trump said he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. He said the people won't be affected. That's a lie. What he loves are tax cuts for his billionaire buddies. So let's just
And
take
himself.
a look.
Let's not forget, Donald Trump is a billionaire himself. Something that I feel like people don't bring up enough. But he actually is a billionaire now. And it's him and his billionaire buddies. He's very, very wealthy. Owns a lot of properties, has a bunch of businesses. It's a tax cut for him, too.
Bill pays for over $1 trillion in tax giveaways to people who make over $500,000 every year by cutting $1 trillion of health benefits from those who rely on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Think about that trade-off. Indeed, because of the cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in this bill, 12 million Americans will lose access to health care coverage. On top of that, another 5 million Americans will lose access to health coverage because Republicans refuse to extend the tax credits that millions of middle-class Americans use to purchase coverage through the Affordable Care Act. So while extending tax cuts for the very wealthy, they are not extending the health care tax credits that middle-class Americans use to help afford health insurance. The result of these cuts and the refusal to extend those tax credits means that nearly 17 million of our fellow Americans will lose access to health care coverage. In my state of Maryland, that's 229,000 of my fellow Marylanders. And who are these Americans? Who are these Marylanders? They're babies and children. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program covers 38 million children in America, 700,000 children in Maryland. Medicaid covers 40% of births in America, over 40% of births in Maryland. More mothers will die during pregnancy-related deaths as a result of pregnancy-related deaths if this bill passes. I think we also know that Medicaid is especially important to helping people through the vulnerable stages of their lives. It covers 1 in 4 people with mental health or substance use disorders. It's the primary payer for long-term health services, covering 60% of nursing home residents. If even a fraction of those residents lose coverage, entire nursing homes can close. And those families will have to figure out how to care for their expelled loved ones. An analysis that was done estimates that as many as 500 healthcare or nursing homes could close because they're on the cusp. Rural hospitals are also especially vulnerable. And it's estimated that up to 300 rural hospitals could close if this bill passes. Americans with disabilities, Medicaid is absolutely essential to their lives. It helps them receive home and community-based care so they don't have to choose between getting the care they need and being separated from their loved ones. A study by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania predicts that this bill, before the Senate, will result in over 51,000 preventable deaths each year. Preventable deaths. So officially, the death certificates will say that somebody passed away because they had late-stage cancer. It was detected too late because they couldn't get the preventative care they needed. Or an accident occurred at a nursing home because there were not enough nurses on site. But those reasons, those conditions will have been set because this bill passed.
Exactly. They might as well change the reasons from whatever the medical cause is to Republicans did it. Republicans murdered my grandma. Republicans killed that pregnant woman giving birth. Killed that kid Couldn't get food. Let's go to Mark Kelly.
To recognize the Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, what are we doing here? Seriously. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how this makes sense. We are debating a budget that gives another round of tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations on the backs of everyday Americans. And it also adds trillions of dollars to our national debt. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to the Arizonans that I've been hearing from in every corner of our state. If you grew up in a household like mine, where money was tight, you would know that budgets are about priorities. I can still picture my mom sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out which bills to pay. You take the money you have and you put it where it's needed. This budget clearly tells the American people who President Trump and Republicans in Washington need help. If you're a billionaire, it says, we've got your back. But if you're a parent trying to provide for your family, a senior in a nursing home, or a child who counts on school for your only hot meal, you're on your own. This isn't about balancing the books. It's about picking winners and letting everybody else fall behind.
Help!
And who
I'm
loses?
being repressed!
It's the Americans working 2 jobs, raising kids, caring for elderly parents, and just trying to stay afloat. Because if you grew up in a family like mine, you also know how hard people work to reach their American dream. The promise that if you work hard, that your kids will get a good public education, you'll be able to put food on the table, and you'll be able to go to the doctor and stay healthy, and your kids will be able to grow up and achieve their own American dream. This promise is already getting harder, and it's getting more expensive. We need to be working together across the aisle to ensure that everyone who works hard can have a brighter future. But that's not what my Republican colleagues are doing with this bill. The plan that they are jamming through right now will put the American dream out of reach for more families. And for what? To hand out more tax breaks to people with more wealth than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. Now, Mr. President, I've spent the last several months traveling across Arizona. I've been to our big cities, Phoenix and Tucson. I've been to small towns like Clarkdale and Sierra Vista, talking to Arizonans face to face, listening to their stories,
I just want
hearing what it would mean to them.
I just want to point something out. Because when Mark Kelly said that about how much wealth these billionaires have, it really is true. They could not spend it in 10 lifetimes. Let's just talk really quickly. Let's talk about Jeff Bezos, right? Because over the weekend, he was throwing a $55 million wedding for himself in an obscene fashion, taking over an entire city for the event. I just want to do some math here. So he is worth $235 billion. 237. I'll round down to whatever. Say $235 billion. So that's 1,000 million billion. So that's 235 billion. That certainly looks like a lot. He could have that wedding, that $55 million wedding, 4,272 times. 4,272 times before going broke. This man, he's going to get married 4,000 times? I mean, what does he need all that money for?
Dale and Sierra Vista, talking to Arizonans face to face, listening to their stories, hearing what it would mean to them if Medicaid, food assistance, and other essential services got cut for them and their families. And what I've heard is clear. This budget is going to make it harder for them to stay afloat, let alone get ahead. In Clarksdale, I met a guy named Christian. He's a rural hospital nephrologist. That's a kidney doctor. And he told me that his patients, many of whom rely on Medicaid for dialysis, are now considering stopping treatment altogether because they might not be able to afford it. He said, this is a quote from Christian, he said, financially, none of the patients I serve can pay out of pocket. It's a choice of either massive debt or death. That's the reality to many rural communities. Another woman told me about her friend, a survivor of 2 car accidents and a spinal injury. Her friend relies on Medicaid to help her deal with her chronic pain. Without it, meaning Medicaid, she said that her friend might end her life because the pain is unbearable. She asked me to deliver this message to my colleagues. She said, this is not a country that can't afford to care for people like her. We can afford to care for everyone if we change our priorities from giving tax cuts to billionaires to taking care of Americans who are in pain every day. Mr. President, people across Arizona are pleading with us to get our priorities right. In Sierra Vista, I hosted a Medicaid town hall, and that's where I met this woman named Tara. She told us how she was once a single mother and how programs like Medicaid and SNAP helped her raise her kid and build a stable life. Today, she works a good job. She doesn't rely on these programs anymore. But here's what she said. She said, I am deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and related programs. I know firsthand that they don't just help families, they're often the only path to stability. Just last week, I was in Tucson, where I live, where Gabby and I live, helping distribute school lunches at a local high school. It's actually the high school that my wife went to. And I wanted to see firsthand what these summer meal programs mean for Arizona families. These programs are funded through the United States Department of Agriculture, and they rely on data from SNAP and Medicaid to identify the children who need them the most. If this bill passes, a bunch of these kids that I served, I think it was last weekend, they won't be eligible for these programs anymore.
Disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Hello, PB. Thank you for the sweet, sweet super sticker. You're getting us closer to our goal, even though YouTube refuses to count these things for our goal. We're at 7 of 10 now, right? Yeah, we're at 7 now. Thanks to you and everyone else who has contributed, which means we only are 3 away. We got an hour left. I think we can do it. I think we can ensure that we get all the content tonight. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot. And the longer it takes for us to get through this hearing, the longer this stream is looking like it's going to be. So a lot of content here on this Sunday Fun Day for people.
It will be harder for them to access school meals. which I think we all know it compromises their academic performance. That's the real cost of this legislation. It's not numbers on a spreadsheet. It's hunger. It's illness. It's fear. It's a bunch of folks who work really hard, doing everything right, and they're still going to get punched in the gut. And it's not just what I hear in person, Mr. President. My office gets hundreds of letters and phone calls every week from Arizonans. People are scared, and they want us to listen. I want to share some of their voices. Frank is a veteran on dialysis. He called this week, and he said, "The food bank and my SNAP benefits are the only way I eat right now.
Jesus Christ.
I can't work. I'm not old enough to retire. And I'm dipping into my retirement early just to keep up with my mortgage."
That is fucking fucked. That is just disgusting. This is the worst timeline, I swear to God. And we've been talking about how food banks are already short due to cuts from Doge and within in the continuing resolution that got passed at the beginning of Trump's term. Oh my God, that is disgusting.
Without this help, I don't know what I will do. Mr. President, veterans should never have to say those words in this country. One of the most sacred promises we make to the men and women who serve is that we will take care of them when they return home. That promise doesn't end when they hang up the uniform. It includes making sure that they can afford food, access health care, and live with some dignity. And yet, here's Frank, sick, struggling, and wondering how he'll survive because the programs he relies on are under threat.
This is fucking terrible. I cannot believe just how bad this this bill and like the fact is there was all this like, you know, talk of, oh, maybe it won't pass and blah blah blah. And now we're on the cusp of Republicans just passing it through, even though it hurts tens of millions of people in this country, including their own constituents. It's just disgusting. They should all be ashamed.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Shame. Shame, 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 shame. By the way, I want to say, I don't know who this is in chat. I'm not going to dox you. But another person contributed to the galactic deficit, which is today, of course, counting towards the goal, the chat goal in YouTube. God, we got to get back to streaming on Twitch. I got to work on, I got so many things I need to do that I didn't do this week because I was sick. Got to update this goal, though, from 271 to 281, which means we're less than $70 away. 69. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. $69 away from shoring up the galactic deficit. It's all very exciting. And that puts us at 9 of 10 on the chat goal, which means we only need one more. One more super chat. One more super sticker. Or 2 more memberships donated or started. All right, let's go to Hirono.
Democrats and Republicans should be working together to give some relief to workers. But instead, Republicans will choose to go it alone and vote to give the biggest corporations and the wealthy another unfair leg up. I will end with this. While I remain in disbelief and frankly disgust, I will always have hope. I have hope because it's not the people in this chamber with the power, it's the people. It's the people who will sadly feel the repercussions of this bill. It's the people who are rising up and will hold anyone who passes this disastrous bill accountable. That is where the true power is. And with that, I yield.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, Democrats have been on the floor for hours today, pointing out what's in this 1,000-page bill that took over 16 hours to read. I call it the 1,000 pages of pain, the billionaire's gain. So it's bad enough that my colleagues have been on the floor talking about how this bill is going to hurt people on Medicaid, taking food away from our children and families through major cuts to the SNAP program, health care, food, housing, energy support, you name it. The pain is in this bill. But one of the areas that people don't know about is this bill actually has provisions that would take away support for our public schools. Okay, let that sink in. It's not enough that this bill has 1,000 pages of pain in just about every aspect of our lives that you can think of, but now they're coming after support for our public schools. So today, I am rising as an advocate for the 49 million children who are enrolled in public schools across our country. Nearly 90% of K-12 students go to public schools, including 95% of children with disabilities. Yet, we have a regime that is actively working to end federal support for public schools.
Well, that's ridiculous. Are we all just going to go to private schools now? You know, private schools already have plenty of money. And there's certainly not enough private schools in this nation to school, 70 million children? Just, you know, I mean, let's just look it up. How many private schools in the United States? 34,000. 34,000 schools. So let's do the math. Let's do the math real quick. Because there's like 70 million kids, right? Something like that. 70 million divided by 30, was it 34,000? 34,000. This is going to be a nonsense number. So every school is going to have 2,058 kids at them. Private schools. Yeah, that'll go well. That'll go well.
We have a president who tried to totally eliminate the Department of Education, and sadly for him, he can't do it with through executive order because only Congress can do that. But they're doing a lot of other things that withhold support for public schools. So, as Republicans in Congress are trying to undermine support for public schools through the first ever national private school voucher program.
This is ridiculous.
Let that sink in. The first ever national private school voucher program. That is taking money away from public schools and basically turning it over to private schools through a voucher program. So let's be clear. The school voucher program, the provision, isn't about money for schools. It's about even more money for billionaires because they're the folks who are going to get the most out of this voucher for public schools program.
Disgusting.
Under this program, Wealthy donors would receive large handouts for supporting school vouchers. So this is why.
Whoopsies. Lost the mic. Take that as an opportunity to say thank you to Orb Rumor for a sweet, sweet super chat. Don't make me blink these lights. I won't do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Would not be prudent at this juncture.
$4 billion a year in taxes in perpetuity to private schools. So specifically, the plan would provide a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. We're not talking about tax deductions. We're talking about a tax credit. This is money that comes right off your taxable amount. So what this bill would do is provide a tax credit of $5,000 or 10% of a taxpayer's adjusted gross income, whichever is greater. So a taxpayer making $10 million, we do have people who make $10 million a year, could contribute $1 million and receive a credit for that full amount. How do you like that? You can get $1 million off your tax bill by contributing to this private school voucher program. So rather than calling this plan what it is, and I tell you, the word scam comes to my mind. It's like scamming the public schools. Republicans are deceitfully trying to sell this plan as an expansion of school choice for families. Oh, isn't this voucher program great? More families can send their kids to private school. Here's the reality. Based on what we know about school voucher programs, they do not promote school choice. Let me give you two examples of why this argument does not hold water. For one thing, school vouchers do not cover the full cost of private school tuition. When was the last time anybody thought about how much private schools cost? Maybe, in schools in Hawaii, private schools can cost something in the order of $15,000 to $20,000 a year.
Yeah.
Starting from kindergarten.
And that's for, honestly, that's for the less expensive schools, at least in my understanding. There are private schools here in New York that are, well, when I used to live in New York, before I moved to the space station up here in low Earth orbit, that, cost you $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. It's like sending a kid to fucking college. I mean, these vouchers are not going to cover that at all.
Will not support that full amount. That means that families who want to send their kids to these private schools will have to make up the cost difference. Well, how many middle-income, low-income families would be able to exercise that choice to send their child to a private school that costs that much? And not only that, as we have seen in states that have passed voucher programs, private schools often raise their tuition when they become eligible for vouchers. Iowa is an example. After they approved vouchers in 2022, private schools there increased their prices by over 20% for kindergarten and by over 10% for other grade levels. Here's another example of why this argument that this program promotes choice. There are fewer private schools.
What this is actually going to do is it's going to leave a bunch of children in fucking limbo, all right? In a goddamned purgatory, all right? You're going to be left behind, okay? Because their local private schools, their local public schools will get shut down if they get underfunded, right? They won't be able to handle all the children necessary, right? Especially if it's not a high income tax, a high property value area, because the rest of the funding comes usually from property taxes. But if you live in a rural area where those taxes are very, there's not a lot of taxes to be paid on the land value or whatever else, you wind up with a massive deficit in funding for these schools. So you got a voucher that's not going to do you any good. And you're just going to have to teach your kids or they'll just go uneducated. You know, and that'll have no downstream implications for the future.
Schools in rural communities. So many families do not have access to private schools if they live in rural communities. How does this expand choice for these families? The reality is the majority of vouchers have gone to wealthy families and to subsidizing school tuition for students who already attend private schools. Under this bill, Republicans will make that even worse by prioritizing scholarships for these students.
It's a great point. We're basically subsidizing education for the very wealthiest people who are already putting their kids in private schools, who are already paying tens of thousands of dollars to put their kids through elementary, middle, and upper school, right? Billionaires who are already about to get tax cuts, trillions of dollars in tax cuts over the next 10 years. We're going to help them put their kids through the most elite educational institutions while you're not able to put those kids, because I'll bet you money right now. I'll put it down right now on the table. Okay, I'll bet you fucking money that the prices of private schools will go up. Why, you might be asking yourself? Well, private schools are going to look around the room, the board meetings, and think to themselves, hey, so everybody's getting checks for private schools now, whatever it's going to be. I forget the number that they said they're quoting, but they're going to be like, look, they got an extra 10 grand. So let's raise tuition by $9,000, right? I mean, all the rich parents can afford it, and it'll also, keep out the riffraff, right? There's no guardrails on private schools. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can raise costs from year to year. It doesn't matter. They're not pulling from the same pool of money that the rest of schools are. It's utterly ridiculous.
I'm going to repeat that because not only is it bad enough that we're going to divert all of this money basically to private schools, but this bill actually has a provision that says the people who will get these scholarships are students who already go to private schools. In Louisiana, for example, now 99% of voucher tax credits there went to families with annual incomes above $200,000. In Virginia, the number was 87% of vouchers in that state going to wealthy families. In Arizona, it was 60%. Americans have consistently rejected school voucher programs and initiatives. Nebraska, Kentucky, and Colorado have all voted against voucher programs within the last year. In Nebraska, school vouchers were put on the ballot last November, and they were soundly defeated for the fourth time. This is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. Nebraska is not a red state. They voted for a Republican president by a 20-point margin, and yet they rejected school vouchers with 57% of the vote. The bottom line is vouchers take money away from public schools, and Americans of all political stripes understand that. According to All for Ed, over 2/3 of voters would rather increase funding for public schools than increase funding for voucher programs. That is not a new sentiment. In all 17 state referendums on school vouchers since 1967, voters have rejected these programs. While the Republicans in this chamber may not give a rip about public schools, the vast majority of Americans get it. Democrats, Republicans, independents alike support strengthening our public schools, not taking money away from our public schools, because they know that strong public education is fundamental to a strong country. Well, undeterred by public sentiment.
Okay, that's enough from Senator Hirono. I'm going to keep trying to get us up to the current time. Let's go to Raphael Warnock, Georgia.
over 16 million. Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise tonight in a moral moment in our nation. As we debate this bill, so much is on the line. The health care of over 16 million Americans, 750,000 of them Georgians, is on the line. Food for hungry children. In a wealthy nation where 1 in 5 children are already food insecure. They don't know where their next meal is coming from. Their livelihood, their welfare is on the line. The well-being of seniors in nursing homes and the disabled who rely on Medicaid and those who care for them is on the line. The fate of rural hospitals in Georgia, in Alaska, in Louisiana, in little towns all over this nation that are right now barely hanging on is on the line, and the scraps that they are throwing them while cutting them will not save them. And my friends on the other side of the aisle know it. They know that these scraps that they're throwing at rural hospitals will not save them. And so in a very real sense, lives are on the line. We are in a moral moment because something else is on the line. I submit that the character of the country is on the line. In a real sense, the question tonight is, who are we? Not who do we tell ourselves we are, but who are we really? What and who do we care about? What kind of nation are we? And what kind of people do we want to be? Who matters? And who doesn't? Who do we think is dispensable? In no place is the answer to that question clearer than in a nation's budget. I submit that a budget is not just a fiscal document. A budget is a moral document. Show me your budget and I'll show you who you think matters and who doesn't. And if this awful budget were an EKG, it would suggest that our nation has a heart problem and is in need of moral surgery. And so I'm clear tonight. I understand the nature of what we are engaged in. This is a political process. It is. But it is also a moral exercise. Not only for the nation, but for each of us individually. And especially for the mere 100 of us out of a nation of 300 million who get to vote, perhaps in a matter of hours. We have the rare privilege of standing up for people who have entrusted with us the covenant of centering their families. It's a real privilege for the people of your state to say that since we can't all go to Washington, we're going to trust you in rooms of power to be thinking about our children, to be thinking about our parents as they deal with the blessings and the burdens of growing old. And so the question for me tonight is, how will we show up in this moment? And that's why yesterday I gathered in the Russell Rotunda with a multi-faith coalition of clergy to pray that lawmakers might have the courage to stand up to their party, to stand up to the special interests, and protect seniors in nursing homes and pregnant mothers on Medicaid and children who risk going to school hungry every single day in this country. 1 in 5 children in the wealthiest nation on the planet already food insecure. And with these SNAP cuts, this body is about to make it worse. And so, surrounded by a clergy of many faith traditions, yesterday I prayed that we would have the courage. I prayed that we would have the grace to stand as voices for the voiceless. And as I stood there, I could not help but feel a sense of deja vu. This is not the first time I've been in our nation's capital speaking out against these policies that betray hardworking families. It was 8 years ago, almost to the day in 2017, when Washington Republicans were trying to pass a tax bill that favored wealthy Americans over working families, that I came to this building not as a senator, but as a pastor. I had no idea that 8 years later I would be serving in this body. I had no notion that I would even run for the Senate. I came as a citizen. And standing with a multi-faith coalition, we were praying for our nation's leaders. We were gathered in the rotunda of the Russell Building, and as we were singing and praying, the Capitol Police said, I'm sorry, pastors, you can't sing and pray in the rotunda. If you do not disperse, we will have to arrest you. And let me say that the Capitol Police did not mishandle us that day. They were first-rate professionals. But they said that if you don't disperse, we will have to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested.
Illegal.
My conscience had been arrested. My heart and my imagination, my moral imagination, had been arrested by this idea that we as a country are better than this. I come from a tradition where you don't just pray with your lips, you pray with your legs. You put your body in the struggle for other struggling bodies. And so here I am tonight, 8 years later, having transformed my agitation into legislation. I was arrested that day, but I have transformed my protests into public policy. 8 years ago, I was on the outside. Tonight, I'm on the inside, but it's the same fight. Some of us fight on the inside, some of us fight on the outside, some of us get to serve in the Senate or in the House, others are just watching at home tonight, but be really clear that we are in the same fight, whether we are on the streets or in the suites. Same fight. And in some ways, this is the same bill 8 years later, just worse. Mm-hmm. Like most horror movies, the sequel tends to be worse. We were here 8 years ago.
100%.
Washington politicians were trying their best to gut the Affordable Care Act. Remember that? They were trying to gut the Obamacare out of political motives. Millions of Americans were spared. But tonight is the sequel to that horror movie. They are back to their old political tricks, trying to dismantle the ACA again with this legislation. It's the same fight, just worse this time. Instead of extending tax credits that would lower health insurance costs for the middle class, my friends on the other side are giving billionaires and the richest of the rich a tax cut. They are working real hard tonight to help billionaires because God knows they are having a hard time, apparently.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What that means is that 1.2 million Georgians and nearly 20 million Americans are going to see their health care premiums rise. That's what's at stake tonight. If they enact these deep cuts to Medicaid, as they are positioned not to extend these premiums, these tax credits, they are raising the cost of health care for all of us. Even if you are on private insurance, you are not safe. Your health care is about to go up. Your hospital might close because they're cutting these clean energy tax cuts. Your utility bills are about to go up. And so I have a question tonight. Who voted for that?
Come on!
Some of us are Democrats, some of us are Republicans, some of us are independents, some voted for one party, some voted for the other party. I get it, but who voted for that? Who voted for everybody's health care premiums to go up and their hospitals to close?
Republicans, I guess.
Here's what I know. The folks back in Georgia didn't vote for that.
Oh, I see. You're talking about the voters. Ah, yeah, I don't think anybody voted for that.
They voted for me and they voted for Donald Trump, but they didn't vote for that. Ordinary folks don't want this. Just ordinary, everyday people who barely pay attention to politics, they don't want this. Even a Fox News poll, and you won't often hear me say that, but even a Fox News poll from this month found that Americans don't support this big, ugly bill. This is symptomatic of the ways in which the people's voices have been squeezed out of their democracy. This is not just a health care fight. It is that. It is not just a fight for food security, for SNAP. It is that. But in the real sense, it is a fight for our democracy, whose voice gets to be heard in this chamber. That's what this is about, the character of the country. Ordinary Americans don't want to do this to our children. That's why they need to know that 71% of all Medicaid enrollees in Georgia are children. 71%. Taking away health care from kids to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Now, let me be clear. I'm all for tax cuts. I believe working families deserve a tax cut, and I certainly don't want to see them face a tax hike this year. That's why I want to nearly double the child tax credit. I believe in tax cuts for hardworking families, for middle-class people.
Oh, not the billionaires? Families. Why would you want to do that?
But instead of doing...
Why would you want to give regular people tax cuts and leave those poor billionaires out to dry? You know, your Bezoses, your Gateses, your Zuckerbucks.
Zuckerbucks.
Oh, God. What about those guys? How are they going to get through the day?
Yeah. Instead of helping working class families who are struggling now against a 10% tax on everything and rising costs, We're now burdening our children by adding $3 trillion to the debt. We're taking away health care from kids and then burdening them with the debt. We are engaged in Robin Hood in reverse, this body of stealing from the poor in order to give to the rich. This massive transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. Yeah, this is socialism for the rich. And when the people hear about it, guess what? They don't like it. Democrats and Republicans and independents, when the people hear about what's in this big, ugly bill, they don't like it. And that's why the folks on the other side are trying their best to fast track it. That's why they're trying to pass it, and they haven't even finished writing it.
How do you do that?
They're twisting themselves in knots, making their members walk the plank under the threat of a primary to pass this big, ugly bill. The American people do not want to rob our children of food and health care and then burden them with trillions in debt to give billionaires and wealthy corporations another tax cut. The people do not want this bill. And so if the people do not want this bill, but they are trying to pass it, here's the question you got to ask yourselves at home. You have to ask yourselves, well, who are they working for? Who are they fighting for?
Follow the rich white man.
Who do they think matters? Do you think they are working for you?
Yeah, everybody in the room, raise your hands if you're a billionaire. Because if you are, Congress is working harder for you, specifically Republicans.
This is a moral moment.
Not the Democrats don't also do things for billionaires from time to time, but this bill is a contraption derived by Republicans and Republicans only. So you can thank them. Thank them for this big billionaire benefit budget.
And a budget is a moral document. And we have been summoned to this moment, people of faith and people of moral courage who claim no particular faith at all. And maybe because I was here yesterday and 8 years ago for a similar fight with faith leaders, maybe because I'm a preacher and it's Sunday, and I've been here instead of church, I have especially been thinking about those of us who are people of faith. People whose lives are informed by Scripture, people of the book. And maybe those of us who have different politics but read from the same book ought to spend some time together reading the book. Because I do sometimes wonder, and I say this with all humility, none of us owns the truth. But if I'm honest, there are days when I have to ask people of my faith tradition as a Christian, are we reading the same book? The book I know says, I was hungry and you fed me. I was sick, I was in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Inasmuch as you've done it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. The book that I love says, learn to do good, seek justice, rescue the oppressed, defend the orphan, plead for the widow. Speak out for those who cannot speak, for the rights of the destitute. Speak out, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and the needy. My book says, whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord and will be repaid in full. The prophet Amos condemns those who buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals. They sell the poor out and working class people for cheap.
How rude.
And for those of us who have a vote in this moment, for my colleagues who are swinging on a moral dilemma, I hear the prophet Micah say, he has already told you what is good. What does the Lord require? But that you do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. May God be with our nation and grant us grace, wisdom, and courage for this moment. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Damn. Raphael Warnock getting all churchy in the Senate right there, pointing out the hypocrisy of the Republicans who claim to be great Christians who are now going after the poor, the sick, the needy, children, the elderly, taking away from them, quoting Bible verses over here. All right. We are almost, honestly, we're almost caught up to the current time on this thing. We've been going through the 6 plus 8 hours. We got through like 8 hours of content just now, which is actually pretty great. I feel good about that. It didn't take us that long to get up to current on this. We're going to come right back to this, but first we got to take a quick space break. I mean, a quick break for space messaging. Yes, there we go. Right. Don't worry. We'll be right back. Be right back. Just got a few things to tell you. By the way, I just want to remind everybody the galactic deficit is getting much closer. We're only $69 away from completing that goal. And we're only one super chat, super sticker, 2 memberships away on YouTube. And also we count Cash App and PayPal donations to the goal as well. So I'm fairly certain we're going to complete that goal. Although oh my God, we only have 8 minutes. Only 8 minutes to complete the YouTube chat goal, but we are only one away. So I'm fairly certain it'll happen. In fact, yeah, I have, in the spirit of what Raphael Warnock was just saying, I have faith. All right, to the break. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell icon if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Once you're done doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal too, if you'd prefer. Every dollar you go directly to funding the production of this stream rather than funding the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just $3 a month to get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get an avatar on the break screens, get shout outs at the end of every stream, and so much more. So go over there, go to the website. We got a link in the bio on this page. It'll take you right to it, and you can find out all the sweet benefits awaiting you. Oh my God, PB giving us a sweet, sweet super chat. Here you go, Space Fam. Aw. Thank you, PB. Since we just completed it, here we go. I'm going to keep talking about this stuff while I do this. Get us some confetti. Yeah. Great job, everyone. With our powers combined, we have completed the chat goal in YouTube, ensuring that we get all of the goddamn content tonight. All right, what was I gonna say? Oh, right. What I was going to say is that even if you don't have the money to contribute, watching the stream is also helpful. Liking, subscribing, all of that jazz. And now that we're fully monetized, watching ads are great. Or if you're a premium subscriber, we get paid for the time that you watch the stream. So even if you don't have the money to contribute right now, you're watching this show is helping us out. Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams, you know what that sound means. It, of course, means it's time for all of us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Oh, we got the confetti still going. Hello. All right. Yeah, that's right. Good reminder that we completed our goal. Great job, everyone. Thank you for contributing. Really appreciate it. You people make it possible for us to do what we do around here at the Galactic Space Station. It's good to feel like I am valued, and this whole spacecast isn't, you know, making some kind of a difference out there. All right, let's keep going. More people were talking about this big, terrible bill.
Goes to the heart of a central question that has been plaguing families in America over the last 3 decades, but that is now just coming to the forefront. And that question is this: if you are working hard in America, can you still earn a good living for yourself and your family? If you are working hard in America, can you still buy a home or pay your rent, buy your food and medicine, get the health care you need, afford fuel for your car, get a decent education, or go on a family vacation? And if the answer is no, and for all too many millions of people the answer is no, what do we do about it? When I was a kid, my father was in the clothing business. He was a traveling salesman, and he made $18,000 a year. On the strength of that single income, my parents bought our first home for $18,000.
Jesus Christ.
Made $18,000 a year, and we bought a home. My parents bought a home for $18,000.
You can't buy a shed for $18,000. Wow.
This is ridiculous.
It was the American dream, and it came true.
It's fair. It's a fair estimation, PB. Schiff's not my favorite either. Not gonna lie.
Today I'm a U.S. Senator. That, too, is part of the American dream, that anything is possible in this country. But could anyone buy a home for the cost of the annual income, even of a U.S. Senator? Not a chance in the world. An average home in California costs 3 or 4 times that much. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. My kids are paying thousands and thousands of dollars a month in rent. Could they find a home for the cost of their annual income? There is even less of a chance of that. And what about your grandkids? At the rate we are going, at the rate housing prices are rising, what chance will they have to afford a home at any income?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to point out that I make less than old Schiff's father did back in, whatever, 1930 or something. How old is... All right, he's a little younger than that, but how old is Peter Schiff? How old is Peter? You gotta look this up. Wait, that's not his name, is it? Adam Schiff. Why am I calling him Peter Schiff? Peter Schiff's the gold bug guy. Jesus Christ. All right, 60. See, I'm still making less than Adam's dad was in 1960. Jesus Christ.
Come on!
You gotta get more views around here.
It's not just a home. Healthcare costs are rising even faster. Millions of families are only one healthcare crisis away from failing. And it's not their fault. It's not their fault. They are working hard, harder than ever, and they can't keep pace with rising premiums, out-of-pocket costs, hospital stays, drug costs, and charges at the emergency room. Energy prices are going up. It costs more to heat your home in the winter and a lot more to cool your home in the summer. Utility bills have been rising by double digits, while incomes have remained comparatively flat. It's too much. It's too much.
It is too much, Adam, and you're too much right now. I'm moving on from you. Moving on. I might hit... Oh, wait, actually... Andy Kim from California. Okay. Let's do some Kim. Let's see what Kim's got to say.
And our future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
I recognize the senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today to lift up the fact that this reconciliation bill will do real harm to countless American families. It's not theoretical or hypothetical. Families are hurting right now. The opiate crisis that has ravaged large parts of my state, mental health crisis.
Right, isn't he California?
That people across this country are so concerned about and are begging for help about. And so many other challenges that are out there. Every single family knows the fear of a health crisis.
Why did I think...
Like Susan, a mother I met at a town hall down in Egg Harbor.
Why did I think it was California?
A town hall that was part of a series
Sorry,
of town halls that I did, trying to highlight...
My bad, New Jersey. We got to go back. I was too busy trying to remember where Andy Kim was a senator from.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
A huge, tiny mistake. Not California, actually New Jersey.
Has ravaged large parts of my state. Mental health crisis that
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This country are so concerned about and are begging for help about.
Help,
so many other challenges that are out there. Every single family knows the fear of a health crisis. Like Susan, a mother I met at a town hall down in Egg Harbor. A town hall that was part of a series of town halls that I did, trying to highlight the challenges that so many families are facing. And in this crowded room of over hundreds of people, a woman named Susan shared her story. A mom of a 24-year-old son with Down syndrome. They used Medicaid to be able to cover his care. She broke down at the weight of her fear and worry of her child, something a lot of us can relate to. She said to me that this is the face of Medicaid. And as I went over to give her a hug, I remember what she said. It's real. And it is real. And I know everyone in here knows that. I know because offices on both sides of the aisle are getting the same calls. Our phone systems broke down because of the overwhelming volume of people calling and literally begging.
That's too much, man!
Begging us not to do this. Begging us to protect Medicaid so their kids can see the doctors. Begging us not to cut SNAP benefits so their students can have access to healthy food.
Jesus Christ. What are we doing?
It is a humbling experience seeing a parent begging for the resources to take care of their sick child. And yet, as I look around, I see far too many people rushing through this process to get it done. We little care about the resulting impact it will have. Generational damage that will be done while we are rushing through, barreling through, without the ability to properly debate this. Well, I want you to know, the people in New Jersey, the people in this country, this budget represents an abandonment by their government. And this will hurt everyone we are supposed to be helping. Some of the people that could be impacted the most are people within the disability community. Hundreds of thousands of people in New Jersey with disabilities rely on Medicaid for coverage. Over 15 million across our country, including a man named Tom Spadaro, a disability advocate in Ocean County, New Jersey, who joined me for a town hall. After a gun accident when he was 11, Tom is a total quadriplegic, dependent on a ventilator and others. Medicaid helped him go to school, then college, and in his own words, has given him dignity. When talking about this bill that we are debating here today, he said, quote, "If I lose Medicaid, I feel like I'm getting shot in the head again. This time, it's not a bullet, it's legislation." I want his words echoed through this chamber today for everyone to hear. If this budget passes, families in every single state across this country will feel these cuts long after the media and the Trump administration have decided it's time to move on and get over it. A cancer patient doesn't just move on when they have to delay treatment because they've lost insurance coverage. When a family...
I mean, I guess you could put it that way, but what is probably going to happen in that scenario, if you have cancer and you stop doing treatments all of a sudden, you know what the options are? Dying, pretty much. I mean, there's no real way around that. I'm sorry to tell you that. This is probably the first time you're ever hearing that. But, you know, those treatments are actually, you know, the only thing we have figured out right now to stop cancer from spreading. And maybe, all right, there's one other option. Maybe you get super lucky and somehow, without treatment, miraculously, you get better. And if that happens to you, I would play the lottery the next day, because holy shit, that's how lucky you are. That's how lucky you are.
Has to upend their lives to
One in a
become
million.
caregivers to their parents because they can't afford elder care. When a hospital closes and the new closest emergency room is hours away after the child is in an accident and needs help now, not in 5 hours, they won't get over it. America will feel this long after Donald Trump is no longer in the White House, and they will remember what has happened to their lives because of it. Now, there's some people listening who might not think that this is going to affect them. But these cuts to health care in this bill are so dramatic that it's going to have an impact that reverberates all throughout our communities. I talked to a hospital leader in New Jersey who said that these cuts could be so devastating for their revenue because of how much they get through Medicaid reimbursements that they're not sure that they're going to be able to keep their doors open. A hospital, not certain that they can keep their doors open. This is not the only story like this across my state, across the country. Whether it's rural hospitals or suburban or urban, we're going to have a lot of challenges that are going to reverberate beyond just those on Medicaid. It's going to affect every single one of us and raise prices at the same time. Losing that critical care in communities not only abandons people in their time of most need, but it leaves a tragic ripple effect on others and other hospitals. So today I'm putting forward an amendment to this bill that would stop this from happening and directly take out the parts of this bill that would force hospital closures and reduce access to affordable health care for so many across this country. In no reality should we be helping billionaires send their rockets to outer space while turning people away at hospitals. And yet this is the reality we find ourselves in, deciding how much care is acceptable to take away from families across New Jersey to fit a budget line, or how many patients can be turned away from life-saving medication just so that the wealthy can have a nice tax break. A doctor in Frenchtown shared some profound words with my office. She said, Medicaid is a reflection of our values. It's how we show up for each other when life gets hard. Well, what does it say about our nation as we were having this debate that could very well take $1 trillion out of Medicaid? About those who need the care the most, as if they're just expendable, as if they are just some remainder on the equation of capitalism that is just pushed to the wayside, as just an inevitability, as a shrug of the shoulder of our society and say, I'm sorry for what happened to you.
Preach,
Without
Andy.
a care and an extended arm and a hand to reach out and pull them up. Let's be very clear. This bill will cause prices to drive up. In New Jersey alone, over 454,000 families will see higher costs in premiums, according to the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance, which is why I'm introducing an amendment to make sure this bill wouldn't raise these costs by striking provisions that would increase premiums or out-of-pocket costs under Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and some private insurance marketplaces too. We cannot allow billionaires to get richer while working families are seeing drastic increases to their premiums or out-of-pocket costs. Costs to keep their children healthy as we deal with the worst measles epidemic in decades. Costs to afford their kids medicine while we see our government attacking science and fact, making parents have to work that much harder to keep their children safe. With all the challenges we are dealing with right now, it's painful to think through what will happen if this bill goes into effect. And the fact that these healthcare cuts will increase our gaps, worsen conditions for our vulnerable communities, including children. If we can't stand up for them, for our children, who are we willing to stand up for? And as I said at the beginning, every family has a healthcare story. Everyone has felt overwhelmed in the face of sickness and injury. Just a year ago, my father took a fall. I got the call while I was on the campaign trail, rushed down to the hospital. But even after the surgery, what we learned is there was an even more debilitating challenge that we face, a cognitive decline as my father is descending into dementia. I just spent Father's Day weekend with my father, the entire weekend. But it was in the emergency room as he had twice fallen in 2 days, 2 separate trips to the emergency room. My family is overwhelmed right now. We struggle to think through his needs that go far beyond what we can be able to provide, goes far beyond what Medicare can provide. And it's not just my father and my family. We have failed seniors. We have failed as we have failed to plan and create a place for elder care in this country that preserves a foundation of dignity and decency for everybody. And when you are in the trenches fighting for your own life or gripping the hand of a loved one struggling, the last thing you want to think about is worrying if you're eligible for this treatment or that. You want to be able to provide what it takes for your loved one to survive, to be able to go a little further, spend a little more time on this planet with us, and to grow our love deeper. And we think about that, and then we ask ourselves, well, why is this bill happening? Why are these cuts happening? It's not to bring down the deficit. Instead, it's going to balloon the deficit by trillions of dollars. Who among us in this country think that the problems that we face as a nation is because the wealthiest among us don't have enough? The distrust in government right now, it's not because politics isn't doing enough to help the most well-off in our country, the billionaires and the millionaires. I asked my colleagues to find the courage to do the right thing. I want us to bring back to 2017, in this very chamber, as senators gathered to decide the fate of the Affordable Care Act, which was at the time hanging by a thread. Many of my colleagues here in this chamber were also on the floor at that time. I was not. I was a regular citizen, angry at what I was seeing unfolding, watching it on my phone. A citizen that felt so detached from what was happening on this chamber. I remember thinking to myself, how could the Senate be seriously considering doing such harm to this country, to so many Americans, by trying to gut pre-existing condition protections, the Affordable Care Act, so much others? I asked myself, am I missing something? Am I missing information to understand why it is that this is even happening? And we saw rushed conversations, and we saw people running back and forth. And we also saw Senator John McCain step up and signal with his arm that he did not stand for this. Senator McCain's vote was a rare moment of doing what you know is right, even when you're surrounded by noise telling you it's wrong. It's surreal now finding myself on the floor of the Senate in a similar moment in our own nation's history, when so much on the line with this vote, and I look around this chamber and yet again think the exact same questions from 8 years ago. How can the Senate seriously be considering gutting care for so many? And now with the benefit of being here and the conversations and the information, I'm still left with this question of, am I missing something? How is it that such an esteemed body that is meant to protect the American people, in this chamber where so many decisions have been made to protect the American people, that we are on the cusp of doing something that will do generational damage to so many American families? This vote before us seems as surreal and reckless from within this chamber as it does from outside. But while the problem is the same, so is the solution. It is about courage. The courage John McCain had. The courage that so many of my constituents have. So many people who have called and shared their personal stories, stories about their family's health they probably have never told anybody. But they feel so desperate right now to do something that they are willing to open themselves up. Be able to pull back the curtain of the dangers and the pain that they have endured. To be able to try to do anything to stop this bill from hurting Americans. That is courage. And it's courage about standing up against the big money and the special interest, and sometimes it feels insurmountable. And I say to my colleagues here today that you won't be remembered by whether or not you pass this bill on President Trump's timeline, or you feign concern about constituents just to be able to stab them in the back later. You'll be remembered by your courage to stand up and say no. You'll be remembered by your courage to speak out for the people, not just the few who have paid, but for all of us. You'll be remembered in the same way as our former colleague was remembered by what he did 8 years ago. I urge you to remember that this job is bigger than all of us, bigger than any one man, any one party. It is about using our vote and our courage to make lives better for those that we represent. History and the American people are watching. You still have time. You still have power. I still believe in this chamber and believe it can be a force for good. Let us use it for the children, for the disabled, for those not in this room. And with that, I yield back.
Wow. I couldn't even interrupt him. I mean, I felt that was a very poignant appeal from Andy Kim, senator from New Jersey. That was moving. And I hope Republicans are listening. Senator Kim here made a lot of great points. And someone over there needs to find their spine, needs to find courage, needs to find their compassion for the voters who put them in office and vote no on this fucking thing. Because it hasn't passed yet. It hasn't. And I know some people were saying that they thought that it had, but it has not passed. All it did was last night there was a procedural vote to proceed opening up the floor for debate, which is now the portion of this process that we are in. But I think technically at least for tonight, this has come to an end. I believe discussions will resume tomorrow morning. Yeah, it stands in recess. So yeah, here it is, right here. This is the final frame for tonight. Senate stands in recess until June 30th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, now let's get to Sunday Funday. My God, oh, that brought me down. We need to be lifted back up. What do we got? Oh, this is not a good plan. Can the Supreme Court lift us up? I don't know. I don't know. Might be a tough transition, but this is how I have it set up. Let's quickly do a little talk about the Supreme Court. Actually, ooh, I could solve this. I forgot. Nice. Yeah, actually, I could just solve this right now. This will take much less time than I was thinking it would. Okay, yeah, perfect. Just do this. That there. Actually, no, that's not what I need to do. I need to do this. This will be a better transition. We'll get to the Supreme Court in a second. It's still Pride weekend in many places, the end of Pride Month. Part of the stream is us trying to celebrate Pride Month together here in space and on Earth. It's one Space Fams does. So let's go to Minnesota. Talk about Pride Month, talk about what's been going on. We're going to start off with a sort of rough one, talk about recent attacks on the LGBT community's rights, but how people will, it's a bit another bittersweet, sort of good and bad. It's like people trying to, stop, not allow these attacks to stop them type of deal. Sorry, I'm still trying to pull myself out of the Senate right now. Where's my goddamn energy? Jesus Christ. Come on, StreamLord.
We are less than 15 minutes away from a huge parade in downtown Minneapolis, but this year the LGBTQ plus community has come under attack. St. Paul police have released this chilling video of a man who is believed to have ripped down and vandalized 30 pride flags in St. Paul. Police are asking for the public's help in finding this man. Pride flags have also been ripped down in other cities, including Atlanta, Boston, and Colorado. The latest FBI statistics show that 20% of hate crimes are against LGBTQ plus people. Bias incidents are up 46%. Nationwide, attacks based on sexual orientation are up 23%, and attacks on gender identity up 16%. Yes, Pride is a celebration, but this year it's one filled with caution. Earlier this morning, I spoke with the man who has made the Pride celebration one of the biggest and best in the nation, Andy Otto, the executive director of Twin Cities Pride. You know, Andy, I know that Pride is a celebration, but I just read some pretty sobering statistics. What is the mood? How are you feeling about that?
You know, I think that I think it proves even more so why we're here and why we need to be vocal, and why, festivals and parades like ours are so important. And I think that we just have to continue to be stronger together and show the world that we're not going anywhere.
All right. I do want to get into the Pride Festival, but I do want to ask you about these tearing down of Pride flags, most in the St. Paul area. It's happening all over the country. A masked man running up to people's homes and tearing them down. Just really frightening stuff. What is your reaction, and how concerned are people about this?
I think that it is a form of trying to intimidate our community to be silent. And I, just like that community especially has shown, like, it won't stop us. It won't make us be quiet. And I think that, it's a form of intimidation that doesn't work on our community. And so, I think we have to keep going. And we've been through this before, and we'll do it again. And so, we're just going to keep going, and we're going to keep being our most authentic selves all year long, no matter what anybody says.
And just one more tough question. President Trump's many orders, many of them have been focused on the LGBTQ plus community. Your thoughts about that, and how is the mood at Pride, considering those actions, which some of which are pretty sweeping, especially when it comes to the transgender community?
Yeah, as a person who's part of that community myself, it's hard to hear, and it's hard to, take that you are being targeted just for being yourself. And I think that we just need to continue to show that we're here, and we're not going to go anywhere. And today's parade will be a showcase of that we are here and we've got allies. And
right. One Minnesota resident reiterating that the LGBTQ community is going to continue to stand together, continue to fight back. Someone in chat saying Minneapolis is better than St. Paul. Sorry. I don't have any opinion on that. By the way, there's someone who I think is listening right now, but is not in the chat, but just contributed to the galactic deficit financing goal. Bob. There we go. Now we're only $49 away. Wow. We are getting really close. Really close. Just with 1 day left, we are now, I think, over 80%. Or exactly 80%? Something like it's like really close to 80% of having the goal done. We only started this a few days ago, so might get this thing done in enough time somehow. Okay. But you know the person that was just speaking? Wow, that's crazy. That's a great Really? Really, Disco? My God. Look at that. Look at that. 6 degrees of galacticness. We cover everything. You know, it was going to happen at some point. Somebody was going to go, wait a second. I know that person. That is pretty funny. All right, now let's go to some of the celebrations. The Twin Cities Pride Festival. Here's CBS Minnesota from earlier on Sunday.
It's Twin Cities Pride weekend with hundreds of thousands of people in town for the annual festival. You can see that they packed Hennepin Avenue for the annual parade this morning. This year's parade and festival went beyond the bright colors and festive cheers. WCCO chief photojournalist Louis Carpel talked with people who remind us that Pride has always been a political event.
Happy Pride, everyone! Melissa was our dear friend. She was a leader. This was a space that she was so leading on all fronts, so I just wanted to honor her today.
So I made this pansexual Leah costume to represent my identity as a pansexual.
My outfit represents my culture in Mexico, Day of the Dead. I'm Mexican, I'm immigrant, very proud of the culture.
It's important, especially in this administration, to be out here representing and showing people that they matter.
Really just part of the community, feeling like at home.
Me just feeling the joy of all of it.
Happy Pride!
It's pretty hot in the sun. It's nice to have a fan around though.
His name is Leonard. He's an 8-year-old standard poodle, and this is our third Pride.
Look at this dog.
The importance to me is saying that you're not alone. You can be who you want to be.
Happy Pride! Happy Pride!
We love WCCO!
The fact that we work in a place where you can be your true, authentic self is so important, and getting to show that to the community means so much. Tell Barry Leo I say hi! Just be able to be free, and when you are yourself, your happiness, there's joy, there's pride.
Yeah! Just a wonderful experience, and I'm honored to be here.
There you go. It was the Pride celebrations in Minnesota.
Sam Cedar on the majority.
Now, let's go to the Supreme Court. You see how that was easier? An easier transition. That goddamn Senate debate was depressing. Okay. Let's talk about the Supreme Court.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out on her honeymoon. It's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Leah Litman. She's the author of Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes. And you do a podcast with Kate Shaw. The name escapes me. What is the
Strict Scrutiny is the podcast.
Strict Scrutiny. Dark Sparkle. Good question. We haven't figured it out yet. What I did do this stream, though, to try and get something moving on that, is I reported it. Like I sent feedback. Like creators have an option to send feedback to YouTube, and so I did that. Like I sent them like screenshots and explained what the fuck was going on. Hopefully something is done about this soon. It's very annoying because I know it's not happening on all channels. It's happened. I know it's like I've seen it on a number of different channels, but hopefully it'll escalate to somebody. They'll fix this situation. Our YouTube overlords.
Scrutiny, yes. I enjoy that quite a bit. It is one of the legal podcasts I listen to get my fix of never having become a lawyer, despite all the greatest wishes of my family. All right. So with that said, I want to talk about your book in general, and then we can sort of apply it to what we're seeing on a daily basis. Your vision of the Supreme Court is one which is, we are looking at legislators of some sort, but really are doing so based on a particular, almost like psychological deficiency. It feels like. I mean, and first let's talk about how grievance seems to have like really taken over the court. And let's go back to even to like, I feel like Scalia was the unofficial chief justice of that grievance.
Yes, so I think that that's totally right. The book is about how the Republican justices are fashioning the law and sometimes just declaring the law to be the political talking points and feelings of the Republican political elites. And the big feeling, or at least one of the big feelings, is this idea of conservative grievance, the notion that the core constituencies of the Republican Party, social conservatives, religious conservatives, plutocrats, super rich, they are the victims today of a variety of discrimination, maybe because society doesn't share their views, anytime the law doesn't go their way. And so they're taking this idea that Republicans, conservatives are an oppressed minority and using that to justify all of these outlandish rules that essentially give Republicans more and more political power, social control, and entitle them to do whatever it is they want.
When did this first begin? I mean, I know that in like was it 2012? That year you were clerking for Anthony Kennedy, who I also find to be a very interesting figure, and his sort of journey over those years. But when do you think this became the case? I mean, I think there's always been a quality about the Supreme Court, at least it's been my sense, that there's a lot of reverse engineering. It really just becomes, it's really just a question of like what the threshold is for what parameters you need to stay in reverse engineering things. But it seemed to really drop out at one point for the right.
Yeah, so I think that that's right. The Supreme Court has always been political, ideological. But what's accelerated over the last few decades is how partisan they are, and also how sloppy, and just feeling like they don't even have to conceal these partisan talking points into the semblance of plausible legal arguments. As to when that happened, I agree with you that Antonin Scalia was really sowing seeds of this, particularly later in his career. In the chapter on LGBT equality, for example, I write about how Justice Scalia's dissents in the cases invalidating the Defense of Marriage Act or the case invalidating state laws that criminalize consensual sexual intimacy between persons of the same sex. Those dissents really previewed how the Republican justices would eventually form majorities.
Just for everybody here listening right now, in case you're not familiar, Antonin Scalia was in the Supreme Court from 86 to 2016. So for 30 years, that man was on the Supreme Court.
Around this idea that the Constitution protects their prejudices and actually gives them the right to engage in discrimination at the same time that it doesn't protect the LGBT community against discrimination. So I think there are several key moments in the Supreme Court's history. I mean, Bush versus Gore is obviously this key moment where the court jumps the shark.
I was going to ask you about that, because that does seem to me to be the crossing of the Rubicon. And I distinctly remember that Newsweek had a story back when Newsweek was, a substantial publication, that was actually going to run, I think, on September 11th or 12th of 2001, that there was a big fight that broke out over the summer when they met with some Russian judges who were ostensibly coming to see how they could, and it broke out over Bush v. Gore. And give me your sense of, was that the moment where at least the Scalia guy was like, we can get away with this?
I mean, I think so. That was a moment where the Republican justices just ordered a state to halt its recount, risked disenfranchising minority voters, ordering the state to certify the Republican candidate as the victor on the basis of this legal theory that they announced, well, this is only good for this case. And then 3 Republican appointees write separately just to announce, well, here's this other potential theory that basically allows us to roll back voting rights protections that state courts or state executives attempt to protect. So, yes, I think that was a real moment where the Republican justices, if the public was ever going to draw a line and say, this is something you justices can't do, you would think that it would be effectively deciding the result of a presidential election on the basis of a cockamamie theory, disenfranchising citizens. Alas, that line was not drawn. And so what happens after that? Well, they feel okay dismantling the Voting Rights Act, campaign finance regulation, announcing that partisan gerrymandering can't be remedying in federal court, overruling Roe and basically facing no consequence for doing so. And the list goes on. And so I just think the problem has really snowballed since then.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. That's all we're going to take from that one. I want to keep it going. So we need to get the valuetainment in here, people. Still got a bunch of tough stuff to get through, too. Oh, God. Senate debate took up 4 hours. So, it is what it is. All right, let's talk about a pilot program that is going on in New York City for renters to be able to improve their credit score. Although there are definitely some caveats to this thing that could make it not good.
Renters in the city now have the opportunity to improve their credit scores by paying their rent. As Alicia Reed explains, the program is meant to open new doors for people hoping to one day own their own home.
The bustling streets of New York City are a draw to many, but along with these high rises comes sky-high rent.
People live in apartments and does not get no rewards for paying their rent on time.
With the mayor's City of Yes for Families initiative, tenants who pay rent on time will be able to increase their credit scores.
That sounds good for the people.
The pilot program is geared towards tenants who live in affordable housing and will reach about 500 households. Their rent payments will be reported to major credit bureaus through a free platform. Economist Timothy Malafite.
If this is reported to the credit bureaus, 3 bureaus are keeping track of this. In a few months, you should see your credit score rise right away. So this is something that would take immediate effect.
This is all part of the city's Where We Live Fair Housing Plan to help more New Yorkers become homeowners. But some are hesitant.
In this political kind of year, so they're going to talk. But then it's totally different when it happens. It may not benefit the poor.
Malafite says transparent data practices are critical, and tenants should be fully informed about the risks and benefits.
Yeah, so that is the caveat. Caveat to this program is that, poor people are more likely to have issues paying the rent from time to time. And then that could adversely affect their credit score. So it could be something of a catch-22, honestly. All right, let's stay in New York, talk about the individual who is putting the art of black hair braiding on display.
Welcome back. The tradition of braiding black hair is deeply rooted in culture and history, and it's more than a style. It's an expression of art. And for one Rochester woman, braiding recently became a source of profound healing. Many of Gloria Brown's 300 natural hair clients say the veteran stylist has healing hands.
It's peaceful. Her hands are blessed.
Recently, Gloria began creating braided hair pieces, many reflecting her island roots in Trinidad.
The braiding here, I always did braiding because I grew up in an orphanage. And growing up in an orphanage, we did one another hair. So at the age of 7, we were really good braiders.
Initially licensed in Trinidad, Gloria got her cosmetology license in New York City before moving to Rochester in 2001. Today, she's preparing for a first-of-its-kind event on July 19th, the Rooted Radiance Hair Expo.
And they're one-of-a-kind pieces, right?
Yes.
The bright
That's
colors
wild.
and bold styles, a reflection of life on the Caribbean island, complete with butterflies and a hibiscus flower.
Instead of making it all the same petals, I just wanted different petals because I want color in the show. Just one petals maybe have about 8 or 11 braids on it.
She's created 40 different braided styles ranging from tribal themes.
Below here, I have to wrap first, then braid the hair, sew the hair on this.
To everyday looks, including her first and favorite headpiece.
This actually takes 2 weeks. This is the one that gave me a lot of trouble.
And I got a chance to model the Caribbean centerpiece from Gloria's beloved home.
So only the stick gonna be hanging down here. This is the steel drums. This is our national instrument.
That is wild. All right. Here's a little Sunday fun day for you. Hairstyles. Now, let's go to another woman who likes to dress up, who was confronted in I think it was a congressional hearing. Kristi Noem, aka Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket.
I want to address several issues. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of issues that have been addressed, but I do have some substantial concerns over how ICE agents present themselves to the public. Oftentimes, we've seen many videos out there where they're masked and not properly identified. I have a lot of real personal concern about that. I just put myself in the situation of that woman from Tufts, for example. You're just walking down the street and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 3 masked men, not properly identified, attack you and try to take you away. I find that to be reprehensible and not the values of this country. What steps are you taking to make sure that your ICE agents are not masked and properly identified when they approach someone?
Well, ICE agents always identify themselves to individuals that they're encountering or that they're working with. What I would say, as far as if they are wearing something over their faces, it's oftentimes because that agent has been involved in undercover operations or needs to be able to continue the investigative work that they do on a day-to-day basis.
But don't you think, Madam Secretary, that people have a right to see whoever's trying to apprehend them? I think it's creating this unrealistic vigilante system. And are you aware that your materials, ICE agents, jackets, and the sorts are available on Etsy for $20? Anybody can do that, throw a mask on, and run around and terrorizing people of color without any regard for the law, without any regard, because your agency does not have proper protocols to make sure their agents are clearly identified and marked when they're executing their jobs.
Our agents do identify themselves. They verbally do
That's
that,
a
and
lie.
then also by the clothing that they're wearing.
That's a lie. They're not identifying themselves.
They do have something that is covering some of their facial.
They've straight up been refusing to identify themselves, and they're covering their faces. So.
Executing their jobs.
Our agents do identify themselves. They verbally do that, and then also by the clothing that they're wearing. And if they do have something that is covering some of their facial features, it's for their investigative work or their undercover work that they do as a part of their job duties as well. What I would say is that it is important that we follow the procedures and protocols for every encounter that we have, and they have done that in every situation to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I would suggest that your protocols need to be revised, because I don't think it's reasonable for masked men to be apprehending people on the streets. I think that instills a lot of fear. It doesn't instill security in the process. And in states like Texas, that is open carry, when any jackadoo can be walking around with a gun, I think some tragic circumstances are at bay. I'd like to switch gears to...
All right, there we go. Well played, ma'am. Well played. Very well played. It's incredibly easy to impersonate ICE. And if they don't properly identify themselves, how's anyone to discern between real and fake ICE agents? Speaking of ICE, these guys seem to have run out of criminals and are now just picking up people working at car washes. One woman tried to stand up for those workers.
Let's just take a moment to praise a great American. She's an owner of a car wash in Torrance, California. Apparently some ICE thugs, and we don't know who these guys are. You can go buy most of this gear at at the Army Navy store, and this is great. I don't know. Is this a bystander, I guess? Or it's unclear to me who it is. But they're going in and harassing guys working at car wash. And let's be clear. Every time you see these images of ICE going into work sites, it should be a clue to you that these immigrants are working. That's why they go to work sites.
Not, shoveling drugs to elementary schools.
I've heard story of ICE going on to private property where there's people working on building a house dressed as construction workers, with tool belts on and rounding up guys. Oh, this says the KTOA says it's the owner of the car wash. Okay, this is great. And good for her.
No tiene que contestar nada. No tiene que contestar nada.
You don't have to answer anything.
Oh yeah, I'll read those.
No tiene que contestar.
You don't have to answer anything.
Hey. Okay, you need to identify yourselves. You need to identify yourselves. No, you need to identify yourselves. This is kidnap. This
Illegal.
is kidnap. You need to fucking identify yourselves. You identify yourselves. What's your badge number?
I identify myself to him. I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to you.
No.
Now, pause it for 1 second. My understanding is once these guys come on private property, they need to show a judicial warrant. If you're in
Immediately, if not
on
sooner.
public property, they don't need to show a judicial warrant. But if to enter into your premises, they need to have a warrant, and it needs to be signed by a judge. It needs to say Judge Jones or whatever the judge's name. You need to see that warrant. Sometimes they'll hold up an administrative warrant signed by an ICE agent. That is not enough for them to enter private property. Go ahead.
We didn't see any of that shit. We didn't see any of that. No tiene que contestar ninguna pregunta.
Don't answer any questions. Did they identify themselves?
Okay.
Okay.
Mi madre, no conteste nada. No conteste nada.
Don't answer anything.
Ni firme nada.
I confirm nothing.
Why don't you question me?
You can hear all the screaming going in the background. There's clearly some sort of a disturbance if you listen.
Anything.
Ni firme nada.
I confirm nothing.
Some dude is screaming.
Why don't you question me? You guys are not even ICE. You need to identify yourselves. There's just nothing but fucking bounty.
Ma'am, this is an immigration inspection.
Can I see your badge, please?
My badge is right here.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's right there.
No, I need to see it. No, this is kidnap. This is kidnap.
Oh, he's pretending to have a badge? That is ridiculous. My badge is right here. It points to nothing.
Come on!
Ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. This is kidnap.
This is an immigration inspection.
This is a kidnap.
You can record all you want. Just please stay out of the race for your sake. Okay?
I am staying out of the way, but it is also my right to record.
Yeah, absolutely. Record all you want.
I think it's also her right, if she is the owner of this property, to say, get off my property.
It
And
absolutely
you can see
is.
the way they stand
It
at
absolutely
the
is.
sort of door of it, like they almost.
And it's unfortunate that she wasn't aware of that she should have demanded. She honestly, I mean, unfortunately, it is what it is, but she should have demanded a warrant or to get off of her property. That would have probably gotten them out. I mean, in theory, that should have gotten them out of there immediately. Because it'd be a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
No, it's like vampires needing to be invited in, sort of thing. The other guy was doing that.
So this is fucking kidnap. Because you guys just show up and you do not identify yourselves, so they don't have to go. They don't have to go with you guys. Do you identify yourselves? I need to see the badge.
Oh, no, my badge is right here.
No, that is not your badge.
It is.
It's not your badge. You know what? I do have a little bit of education, and I know that is not your badge. That is not your badge.
I think you can hear maybe somebody else, I don't know if it's the owner, yelling at them to get out. And they do seem to be holding right at that threshold.
Which I imagine the driveway is probably private property too, but.
Must be really cold out in LA. That's why they've got to wear those ski masks. What a bunch of cowards.
It's like ice with freaking out of shape, fat asses.
I was just going to say they got to go to the drive-thru, get some shake, and try to shake down some other workers.
I am not in favor of fat shaming.
Racial profiling is against the law, you motherfuckers.
I love this woman. Great job.
Get the fuck out of here.
Great
assholes.
job.
Yeah, they got a massive camera. I wonder what that's for.
What the hell? What's going on? No, these are not even ice. These are not ice. These are fucking bound
Dude's driving an F-150, a blue F-150 with nothing on it. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. All right. All right. All right. Let's keep talking about immigration real quick. Go to Bloomberg Television from earlier on Sunday and talk about Donald Trump's gold card visa program. Or if you're a fucking out-of-country billionaire, you could get in for the sweet, sweet price of, what's that? 10? How many $1 million? $5
million. For $5 million, this could be yours. That was the first of the cards. You know what that card is?
Gold card.
It's the gold card.
The gold card.
Trump card, gold card.
Who's the first buyer?
Me.
I'm buying
President
the first
Trump's
one.
proposal to create a U.S. gold card isn't really new.
What does that mean, me? What? Is Donald Trump not a citizen of the United States?
Illegal.
He's buying a gold card for himself. Makes sense.
Since 1882, the United States has charged immigrants an admission fee for coming to the country, starting at 50 cents a person, raising it to $4 in 1907. Today, the U.S. already has a special visa program for those able to make substantial investments. Substantial as in $800,000.
The U.S. has had a golden visa program since the early 1990s. It comes in the form of EB-5, and it's been traditionally used to build big real estate projects in the U.S. So even places like Hudson Yards in New York City has been funded through this sort of program.
Kristen Surek is an assistant professor at the London School of Economics, where she has studied what is known as investment immigration. The revived push in the U.S. parallels other countries experimenting with golden visas and passports.
They're actually much more common than most people think. So if we're thinking about the golden passport program, so citizenship, there's over 20 countries with legal provisions that enable this, and there's about a dozen that regularly approve people through their programs. For thinking about the residents, the golden visa programs, they're all over the place. You can find them in just about 60 countries, 5 territories, even in places like the US and half of the EU member states.
The programs vary according to how much money is required, whether it's an investment in the country and what kind of investment, or just a fee paid to the government. And, by the way, whether the immigrant only gets to reside in the country or actually becomes a citizen.
Golden passports are sometimes also known as citizenship by investment. So these are programs where you donate to a government or invest in a country, and in pretty short order, and sometimes without even ever going to the country, you become a citizen.
Ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Got a few $1,000,000? Just invest in the United States. You can get yourself a gold visa while we kick out students on visas from China or wherever else. Or for saying Free Palestine one time, attending a protest, or writing an op-ed article. And sorry if you're poor and you can't do that. You're less valuable to the country. Sorry. Let's talk about one man who was very valuable to this country until he wasn't. In Hawaii, a veteran who's been in the United States for 48 years and received a Purple Heart after being wounded in battle, fighting for the United States military, has been deported. You heard me correct. A Purple Heart veteran has been deported from the United States. A man who has been here for 50 years, just minding his business in Hawaii.
An emotional day for Sejun Park. After 48 years in the United States, the decorated Army veteran deported himself to South Korea. Some final hugs with his kids, parents, aunts, and friends, not knowing when he'll see them again. We caught up with Park before his flight.
This really kills me that I just have to drop everything and leave like this.
they're being so supportive. They're all worried about me. They're like letting me know, oh, you'll be okay in Korea. I know I'll be okay. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them.
Park moved to the U.S. when he was 7 and had legal permanent residency under a green card. At 19, he joined the Army and fought in Panama during the Noriega War in 1989. He was awarded a Purple Heart for his bravery.
I got shot in the spine with an AK-47, M16 my left lower back. So in my mind, I'm going, oh my God, I'm shot in the back. I can't feel my legs. I must be paralyzed.
Miraculously, his dog tag deflected the bullet, aimed for his spine, saving his life. Park returned to his then home in Los Angeles, where he suffered from severe PTSD. He turned to marijuana to cope and moved to Hawaii in 1995 for a better lifestyle. But he became addicted to crack cocaine and struggled for years to get clean.
Drugs had a big control throughout my life, and that's what eventually got me into trouble with the law and everything.
In 2009, he was convicted for drug and bail offenses and served 2.5 years in prison. When he was released, ICE agents detained him and revoked his green card. He fought deportation in court and as a Purple Heart veteran was allowed to stay in the U.S. under deferred action as long as he checked in each year and stayed clean and sober. Park turned his life around. He became a loving father to his 2 children and cares for his aging parents.
These last 14 years have been great. I'm really proud of myself, proud of my kids, how I've been acting and how I've been living my life.
But this month, officials told him he had to leave the country or be detained and forcibly deported.
Took 2 bullets for this country. You're more American than most of the Americans living in America.
He was given an ankle monitor.
Owns your life. Everything, yeah. Let's say she gets married, I won't be there. Like say my parents passed away, I won't be there. Like so many things that I'll be missing, and for sure things are gonna happen. I just can't be there.
That is terrible.
Which is heartbreaking.
We have a veteran like Mr. Park who took a bullet for this country, who fought and swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, even though he wasn't a citizen of it.
Park's attorney says 38% of the U.S. military are non-citizens and believes thousands are being deported for non-violent crimes.
Mr. Park is a victim of this poor system of where we're not supporting our veterans. What can our Congress do to make sure that we help Mr. Park get a pathway to citizenship, that we are able to forgive him for his past mistakes and remember his service? Every sense of him, he is an American, but by paper.
Park said he's still in shock.
I broke the law and everything, but I think this is a little severe what they're doing to me. After I paid my dues.
Absolutely. I mean, hello. One of Donald Trump's, well, I don't know about best buddies, but have you heard of Mike Lindell? You know how much crack that guy smoked? I mean, come on. This is fucking ridiculous. This man fought for the country. He was injured fighting for the country. Did everything to come out of that. I mean, he's not the only soldier who has turned to drugs after, experiencing PTSD after combat. It's not that uncommon. People struggle after seeing horrifying atrocities. And, it is like he's a great American patriot. And now he can't spend, he can't be here anymore. Why? Everything about this is just so, it's just so wrong. It is so beyond obtuse. It's anti-American is what this government is. All right. America is supposed to stand up for people like this who came to this country seeking a better life, contributed to this country, made a family, did all this stuff, Everybody has hard times from time to time. That's not justification. He didn't hurt anybody. Hurt himself, it seems like, but a little bit. But he's being forced to deport himself to Korea, a place that he hasn't been, I assume, for decades. Wait, somebody in chat served with him? Really? That's wild. You're the second person to say that you saw somebody on the stream who you personally know today. That's a galactic record. Something's in the air, apparently. All right. Let's stay in Hawaii and go back to talking pride. Kehantu News from 2 days ago, 36th annual Honolulu Rainbow Film Festival, which celebrates LGBTQ plus stories through film.
The 36th annual Honolulu Rainbow Film Festival returns to the Doris Duke Theater this weekend. The three-day event, titled Where Stories Take Root, kicks off this Friday and showcases local, national, and international films that celebrate diversity and identity. Expect heartfelt documentaries to genre-bending zombie thrillers. Festival director Brent Anbe joined us on our podcast Unscripted, airing on KHON Plus, to discuss how the festival is more than just movies. It's a movement.
A community and a cultural experience, and the great thing about the festival is it's super inclusive. You know, we love and accept everyone, and our diversity within our community and is expressed through the medium of film, and which a lot of people can enjoy, relate to. You know, it's human stories.
Films like First Comes Love by local director Sea Uilani Whalen and The Seventh Moon by Tony Dia, which reimagines Filipino myth, are among the Hawaii-based highlights. VIP passes and tickets are available with discounts for students in Kupuna. To see the full lineup or to buy tickets, head to hrff.org.
All right. What do we got next?
The so-called
Oh, I got one more immigration story, I'm afraid. Let's go to Florida real quick and talk about Alligator Alcatraz. Now, this is a topic of discussion that we have gotten into in recent weeks after the governor of... not the governor. I don't think it was Ron DeSantis. Who was it? Fuck, I cannot remember this guy's name now. Oh God, that's killing me. Well, after some government official in Florida suggested that they create a ICE detention facility in the Everglades surrounded by alligators because they have some weird obsession with medieval fucking like implementations of immigration policies. They are apparently attempting to go ahead with the construction of this horrifying compound in the middle of the Everglades, and some people are not feeling it. Protesters gathered over the weekends. Here we go.
The so-called Alligator Alcatraz faces a legal and physical challenges. This weekend, dozens of protesters gathered near the site's gates in the Everglades, begging workers to stop. Saturday's protest comes a day after environmental groups filed a federal lawsuit trying to block construction. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward reports on protesters' concerns.
Hand drums beat around them. Protesters lining both sides of Tamiami Trail stood inches away from traffic, holding signs, trying to steer construction away from 39 acres in the Everglades an hour west of Miami.
My ancestors are laid to rest out there, all around that place.
It is sacred ground for Betty Osceola, the Miccosukee tribe, and scores of conservationists. All of them worry about the steady stream of trucks hauling trailers and heavy equipment onto this abandoned airstrip, where Florida emergency managers plan to open Alligator Alcatraz, a temporary detention center for up to 1,000 migrants in the country illegally, despite a lawsuit demanding work stop for environmental studies on the project's impact. Illegal. This tweet from U.S. Homeland Security says it's coming soon.
I see a lot of danger in it for the lack of infrastructure.
I can't believe, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is coming out of Homeland Security's Twitter. AI alligators wearing fucking ice hats. This is so childish. These fucking people need to grow the fuck up. I am sick of this garbage. Look at these fucking... What a bunch of garbage humans.
U.S. Homeland Security says it's coming soon.
I see a lot of danger in it for the lack of infrastructure that they're going to put up here.
The Everglades can't handle this.
There's a family of panthers that live right around here. So I wonder how they're feeling.
It's not necessary. I think this is political. This is all political. This is a show.
For empty buildings in cities that can be used, they have empty parking lots, empty malls.
I'm feeling a lot of things, sad, discouraged, but also hopeful when you look at the amount of people that came out today.
Seeing so many concerned enough to rally is a sign to Everglades advocates to stand their ground and continue protesting.
Larry Seward, CBS News, Miami.
And Governor Ron DeSantis.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Says the site could begin processing people as soon as next week.
Insane. So this week, today, Monday. I mean, it's Monday for at least 2 time zones in the United States right now. Actually, 3. And so today, as of today, or at least sometime this week, for fuck's sake, this is so ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
My God. All right, let's do another Sunday Fun Day story. I think we need it. In the right-wing online ecosystem, there's been something of a, I'm gonna call it a kerfuffle. But there's been a bit of a development between two weird guys.
Don't be creepy.
Liver King and Joe Rogan apparently have been in some sort of a Twitter-based battle, which has bled out into the real world. Let's go here to Hassan Hassanabi from yesterday. Talk about this situation.
Alex Jones recently reveals the Liver King has been arrested on terrorist charges for traveling to Austin to attack Joe Rogan.
All right, I've got a breaking exclusive for you that I got from our sources. The Austin Police Department, as we speak, is on their way to a hotel in downtown Austin to arrest the Liver King because he's been making a lot of bizarre, cryptic threats to Joe Rogan, and that he's going to come to town and fight him, and now he's there and has posted videos that are very, very direct threats. And so I am told that he's going to be arrested for terroristic threats. And that just shows how crazy society's going.
That just shows how crazy society is right now. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild.
Rid of the Second Amendment. Pupils, and so we hope the Liver King gets better. But this is what is happening in America and around the world. We need God, folks. We
need God.
What?
We need
the
God.
broader point that I want to get.
We need God, people.
Jesus, I say that.
Alpha Company, Alpha Gators. Get it? I don't know if I do get it. I'm not sure. Are you saying the Gators are Alpha rather than Beta Gators? Beta Gators.
This is why we need God, folks.
The Austin Police Department, who also did a great job finding and arresting and indicting all 4 of the co-conspirators and charging them with capital murder that executed our reporter in a clearly racially motivated.
Wait, what? Wait, what? This is what is
Wait,
what?
Racially motivated.
Finding and arresting and indicting all 4 of the co-conspirators and charging them with capital murder that executed our reporter in a clearly racially motivated execution back in March. We love you, Jamie White.
Wait.
Get ready for it, folks, because no, it was not racially motivated.
Someone executed one of his reporters in a racially motivated murder? What? Infowars reporter shot dead after interrupting burglars, suspects at large. The victim, Jamie White, was found lying on the ground in the parking lot.
That sounds racially motivated. An Infowars reporter tried to stop a burglary in progress and got shot. Because he was white. Not because he tried to interrupt a crime.
Illegal.
Race-based killing. It was an execution. Here's an execution. You don't get it.
Suspects were breaking into White's Kia when White interrupted them. Suspects fled the scene after the shooting. What the fuck? Okay.
Okay, real quick. P.S. What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm going to choke that motherfucker out. Lights out. I'm going to choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens. Because, like, to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you can break on me. Break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping. Because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family.
What's wrong with his face?
I have a principle to fight for. That's what I'm. And well, what if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting? That would be interesting.
Bro, what the fuck happened to Liver King, dude? Hey, yo, what the fuck? I'm not immediately sending the gym group chat. The gym group chat must be informed instantly, okay? I immediately texted him, check Liver King's account.
What do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that. You're trained. You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. I hope you choke me out. And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. It's just, I already thought about my game plan. I don't have a plan. I'm not going to train. But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready. If it's tomorrow, that will be great. Let's do it as soon as possible. If it's not tomorrow,
This dude is wild.
Just whenever you're ready.
Bro, I fucking interviewed this guy. This guy made me eat bull dick, dude. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
Dude, what the This is a 5-minute video.
Some of you know.
What happened
about
to his
Barbarian.
face?
It's
It looks
a
like
modern
somebody
day rite of passage.
Looks like somebody smashed him with a fucking tree branch across the face. What the fuck happened to him? This is fucking wild, dude. This is a Sunday Funday video.
Weaponizes young men with principles to strive to become something greater, more.
Why is his one eye dilated but the other one is not? Did he have like a traumatic brain injury? Is he on meth? Did he have like a stroke? Like, this is from a couple days ago. Liver King is going through a psychotic episode while pounding methylene blue. Wait,
Look at
what
his
is
mouth.
The blue in his mouth?
Look, that's
what is methylene?
That's the methylene.
You think he's been
blue.
pounding the blue dye, the shit that RFK Jr. drinks? He almost lost the eye that was dilated. It's permanently dilated now. While working out with elastic bands and one side came loose and hit him in that eye. He made a bunch of videos about it when it happened a year or so ago. But yeah, he's a little different, lol.
Everything. Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And then I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you've never come across something like this.
I'm not sure anybody
I
has.
don't think anyone has.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a very special type of insanity, brother. Sounds like a divorce coming in the near future. Bro, this is the type of rambling you do after you've killed your family. What do you mean, a divorce incoming?
But then you have to contend with something else. And I weigh 177 pounds. An actual savage. And so at first you're like, that guy.
He only weighs 177 pounds.
All of a sudden he did get your
How
attention,
short is this guy?
Which I already did before this. You're saying, I'm going to choke.
How fucking short is this guy? He's like, I've seen pictures of this guy with his shirt off. He's like 5'3", 177. He's like a dwarf, basically. Like a literal, like a literal hobbit dwarf.
Motherfucking piece of shit, I'm going to choke him out.
Jesus Christ.
So warriors do, and Andrew Tate are good warriors. But you're actually better than that real tension we have. Comedy that you do is good and true. We have real tension.
I feel like this after I drink a white gummy bear rain, but only for like 10 minutes. He's got that bang, dude. This is the bang.
Let's go. Let's go. Because we're leaving. We're going to Austin. What was my very last point?
Wait, his family, his daughters are. Wait. He's doing this with. Oh my God, to be his fucking kids. Your dad who looks like he just walked out of the cave with his mouth full of blue, live streaming to Instagram about how he's going to kill someone. That's your dad. It's like, okay, let's go, girls. We're gonna keep walking. It's like, oh my God, when that happened, I was just like, oh my God, this guy needs help. This man needs help. We need a wellness check on Liver King. I swear. I mean, not a check. This man needs to be institutionalized.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Said it. It's my speech. Justin Fitz.
Wait, who are those people? That's not his family. I've been working all day. I just got on here and he's still at it. He said he's going to make you pay, lol. The Sharmutas are assembling and rolling out. I know he said Joe Rogan, Derek, and me are all going to pay. Apparently, Liver King is on his way to Joe Rogan's house to make him pay. Then he's going to Derek's and mine. Bro, come here. The door's open. Come anytime. What the Wait, Joe Rogan said it?
Yeah, I'm on testosterone. Unlike the Liver King, I'll tell you the truth.
There's no way that is what set him off. Dude, in 2025, that was in 2022, yeah.
Good to know.
In 2025, there could be so many different reasons why he's become this. It could be ChatGPT bricked his brain. It could be too many memes. It could be any number of different
You think this is a meme-based roid rage Hassan? Oh my God.
Help medication that is now peddled from every orifice of social media. It could be a combination of multiple factors. It could be steroids. It could be methamphetamine. I don't even know. I don't know if it's like meth or if it's just like psychosis. There was a whole Netflix doc on him. I never.
Please get help, Liver King. We're all hoping that yeah. Although it's a little late. Well, maybe. I mean, he's been arrested and charged with terroristic threats against Joe Rogan.
Illegal.
So I think that's a felony. So I don't even think Joe Rogan could drop the charges. It would have to be the decision of the district attorney's office and the judge to drop those. This guy is going to be in court immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Let's go from those celebrities to talking about a celebrity that's maybe a little less insane. A woman who's stepping down in a way from a organization which is we don't talk about here at all. But one Anna Wintour stepping down from Vogue. BBC News from Sunday.
One of the world's most influential fashion journalists, Anna Wintour, has announced she's standing down as the editor of US Vogue magazine after almost 40 years in the role. The 75-year-old, who was born in Britain, has gained legendary status in the industry. She announced her departure at a staff meeting, but will remain as Vogue's global editorial director. Our culture and media editor, Katie Razzle, now reports.
She's been the queen of the front row for more than 4 decades, the high priestess of fashion, known for her style, her drive, and of course, the dark glasses she was rarely seen without, something I asked her about when I interviewed her last year.
They help me see, and they help me not see, and they help me be seen and not be seen, so they're a prop.
Now, after 37 years as editor-in-chief of American Vogue, Anna Wintour is stepping back from direct control of the fashion Bible, although she was quick to dismiss any suggestion of that when we met.
Well, I have no plans to leave my job currently.
So does that mean you'd go on till 80, 85?
I'm
90?
I'm worried about today, not tomorrow.
Famously, Wintour was said to be the inspiration for Miranda Priestley, the icy and terrifying magazine editor in The Devil Wears Prada, played by Meryl Streep. At the West End musical version, audience members gave their reaction.
It's a shock to begin with, and I think people will be really surprised because without her, there is no Vogue.
I hope they don't change it very much, which with her not at the helm.
Trends come and go, but Anna Wintour never went out of fashion. Born in London, she always championed British designers, but she made her name in New York, including as the impresario of the Met Gala, one of the most photographed events in the celebrity calendar. She isn't leaving Vogue entirely, though, remaining as its global editorial director, as well as chief content officer for its parent company, Condé Nast.
So she's stepping down, but she's not stepping down. She's still going to be working until she dies, probably. She seems like one of those people who would not know what to do with themselves if they were not engaged in the job which they are already engaged in. That's just me. All right, let's go from talking fashion to talking pride. Global news from yesterday. Let's talk pride in Toronto, in Ontario, Canada.
Loud and proud, Toronto's annual Dyke March made its way through the city, showcasing both protest and pride.
Today we celebrate lesbians and the Dykes who have been integral to this movement.
Fitting into this year's Pride theme, All In, this march is about showing up, being seen, and rallying for Dykes and lesbians and the entire LGBTQ2+ community.
Pride is political. Pride started as a protest, so we're here to really continue that.
I'm a proud lesbian, and I just love expressing myself.
Electric energy, from drums to colorful signs to chants and cheers.
Happy Pride.
A chance for the community and allies to raise their voices, uplift their identities, and unite at a time when it's needed most.
Celebrations of this sort, no matter how large or small, are incredibly important, especially for our youth who are under siege and who really need to have positive alternatives.
I think, these days when there's so much bigotry and regressive legislation, it's really important to represent our identities even more loudly and visibly than ever before.
Mayor Olivia Chow also taking part in the festivities.
Happy Pride.
And it's these Pride festivities that make many feel proud of Toronto.
It's really nice to be around so many diverse queer people and be in such a big, diverse city that really represents queer diversity in Canada. And I cannot wait to really shout out and really be proud of this community and of everyone.
Lexi Bennett.
Well, there we go. People in Canada also celebrating Pride this weekend. Now, while we're in Canada, let's talk about something that's coming up. Canada Day.
Oh, Canada.
Here's global news as well from Sunday.
Punching in and out once the calendar changes to July becomes a little more difficult for workers. Wanting to relax over a long weekend with warmer weather isn't easy when a stat falls in the middle of the work week. But some Canadian companies, like Clarity, are looking to change that.
A lot of things that me and my colleagues, my coworkers would complain about, and I've done everything in my power now that I am an employer to not do those things, to do the things that I wish my bosses would do for me.
Moody Abdul founded the artificial intelligence company that supports therapists and knew he wanted to be a different boss than the ones he had over his working life. Which is why the culture he's tried to build with his 5-member staff is one that supports work-life balance and flexibility, something experts say has shifted as many workplaces had to adapt their ways of doing business over the COVID-19 pandemic.
And if it becomes, well entrenched, I think we'll push employers a bit, the old school employers, to just think a little more outside the box, think about their staff as human beings, not as productive inputs.
And HR firms are taking note. Polling done by business consulting firm Robert Half found nearly half of all Canadian professionals reported feeling burned out in March, and more than 3 in 10 reported feeling more exhausted in 2025 than they were last year.
From a burnout perspective, it's imperative that people get time off. There's countless reports coming out from insurance companies saying that the highest cost driver for disability claims now is mental health issues.
But experts say,
yeah, people are losing their goddamn minds. They need some time off. Hopefully Canada Day can be a recharging opportunity for Canadians. When is Canada Day? I actually don't know. I think is it next week? Canada Day. July 1st. So Tuesday. It's this week. Tomorrow. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the economy. What do you say, chat?
All right, let's turn to one other thing that I know you've been following, the Genius Act.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is, like you say, within 2 weeks, it feels like we may both unlearn the lessons of the Iraq War and of the financial crisis.
Right.
This does feel like what it would feel like watching essentially the Clinton administration sign off on the repeal of Glass-Steagall. But almost,
I mean, I think closer.
Worse.
Yeah.
It almost feels worse because it feels like this crypto stuff is going to spread in such a way that it will be almost impossible to get a handle on it. And it's just going to run like this feels like it could be super cataclysmic. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, don't know when, but
well, look, I mean, we've been here before. We've seen this happen before. At the end of the 90s, as you say, Clinton not only signed the repeal of Glass-Steagall, but the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which basically says you can't have any regulations on derivatives. And within about 7-8 years, we had a financial crisis that was based on people using a lot of derivatives to make bets on the housing market. In 2017-18, the only real bipartisan bill that passed in the first Trump term was a deregulation, basically a repeal of certain parts of the Dodd-Frank Act, particularly for large community banks or large regional banks. Within 5 years, 6 years, you had Silicon Valley Bank, which was a large regional bank, completely blow up. And if we didn't have crypto isolated from the regular financial system, that probably would have been worse. But that was a mini crisis that happened. And several large regional banks went under because of it.
Yeah, I'm still kind of pissed off that they bailed out those crypto banks without changing regulations whatsoever. Or, like, there were some options to address that situation, and just bailing them out was weird. It was a weird thing for me.
Now you have this stablecoin bill. The Genius Act puts a regime together, a pretty light touch regulatory regime for stablecoins. It will allow, I know you've had people on the show talking about this, but it will allow, for companies. We've now seen Walmart and Amazon say that they might put their own stablecoin together. Walmart bucks that you will use to have to pay for items at Walmart or items at Amazon. We could see that out of Meta for Facebook. You want to use Facebook Marketplace, you got to use a Meta stablecoin. You want to use X as a financial tool, you might have an X dollar that is a stablecoin. We're now seeing private currencies that are being set up across the economy. We're going to see that as a result of this bill when it passes, because, by the way, the House hasn't passed it yet. There's still more to be done. The House probably will pass it, but they might also bundle their own ideas with it. And they want to do a market structure bill, which would basically strip the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, of regulation of a lot of digital coins and give it to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which is smaller and also friendlier to crypto.
Right.
So, there's still work to be done. It remains to be seen. But the Senate passed the Genius Act this week with, I believe, 18 Democrats that were in support, along with pretty much every Republican.
And that, of course, is because, almost explicitly because of the enormous crypto money. But it feels like, broadly speaking, what it feels like we have now is essentially like the problem we had with shadow banking, except for it's really just creating a whole new class of banks, but without any of the capital requirements, essentially, of actual banks. And I guess presumably allowing for all sorts of other derivatives and financial products that would come out of it on the back end and could theoretically be traded. Like you could have secondary.
There already are. There's already multiple derivatives and futures markets that exist around cryptocurrency right now. And it's already bled into the financial system, where we've seen multiple institutions create their own sort of crypto products on the stock market itself. It's already leached into our financial system. And I've been saying it for a while now, but it does pose a threat. And nobody's really assessing that threat, in my opinion, in a responsible manner, unfortunately. All right. One more story about economics. Here's Forbes breaking news from 14 hours ago. Quick discussion about tariffs.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seeks recognition?
The House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, meet Tariff Bear. He's cute, soft, and cuddly, and only triple the cost of a normal bear like him. And he's here to show us how this administration's tariffs are raising costs on families' favorite toys, clothes, and shoes, because toys like him are becoming unaffordable to families. I recently got a letter from a concerned young scout who is worried that the administration's tariffs will drive up the cost of his favorite toy, Legos. And as a dad, this hits home for me. My girls are Lego Disney princess fans. I've watched the movie about 10 times. And from Transformers to Lincoln Logs to Barbies, this administration's raising prices in our toy aisles with these tariffs. So we keep hearing that this president is ushering in a golden age, but I think raising costs on families buying gifts or clothes or shoes for their children does not sound very golden to me. And so to the young constituent who wrote to me, I will fight to lower costs for all Virginians and all Americans and to keep Tariff Bear where he belongs, in hibernation. I yield back.
Yeah, Tariff Bear is cute, but I prefer Care Bear. Prefer the Care Bears. Okay. There we go. Speaking of bears, let's go to the environmental half. Starting in California. A little discussion about a different kind of bear.
Finally, bear with me on this one. Imagine trying to care for an orphaned bear cub. Where do you even start? Well, in tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Danya Backus tells us how wildlife caregivers in California came up with the bear necessities.
An adorable black bear cub acts like a typical toddler at play, climbing, fighting, and making a splash. All under the care of his faux fuzzy foster family, humans dressed as bears.
Bear cubs are really smart. They're very impressionable. So we never really wanted him to see us in our human form.
We met up with Autumn Welch, one of his costumed caregivers, at the San Diego Humane Society's Ramona Wildlife Center. The cub, believed to be abandoned by his mom, was brought to its medical ward in April.
When the bear cub first arrived, we were caring for him around the clock. We stayed all night long, fed him every few hours.
When interacting with the cub, staffers suit up in a bear-scented fur coat, leather gloves, and a mask. A giant stuffed teddy bear is a surrogate mama. Bonding with a human would jeopardize his return to the wild.
We go to all lengths to take care of this little guy.
if the costume wasn't enough, right? Like, you guys do everything.
We smell like bear, we sound like bear, we look like bear.
Oh my God, it's too cute.
Caring for the cub that hasn't been named to avoid deeper attachment by caregivers costs about $200 a day. The Wildlife Center relies on donations for all its animals. The bear is thriving and growing more independent.
He's really good at entertaining himself. He plays, he explores, he climbs the trees, he plays with his stuffed animal. He's a happy, well-adjusted bear cub and still very wild.
Just days after our visit, a bittersweet bon voyage. The little guy found a new home, a wildlife center outside San Francisco with 2 bear cub buddies. It's hoped the cub will be released into the wild next spring and know how to survive. Thanks in part to the humans who took playing the role as mama bear quite literally.
Too cute. Too cute of a story. There we go. From tariff bear to bears taken care of by humans. Hopefully that bear will be able to be released back into the wild and have a normal bear life. Okay. Now seems like a good time for us to take a quick break. As we are now almost 6 hours into the stream. Boy, oh boy. First, have not gotten through a lot of the videos I was hoping we would have gotten through by now. I got really bogged down with the Senate debate. I mean, I think that's fair. Probably. Should have done that. Sort of an important moment. Still is. It's ongoing. But it's an important moment right now. We can't take our eyes off of. I certainly can't. Have I seen the animals underwater posts in Discord? I did see those. I think those are AI, Jerry. I only was able to view one of them, but it looked like AI to me. It was really cool, but... Okay, quick break. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we need your help. We need your help to stay alive, honestly, because without you, we would not be able to produce this show. I think that'd be sad for a lot of people, including myself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer just to directly contribute. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just a few bucks a month gets you a whole bunch of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Well, that's enough space messages from me, chat. We're still $49 away from completing the Galactic Deficit goal, where we are taking Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon payments. And no goals for YouTube. We're just going to keep going through this content until we're done. All right, that's enough. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. That sound means it's time for us to get started on the fourth half of the stream. So buckle up once again, get in those seats. So we still got a bunch of stuff to talk about here tonight. However, I did anticipate a potentially longer stream, considering everything. So I will get right back to this show once I grab a drink. We'll be right on our way. Left off talking about environmental issues, and that's where we're going to start this half off. And let's stay in California. Talk about a wildfire that has been burning over the last 24 or 36 hours. I believe this one is in SoCal. Wow, look at all that smoke.
Sized tankers lining up. He's got the spotter in front of him.
Okay.
Oh, is that the spotter?
Oh, that's the
Is that how that works? Yep.
Here
Watch for a little puff of smoke in the spot.
Look, they're going to shoot water right now, Don. Water faucet. See the big plane? Look at the big plane.
Did a little streamer.
Did he?
Puff out.
Okay, show him
There
where
he
he
is.
There it goes. There's the faucet check. No, I look at the red.
You might do one more drop. Oh, that's on the other side of that.
Yeah, half of that mountain is on fire.
That's hot.
Yes, fire is hot. It's true. That is true. Now, there's also a fire that's raging right now not far away in Utah. Well, I guess kind of far away. Whatever you want. It was like, how far is Utah? Let me think. Yeah.
Now to ABC4 Fire Watch tonight. We now know where and how the Forsyth fire ignited. The Forest Service says lightning caused the fire and sparked some of the flames in the trunk of a tree there. They tell us the lightning hit 10 days before the wildfire was recorded. They say the heat vaporizes the sap and all the moisture in that tree. Look at that damage. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says the fires burned nearly 8,900 acres with 0% containment tonight. We're bringing you.
So yeah, this fire was caused by lightning, but it is still raging right now. I got a couple more videos on this fire. ABC4 Utah once again from 3 days ago.
Let's head down to southern Utah now. 1 week after the Forsyth fire first ignited near Pine Valley, we're finally seeing a glimmer of progress. Our southern Utah correspondent, Cannon Seacrest, is live in Central with the latest, including a warning about what is still ahead. Cannon, what are we learning?
That's right, Jordan. So after a week of unrelenting efforts, firefighters have gained some ground out here, and the fire has scorched nearly 9,700 acres across Washington County.
That's a lot.
Crews say that about 5% so far is contained, and that's not good. Is thanks to the hard work around the town of Pine Valley. Now, firefighters.
This guy's getting a little too grateful for 5%. If it's anything under 50%, the fire is expanding faster than it is being put out. So,
tell me
that no time for a victory speech yet.
It's the first time that they've been able to establish a line strong enough to count as containment. Around Pine Valley, thick black lines now appear on official fire maps, a sign that crews have successfully secured that section. Tonight at 6, fire crews will hold another town meeting to update its residents on how to progress, how the fire has progressed and how it is coming along, including the weather conditions and what they're expecting this weekend.
We just want to touch base with them, let them know that we are still here, our crews are still working really hard to secure their community for them. And we have this anticipated critical fire weather coming up, and so we just want to let them know of that and get the message out. Let them know we're here, let them know we're still working with them and doing the best we can for their community.
All right, now this is, I got one more, also from Utah, ABC4 Utah. This is the latest update.
The Forsyth fire is now at 22% containment, and people are now returning home. That is good news. It's been 11 days since the fire first started, and crews are finally starting to make progress with stopping the fire. It's currently measured to cover over 12,000 acres. Now, the evacuation order has been lifted, and people are now returning to their homes finally, but that order could go back into effect if conditions end up changing.
There we go. A slightly better containment on this fire, but it has increased from 9,000 acres it was 2 days ago. Now at 12,000 plus acres. So it's still growing. Still growing by about what was that, 10% a day or something like that? A little bit more. So that's not great. We'll try and keep an eye on that situation as the week progresses. Now, another fire broke out in Idaho. This one is just sickening. Let's go here to CNN. 4 hours ago, firefighters went onto the scene to respond to a brush fire which broke out in Idaho, and some fucking psycho started shooting them. I don't know what kind of person you got to be to go doing something like that where, you know, people who are supposed to be helping society, you just start targeting them for no good fucking reason. It's disgusting to me.
This information is very preliminary and is subject to change. We want to give you and the public as much information as quickly as possible. So at approximately 1:21 p.m. this afternoon, we received reports of a fire on the east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 p.m. this afternoon, it was reported that firefighters were receiving shots fired at them. We now have 2 deaths. We have an unknown amount of casualties. We still have civilians that are coming off of that mountain.
That's ridiculous.
We might have civilians that are stuck or in shock on that mountain. So this is a very, very fresh situation. We are actively taking sniper fire as we speak. This is an active situation. We have multiple agencies that are on scene from local and federal authorities, and we are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible. And that's really all that we know as of right now. We don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there are. So I know that it's very, very, very early, and I don't think that any questions would yield anything.
We are following breaking news tonight. Multiple firefighters have been shot in Idaho, and at least 2 people are dead. This is happening in Coeur d'Alene at Canfield Mountain, a park with hiking and bike trails. This is right on the border between Washington State and Idaho. Officials say firefighters were responding to a brush fire, and officials just had a press conference a little while ago where the sheriff said law enforcement officers are still actively taking rapid sniper fire. I want to bring in CNN's senior law enforcement analyst and former Washington, D.C. police chief Charles Ramsey and former Boston Police Commissioner Chief Ed Davis. Chief Davis, I want to start with you because, look, still a very much active scene. They're saying they're taking active sniper fire. They believe it is coming in rapid fire as well. Can you just talk to me about how you are assessing what we know so far from this situation?
Hi, Omar. Certainly. This is sort of a police department's worst nightmare. You have someone in a heavily wooded area, and they're a distance away from any populated locations. So you have to move assets into the area to respond to the threat. And our SWAT teams are very well trained. They can operate in any kind of territory, so they're not unused to operating in a wooded area. We had a similar type incident in New Hampshire about 20 years ago where the police responded very quickly and effectively. But you really need to have air assets and the ability to move in what essentially are ground troops to go after something like this. This is more military operation than the typical police SWAT response that we're used to.
And Chief Ramsey, just on that point, trying to bring in additional resources, what are the conversations like right now if you are the local police chief, you're the local sheriff, and you are trying to get additional resources in? What are you calling in? What helps in a situation like that?
I don't think they need the tank, I'm not going to lie. But they did find this shooter as of a couple of hours ago. I'm looking on Google right now. They found this shooter dead. The rifle. Supposedly, I guess we'll find out more about that later. This story is just so... I don't even know what the word is. I feel like I'm slightly just broken from everything that we've been going through lately, but I don't understand why anybody would do this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It does not make any sense. All right, someone would set up firefighters to murder them. All right, let's go down to Arizona for a Sunday Funday weather story. It's horrific.
We want to show you this. So look at this. That's Doug Fernandez, our evening anchor there, using garbage bags to get to his car. This is in our back parking lot.
He is super committed.
He is
to get to his car
slowly making his way to his car. Our back lot was just flooded out. Chief Meteorologist Byron Morton even offered some play-by-play.
Doug Fernandez rescuing his car here at KOT7. The pond has expanded with the heavy rain. Doug, what do you got, man? You got some bags on your legs?
I'm back. I got bags under my eyes and bags under my feet.
Oh my gosh.
So far it's not leaking.
I'm just wondering how deep it is. We're going to see how.
Well,
We can see how deep it is, stupid. How dumb is this guy? Huh? I just want to see how deep it is. You can tell how deep it is, stupid. Look, right here. You can see it's like 2 inches deep. Maybe 3 inches deep. It's not like there isn't some drastic difference in elevation between where the car is and where he's walking. It wouldn't make any sense. Jesus Christ. That guy did not get his camera person job by being a smart guy. All right, let's go to Missouri. A rare sighting occurred. ABC News from yesterday. A rare albino deer. Okay, that's freaky. Look at that thing. I didn't even know there were white deer. It's so creepy. Then a regular deer. Makes it even weirder. What is up with this one? What is going on with that deer? Why are you a white deer, deer? I think this deer is possessed. It is kind of cool looking, though. Not gonna lie. Let's go to Minnesota real quick, where severe damage, where severe storms left Minnesota reeling. Here's CBS Minnesota from 13 hours ago.
We had a pretty active night. You probably woke up from all of the
Pretty
storms.
active, yeah. We've been talking all morning about how fortunate we are that while there is damage and power outages, that it's not a lot worse.
I mean, it was just such a strong storm with so much energy, so much water was dropped. We had such strong winds. And I'm sure the National Weather Service is out canvassing areas, trying to decide if there was a tornado, if it was confirmed or not. But we just saw such strong winds and lots of rain.
Right. Several trees came down on Highway 7, blocking traffic in both directions. The road was blocked from Fox Glove Circle to Rolling Acres Road in Shorewood for several hours. The State Patrol said they got the trees removed from the road, but then needed to keep the highway closed for the power company to come through and get the power lines back up. Highway 7 is now back open. Dan and Susie Connor shared these pictures this morning in Wayzata. You can see that big tree fallen on their house and garage. And this is what it looked like in the Richfield Bloomington 494 area at around 1 a.m. You can see a lot of lightning and heavy rain and very strong winds.
And here's some video from MnDOT's traffic cameras. This is as the storm went through the.
There we go, Minnesota's smacked by this severe weather passing through in the last day or so. Now, let's go to New York, talk about how New Yorkers are dealing with the extreme summer heat, which is already being seen in just the first really week and a half of summer. That's all it's been, people. Barely, not even a week and a half. It's been like 8 days.
From CTV's Chris Campbell joins us from...
We don't need this one. We got to keep this moving.
Thank you for joining me. You know what they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. What are New Yorkers doing to deal with hot town summer in the city? Are the back of their necks getting dirty and gritty? To quote the Loving Spoonful, well, they're weighing in on your point.
How's the weather, guys?
Oh my God, amazing. Fantastic. It's pretty hot. I'm from Florida, but this is hotter.
It's good. It's not too bad.
It's really hot. Really nice, very warm.
You like it?
Mm-hmm.
The weather report said it's a heat wave.
It's beautiful. Plenty hot. I don't need it any warmer. It's not ideal, but every time this happens, everyone acts like it never has before. So you get through it.
Today is quite pleasant. It's a little warm. I'm wearing my my boots, my low-rise boots, and I'm comfortable.
Oh, the weather is good. We need it.
You like hot?
Yeah, we need it sometimes. We need all the weathers.
How would you describe it?
Sizzling.
Very hot. Hot and humid.
Hot and muggy.
So hot right now. A hoodie.
Like this is, you must be roasting hot.
It's not that hot because it's white.
I live in the Middle East, so it's relatively cool here relative to there in the summer.
It's not for me. It's normal. It's hot, wet, cold, hot. What is it's in New York City?
It doesn't feel like New York, does it? It's too hot.
What's the best thing about summer heat?
Could play with water, go to parks, have water gun fights.
You don't have to wear as much clothing.
That you could walk around with shorts and carefree, not carrying too many bundles and things like that.
It drives you to the beach.
Oh God, the best thing about summer heat is to get outside, enjoy the weather.
The best thing about it, there's not one.
There's nothing good about
There's not one. Wow. Wow. All right, New York. People dealing with the heat in different ways. A truly diverse and wide array of perspectives on this summer heat. Oh, geez, my stream is behind by like 30 seconds. Why is that? It's probably the commercials. All right. Okay. Where did we leave off? New York, yes. All right. Let's leave the United States. Go on down south. Way south. Down to the Dominican Republic, where a somewhat unpleasant species of seaweed is taking over beaches in the Caribbean nation country. Nation country. What's a nation country exactly?
A leafy brown blanket is creeping over the coastline. As summer began on Sunday, a massive amounts of sargassum algae swept ashore. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the algae is a brown seaweed that clumps on ocean surface, never sinking to the sea floor. These floating mats can be huge and provide food and shelter for fish, turtles, birds, and more. But for locals, it's bad news. Sargassum has increasingly affected Dominican beaches and coastal communities since 2018, especially in popular spots like Samana. Boat operators and tour guides reported a sharp drop in tourists, with visitors avoiding beaches covered in decomposing algae.
We hardly do any tours. Look at the boats stranded there. We barely do any tours because people come, see all this, they just turn around and leave.
We're missing a bit of activity because the bad smell and everything keeps people away. When there's no sargassum and it isn't raining, things go well here. And sales are good.
Researchers from the Technological Institute of Santo Domingo say they're finding better ways to predict sargassum arrivals.
That is a ton of sargassum. Holy shit. It is wild. Now, unfortunately, as the oceans get warmer and we continue to dump more and more waste into those waters, the more stuff, more food for the sargassum that these very annoying seaweed plants have, the more they will take over the beaches. Now, to some degree, sargassum is a completely natural phenomenon. You know, it's existed for a long time, but in recent years, the blooms of this seaweed have become just unmanageable because of all of that. All right, now let's go further south from the Dominican Republic down to, I think it's Bolivia? Somewhere in the Amazon. Where rescuers saved 27 pink river dolphins.
En esta ocasión se han rescatado 27 individuos. Es la mayor cantidad de...
On this occasion, we have saved 27 individuals. It's the largest numbers of individuals rescued in these 15 years of rescue activities. The majority of rescues are aimed at groups called nurseries. That is mainly groups of females who are in the process of raising their babies or have just given birth, and so they are groups of females with calves.
Entonces son grupos de hembras con crías y eso sí tiene mucha importancia en cuanto a pues la conservación de la especie, ¿no?
There we go. Environmental workers down in Bolivia saving over 24 pink dolphins, which I believe only exist in the Amazon River basin. And I believe they're, I don't know if they're endangered. I think they're nearly endangered species. I know their numbers have dwindled in recent years. All right, now let's go across the Atlantic Ocean over to southwestern Europe, where things are getting hot.
So hot right now.
Here's France 24 from 16 hours ago on the story.
For more on this, Akshay Deoras joins us on the program. He is a research scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Science and the Department of Meteorology at the University of Reading. Thank you very much for joining us today, sir. So to get started, I mean, I presume that different things can cause heat waves. So what's behind this one that we see across southern Europe?
The basic thing is that there is a high pressure region sitting right over the Europe. And what this high pressure is doing, that it is causing clear sky conditions. It's also preventing formation of rainfall. And whenever things like this happen, it leads to clear skies, and then that leads to high temperatures coming up. And on top of that, we have got effects of climate change, which is making temperatures of this range more and more likely.
So, sir, people tend to, like simple explanations, but I would like to ask you how easy or even realistic it is to link individual heat waves to anthropogenic climate change. I mean, how do you see the relationship between the two?
Yeah, so see, heat waves need certain type of weather conditions to occur. It's not that simple that we just have climate change and there's going to be heat wave, right? We don't see heat waves throughout the year.
By the way, I just want to, well, maybe not remind, maybe some people don't know, but anthropogenic generally means human caused. That's why she said anthropogenic climate change, because it's us. It's not just the Earth acting of its own accord. You know, we are involved. Let's just say that.
The relationship between the two.
Yeah, so see, heat waves need certain type of weather conditions to occur. It's not that simple that we just have climate change and there's going to be heat wave, right? We don't see heat waves throughout the year. This is the reason why we need to have a perfect weather setup for that. But what climate change is doing is that it's basically increasing the possibility of seeing temperatures of this magnitude and the persistence of high temperatures that we are seeing. So we need meteorology for heat wave, and on top of that, we have got climate change making things more severe.
As a meteorologist, I mean, do you think that these heat waves are increasingly difficult to predict?
No, I mean, our models are doing quite well. So we are now in a situation where we get really good quality of weather forecast for about a week or even 2 weeks ahead. So for this particular heat wave, forecasts are very clearly indicating that it's going to be a severe one.
Now, Europe is already, as I mentioned earlier, the world's fastest warming continent. Is it doing enough to mitigate or to adapt to the effects of these warming temperatures, heat waves in particular?
That's right.
Am I getting more ads in the majority report, or is it just because we stream way longer? I'm sure you know best, but I'm just saying. Could be that. But I'm sorry, Jerry, about the ads, and to everybody who's bothered by the ads. But it is, I mean, it's honestly, for me, it's kind of exciting because it takes some of the pressure off of chat, off of the space fams. Not a lot, but a tiny bit. Every ad watched helps us out around here. You know, a few bucks here, a few bucks there, adds up. And, you know, even people who aren't seeing the ads, maybe you're on YouTube Premium or something like that, you're helping to, just saying. But I am sorry that the ads are annoying. Feel free to skip past them.
If you look from 1991, Europe is really heating quite a lot at the rate of about 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, and that's quite alarming. I think in terms of mitigation, we still need to beef up because temperatures are increasing at a faster rate. And if you just see the infrastructure that we have across Europe, for example, our houses are not designed to really lose the heat. They are designed to retain the heat. And that's a big factor. And on top of that, even if we have got proper weather forecasts and proper weather warnings, but we still get a lot of people dying, which is why, which is connected to the fact that, you know, people don't really take weather warnings seriously. So we need to really do work on many fronts.
In that sense, I mean, what are some of the policy priorities or policy changes that you think should be prioritized rather looking forward?
So I think on the basis of just reducing greenhouse gas emissions, that's the very first thing that needs to be done, because the whole cause of climate change and global warming is this increasing emission of greenhouse gases. So that needs to cut down, but that will take time. It needs unanimous action across from different countries of the world, including Europe. We need to also beef up mitigation measures, like I said, which basically includes things like compensating people to stay at home if they are working outside, because that's always a big challenge, right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we need to work on how we deal with them, but we also need to work on how we reduce them, how we slow down the production of greenhouse gases being released into our atmosphere. That's one thing that we really need to focus in on, which would help with a lot of this, We continue to have hotter and hotter years, year in and year out now. Right? Last year was the hottest on record. The year before that was the hottest on record. Before that, right? And over and over and over again. And there are things we already know. We've known for quite some time, actually, and we've just been moving our feet sluggishly, not doing enough because, poor capitalists might make less money, but, not going to matter if the planet is uninhabitable. All right, let's go to Spain.
the record was actually broken in a small place in Huelva. 46 degrees was the record, and that really hadn't been recorded in June and since 1965, when in Seville the thermometer topped 45.2. Now, the weather forecasters are basically saying if things go on like this June will be the hottest since 1961.
Hottest June in 65 years. Spain, 114 degree day, I think is what that is. 46 degrees Celsius. That's wild. That is freaking insane. The surface of the sun is colder. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sun's hotter. But that's goddamn hot. That's egg on the sidewalk. Cooking time. Type of hot. You ask me. France also being hit by these by climate change. Let's talk about how France's historic monuments are being affected.
For the past 4 months, workers have been trying to strengthen the walls of the castle of Amboise. Cracks have appeared and stones have become undone. In all, 2,000 tonnes of soil had to be removed urgently after exceptionally heavy rains last autumn threatened to cause a landslide.
The pressure of the water was pushing against the wall, so we're reinforcing the fortifications so it doesn't move in the next years.
Other castles in the region are affected by climate change. The castle of Chambord had to close for several days due to floods, while the castles of Chenonceau and Azay-le-Rideau have been having to adapt to the heat. High temperatures cause algae to spread in the moat at Azay-le-Rideau, preventing its famed reflection in the surrounding water.
I'm mainly cleaning up the algae for aesthetic reasons, but it's also necessary to do so as to preserve the fauna in the moat.
The water level has significantly decreased over the past weeks, causing concern that the wooden piles supporting the castle could become damaged.
Oh, goddamn, this thing is held up by wooden piles. That's what you get for building this fucking moat. Jesus Christ. But look at, you can see it. You can see this dark line. That's where the water level probably is supposed to be. Because that's not fresh, but very recent. The, alive algae that is stuck to that wall, leaving behind that impression. Okay. While we're talking about climate change, let's go to Japan. Talk about the insane scale of Tokyo's disaster mega plan.
Inside the shaft from this here.
Yep.
Oh wow.
This is amazing. It's huge space carved out in the earth. People created this.
Look at the scale of
this. And they're doing it for a product that's going to change the lives and impact millions of people.
This is wild.
Best industry in the world.
You know, yeah, it frustrates me when I see things like that right now, where Japan is doing everything it can to prepare its citizenry for the potential of a disaster You know, and the United States is cutting FEMA dollars and not even coming close to building shit. We're not building shit right now. God damn it.
Welcome to Tokyo.
This music is wild. Oh my god, the synth wave. The synth wave is strong with this one.
This is one of the most incredible cities on Earth. The bullet train was shooting through here. Back when other countries were still using steam locomotives. This place was an electronics powerhouse when Steve Jobs was still working out of his garage. And it kind of knows a thing or two about building big. This place is so big, so sprawling, so huge, so well organised that it's like you're in some kind of bubble. You feel like the place is indestructible. But look a little closer and you realise there's something very different about Tokyo. We have breaking news.
7.1 magnitude earthquake landslide warning.
This city is constantly on the brink of disaster. Earthquakes.
Magnitude 5.7 earthquake was felt throughout Tokyo.
Volcanoes.
Mount Fuji is one of the
ash could cripple the Tokyo area.
Floods.
The disaster is far from over for
impacts
residents.
on the Tokyo area.
This is a city that really shouldn't be here, but it is because engineers have developed some of the most extensive and advanced countermeasures anywhere in the world. But it's not enough. The number of threats Tokyo faces and the damage those threats could cause is only getting worse. A quarter of Japan's population now lives in the greater Tokyo area, and the city centre accounts for more than 20% of this country's GDP. If disaster struck now, it wouldn't just be bad for Tokyo, it would have a knock-on effect for this entire country and even the world. This place, this city, really matters.
All right, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Just hit a couple spots in here. This is a 40-minute documentary from the B1M, so don't quite have the time today to go through the whole thing. Just saying.
The Tokyo Resilience Project.
Okay, now you're going to have to keep up because this is by far the biggest infrastructure project we've ever covered. Launched back in December 22, it's going to take 18 years to fully complete and cost 17 trillion yen, which is around 109 billion US dollars. This really isn't the case of a new floodgate here or a bit of earthquake proofing there. It's a meticulously planned project to protect every part of this city from disaster. There's no structure too big, no detail too small. What does that look like? Well, it means developing soft infrastructure.
It's a massive investment in this, and this is like what I'm talking about. It makes me so jealous. I'm like, maybe we should all move to Japan. They seem to be getting more prepared for things than we are over here. We're reversing funding. We're ending a bunch of funding for disaster preparedness. Meanwhile, one city in Japan is spending $100+ billion to prepare themselves. Wow.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Like establishing evacuation routes and improving response times, but also building some truly epic infrastructure like tunnels. Massive tunnels!
Or widening rivers.
324 kilometers of rivers. There's so much involved because this isn't just about protecting Tokyo from one threat like a tsunami. The TRP has identified no fewer than 5 threats that could bring this city to its knees.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to do the volcano one.
It might not seem like it from the endless expanse of concrete, but Tokyo is a city shaped by water. It's part of the reason the capital was moved here from Kyoto. More than 100 rivers and canals flow through here, with the city dominated by the enormous spiralling moats around the Imperial Palace. But like so much else here, what actually helped this city to thrive is also its Achilles heel.
As massive amounts of rain continue to drench Tokyo, millions of people have been ordered to evacuate. At least 4 people have died and dozens more hurt.
Flooding is a critical threat to Tokyo. 124 square kilometres, a fifth of central Tokyo, lies below sea level. So the TRP is not taking any chances. Seawalls are being raised in case of a 60 centimetre sea level rise by 2100. That's more than twice as much that they've risen since 1880.
But that's not all. Tokyo faces thousands of miles of Pacific Ocean to the south, and the current from that brings a steady stream of typhoons that dumps torrential rain on the city.
Now, that's nothing new, but because of the urban heat island effects and climate change, Tokyo's climate is becoming increasingly subtropical. That means storms are getting more frequent and more severe. Over the last 40 years, the amount of heavy downfalls have almost doubled in Japan. Flooding was a daily part of life in Tokyo, and it was only getting worse. In 1992, the city's government embarked on an extraordinary project in response to this challenge. An underground system made up of 5 silos which collect floodwater from nearby rivers and channel it down a 6.5 kilometre tunnel
into this huge hall I'm currently standing in, this
Alameda
concrete
tunnel.
cathedral around me.
Jesus Christ.
This is the Metropolitan Area Outer Underground Discharge Channel, or GCANS for short.
This is wild. This is like some future Halo type shit right here. This is insane. Look at this. Oh my god. Looks like a movie. Doesn't even look real. It's a Daiichi power plant. What's up with that? I hear radiation levels at that power plant are down. I think I know what you're talking about. I can't remember. It's been a while since we covered any of that. Okay, let's go to New Zealand. Talk about the damage that's been left after flooding recently hit. Here's the NZ Herald from 10 hours ago.
The full impact of the floods in Tasman district yet to be determined. The region, though, gradually reopening its roads, authorities assessing the damage, and a new heavy rain warning has been issued for later in the week. Here are some aerial pictures for you of the flooding in Tasman. The Motueka River. The town of Tapawera was particularly hard hit. A lot of farmers there having, gravel all over their rivers now entering their properties, gravel all over the paddocks. You can see some of the damage from the air. Gives you an idea of the scale of it and the challenge, not just for farmers here and local residents, but roading contractors too. That's going to be one of the big stories coming out of this week. Stuart Bryant is Deputy Mayor of the Tasman District and is in Tapawera this morning. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Ryan.
Thanks for being with me. Can you just give us an idea, for the, obviously we're not there, we can't see it. How bad is it?
It's very severe, Ryan. Lots of damage, particularly to farmers' properties. Fences washed away, rivers cutting into joining land, substantial areas of land lost to the river. A huge effect right up and down the Motueka River. and over in the Waiheke River catchment. Huge roading issues for us. I think we've now got them down to about 48, 49 roads still closed, but getting the main arterial roads open and the main corridors, and there'll be substantial work this week on the roads to get them open. We're very apprehensive about the rain coming later in the week and making preparations and readiness if that should come. We're certainly hoping we don't get as much as predicted.
Stuart, just tell us, we're just looking at some of the pictures here, in terms of, you know, how many roads won't reopen quickly. I mean, you're saying this week, hopefully, but still 48, 49 roads closed, including arterial routes. What are we realistically looking at here? And is anyone still, you know, completely cut off at the moment?
I think they are getting less, but there's several roads that are through roads to other areas where particularly bridge approaches have been washed out. They'll take several weeks or if not months to repair. So there's
well, a lot of damage done here in New Zealand from recent flooding. I do think there's another storm heading their way right now, if I'm not mistaken. Sasha G typing in what I believe to be a Kiwi accent. Thanks for being with me. Yes, great to have you. Really good stuff, mate. No, I just switched to Australian. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, speaking of Australia, let's go over there as a fucking tropical bomb cyclone is threatening the east coast of Australia once again. Here's 7 News Australia from 20 hours ago.
We're being warned tonight of a dangerous weather system called a bomb cyclone, which could strike our coast in the next few days.
It's expected to bring winds of more than 100 kilometres an hour and up to 250 millimetres of rain. Thousands of SES workers are already on alert as emergency equipment is mobilised.
An East Coast low means high danger. In 2016, an East Coast low smashed homes along Collaroy Beach. In 2007, a chaotic low stranded the Pasha Bulka. In 1974, it triggered what was known as Sydney's storm of the century. Now, we are not only being warned of a possible East Coast low, but also a rarely seen bomb cyclone.
Ultimately, what that means is this weather system intensifies very quickly.
Forecasts warn of destructive winds of up to 125 kilometres an hour, rain of up to 250 millimetres, triggering flash floods, and huge, dangerous surf causing coastal erosion.
It's an extremely dynamic, complex system, very unpredictable.
With fears of trees being knocked down and power outages. The SES has now activated all of its volunteers.
We have 11,000 across the state, but also our staff, we're moving them to areas that could be hot spots.
The warning area extends 1,000 kilometres from Coffs to Bega, with Sydney right in the middle.
Tuesday and Wednesday are really the 2 days where we expect the weather to become extensive and severe.
Residents need to...
All right. Well, if you're in Australia on the East Coast, prepare yourself for that. It is likely to appear, and as it is a bomb cyclone, like they said, it will intensify quickly. We're keeping our eyes out for that one as well over the coming days. It sounds like by tomorrow it could make landfall. Let's move on to the space news now. Got a few stories here. Let's talk about the James Webb Telescope, which has been delivering the first images from this powerful telescope, finally released to the public. Started off with the BBC from last Tuesday, I guess. So like 6 days ago, whatever it is.
But this half hour,
We're going to show you some extraordinary images of space, and to do them justice, really, you need to see them across 400 ultra-high-definition television screens, because each one contains 3,200 megapixels. And they were taken by the world's newest and largest telescope, which is in Chile and has just released its first set of pictures.
I guess that makes
Our
sense,
correspondent Ione Wells went to the desert there to find out more.
This is the night sky like it's never been seen before. These are the first images released by the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, home to the most powerful new telescope in the world. The BBC was granted early access to see it up close before the images were made public. It sits on a mountain in the Chilean desert. Very high, very dry, very dark. It's a perfect spot to watch the stars. And that darkness is sacred.
Watch your step on this box. There's a whole engineering unit dedicated to making sure this dome is dark.
It uses 3 mirrors to gather light from the universe and reflect it onto a camera. Capturing a lot of light is key to detecting faint objects, like galaxies from billions of years ago.
We want to go really deep and observe things that are from really far away, which essentially means in astronomy that they're from earlier times. When I first started working with this project, I met with someone who had been working on it since 1996, and I was born in 1997. So it's really humbling on one side, but also it makes you realize that this is like an endeavor of a generation of astronomers.
Key to capturing these images is the telescope's digital camera, the biggest ever made. At 3,200 megapixels, it is so high resolution it could capture a golf ball on the moon.
If you took your finger and held it at arm's reach and put it up to the sky, potentially, depending on where you're looking at, tens of thousands of galaxies will fit into that one little portion of the sky that is covered by your finger. And now imagine that over the entire southern sky, we're getting an unprecedented data set, not just of galaxies, but of variable stars and near-Earth objects as well.
It will take an image about every 40 seconds for 8 to 12 hours a night.
So what we have here is a colorized pair of merging galaxies. My laptop screen hardly does it justice, but I hope that gives you a sense of scale of what we're looking at, even nightly.
Pretty fucking cool, if you ask me. This James Webb Telescope, incredibly powerful. Being able to take such far away images truly is a thing of wonder, if you ask me. Anyone heard from Rob Skeltz? I think he was in chat earlier today, like at the beginning of the stream. If you were born in the 1900s, that means you're old on TikTok? Oh, God.
I'm staying in the race.
All right. Let's go to the UK. What do you say, people? Got a few different stories there to discuss. Starting on the streets, asking people, Middle East Eye, asking people about how they feel about Palestine Action, completely peaceful, pro-Palestinian peace organization is now being labeled. This sort of just perverse. I mean, it's a perverse thing that is happening here. But an organization all about peace is being deemed by the government a terrorist organization.
Illegal.
How do you feel about the UK trying to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist group?
I wasn't aware of that. I feel like if they're being put on the same level as, did you say ISIS as well? I feel like that kind of was quite jarring to me, because I don't think those two groups have the same goal in mind. So to both group them as terrorist groups, doesn't sit right with me, you know. But I think, again, as I said, it takes a lot of courage and confidence to kind of deviate from the norm or push against, you know, any resistance. I say, look, some people have more courage than I do, so I can't speak too much on their actions. But I think it takes a certain level of confidence, you know, to protest and show that, you know, this is wrong. But yeah, I don't think they should be classed as a terrorist group. But again, I don't know too much about it. But from what I do know, them fighting for rights, you know, if they are resisting against, you know, direct arms or artillery that's going to attack them, then, you know, that makes perfect sense to push against it.
A quick question: do you protest much?
I do, pretty frequently.
All right. I don't know if
This guy over here looking like One Piece hard. Did you come out here intending to look like One Piece? Because you've really achieved it. This is hilarious. I guess his name isn't One Piece. What's his name? Fuck. What's the name? Monkey D. Luffy or whatever his name is. Luffy. Right? Are you like right? Anybody seeing it? This dude's full on right now. It's wild. He's gonna be in the next live action. I swear to God.
heard about the latest developments in the UK. There's a group called Palestine Action. What they did is they broke into an RAF base and sprayed jets with paint in order to try and stop these jets from getting arms into Israel. What do you think of that?
I think that's great that they did that, and I think it's ridiculous to call them terrorists.
So in the UK, this is the first direct action group to ever be prescribed under anti-terror law. We have the EDL and Britain First, which are far-right groups which have not been prescribed as terrorist organisations. Do you think they're... What do you think of that sort of comparison?
I think the far-right typically contributes a lot more to what I would consider terrorism.
Illegal.
Like acts of mass murder. Than Palestinian activists do and have, but I guess I'm not a legislator, but I would look there first.
And final question, and obviously this is happening in the US as well.
Sorry, I'm eating a chip. This guy, I mean, I don't think he went far enough. I mean, if we're going to talk about murder, right, and violence, I can't name a single instance of the Palestinian advocacy group killing anyone in the West. Can anybody name a single instance? I'm trying to think. Oh. Well, it wasn't a group, though. It wasn't a group, it was a lone actor. But the Israeli embassy in the United States earlier this year.
What do you think this crackdown on protest is going to do for the future of protest?
I think it'll make people a lot more hesitant to protest, but I hope that people will see it as an attack on their rights, even if they don't necessarily agree with the protest themselves, because an attack on the right to protest is more than an attack on the specific movement that's being targeted at the moment, and it has larger implications for everyone.
You know, I wonder what would have happened if there was amongst the planes a Jewish civilian. What would they have done to that Jewish civilian?
Probably
nothing. So they weren't in the planes at the time?
I'm just saying, in general, you know, what if a Jew was in the way?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What if a Jew was in the way? What are you talking about? I don't even know what that means. Is he suggesting they would have killed him just to spray paint the planes? I mean, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Oh God, B-Cat, are you boiling in your bed? That is terrible. That is the worst. It's goddamn heat wave. It's coming in for us all. All right, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're at 7 hours. Going for a long time here. Okay, here we are. In more UK-based news, Glastonbury Festival was happening over the weekend, and some stuff happened surrounding that music festival, which was noteworthy. I started here from a few days ago on what's been going on.
The gates of Glastonbury are officially open.
Welcome to Glastonbury, everyone.
And festival goers have already poured into Worthy Farm in Somerset, England, bringing with them as much camping gear as they can possibly carry.
Been queuing since 3 a.m.
Best festival in the world, hands down, better than anything.
Looking forward to seeing the Sisters. I think that'll be a good blast.
The official program kicks off on Friday, and the weekend will see some 200,000 people get their groove on. Taking to the famous Pyramid stage to headline are US pop-punk star Olivia Rodrigo, British pop rock group 1975, and country rock icon Neil Young. Other big names in the mix include Rod Stewart, Charlie XCX, Prodigy, and Kneecap, an Irish hip-hop trio under scrutiny for waving a flag of the armed Lebanese group Hezbollah on stage at a concert in November. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer even weighed in this week, saying their performance would not be appropriate. But Glastonbury's organiser dismissed the controversy, saying the festival is open to all.
We remain just a platform for many, many artists from all over the world, and, you know, everyone is welcome here.
Keen punters are sure to bask in every moment under the forecasted sunshine and rain before the festival takes a break in 2026. Glastonbury is held on a working dairy farm, and fallow years to rest the land have been a routine fixture since it was first held back in 1970.
All right, we're going to stay on this topic here for a few minutes, maybe a few more.
Irish hip-hop group Kneecap was on the Glastonbury Festival lineup on Saturday, despite calls for a ban by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and some in the music industry. Frontman Liam O'Hara, whose stage name is Mohara, was
My God, Keir Starmer's government has been coming after pro-Palestinian voices at every possible turn. That's basically where it's at. All right, Keir Starmer is sick of people speaking up in the middle of a genocide that's being assisted by the UK government. It's incredibly inconvenient for him, and it's really bugging him. So, using the full force and power of the government, he's attempting to against all sorts of people and groups that dare to speak up.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
with a terrorism offence last month for allegedly displaying a flag in support of Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah at a concert in November. He was mobbed by supporters chanting Free Palestine and Free Mohara when he appeared at court in London. O'Hara was released on unconditional bail until another hearing in August. Footage has also emerged of the band saying on stage, "Kill your local MP," and "The only good Tory is a dead Tory."
Damn.
However, the trio have apologised for the comments about killing an MP. Kneecap, whose other members have the stage names Mowgli Bap and DJ Provi, have said they do not support Hamas or Hezbollah. O'Hara said on Friday the group were playing characters on stage. and it was up to the audience to interpret their messages. Over 30 music industry bosses asked organisers to pull Kneecap from the lineup, according to a letter leaked by the DJ Toddler T, cited by The Guardian. In response, more than 100 musicians have signed a public letter in support of the group. Sean Savage.
All right. Let's go here now to the Associated Press. This one was from 18 hours ago. Fans reacting to the performance of Kneecap at Glastonbury Festival.
I love Kneecap. I'm Irish. I just love the whole message and the music, so why would I not be here?
I think it's the distraction from the real story. I think they're being used as kind of a scapegoat, really. Artists have always had spoken out politically, and it's an important thing. It's actually vital that artists are free to speak their mind and speak their feelings without feeling like they're restricted and censored. Otherwise, the art isn't pure.
I think that's what Glastonbury's already been about, really. People putting messages out there, so for them to censor this out of, it seems a bit...
It kind of lifts people from what they can't already do. So like people going for marches in the streets, it feels like it's not making enough. So whereas people that are seen on TV or Instagram, then it feels like it kind of pushes it a bit further.
Okay. I think I got one more on this. Yes. Rational National did a little bit of a piece here.
The anti-genocide or pro-Palestinian trio Kneecap at the Glastonbury Festival completely backfired. So in this video, I'm going to get to what they played instead, which you may find highly entertaining, as well as a few other clips of artists supporting the Palestinians in their anti-genocide stance. A very controversial stance, apparently, to be anti-genocide. So let me start with what Kneecap posted before their performance that was not aired on the BBC, sharing this picture, "We Are All Palestine Action" shirt. Now this gets to the BBC's decision to not show the Kneecap performance, but don't worry. The
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
pro-genocide apparently types at the BBC were ensured that they're going to have some nice and easy listening for the viewers at home. This is what happened in replace of Kneecap. This is controversial. Doesn't Bob Villan know that the IDF soldiers were ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid?
Illegal.
This from Israel-based newspaper Haaretz. IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza, even when no threat was present. Hundreds of...
Yeah, that's Nazi shit. That's, I mean, like, there's no more debate. I mean, Israel is committing a genocide right now. So I'm honestly not sure that really, I'm not sure anything is out of bounds when talking about Israel, specifically the IDF. Which is, the group that has been carrying out the, vast majority of these humanitarian, crimes.
Palestinians have been killed, prompting the military prosecution to call for review into possible war crimes. And of course, Netanyahu is denying it. Yet it's apparently very controversial to issue that chant at a music festival. Not as controversial as the intentional killing of innocent people. Deadline here, BBC slams deeply offensive Glastonbury set. We have no plans to make it available on demand. We'll never be able to see it again, like in the tens of thousands of clips I've seen online of the set. This from a satirical site, Normal Island News. Breaking: the people who support genocide would like you to know that music acts at Glastonbury really crossed the line today.
Aww.
So this is also a good screenshot from The set Free Palestine, UN have called it a genocide. The BBC calls it a conflict. A lot of the media is continuing to call it a conflict when that doesn't really give you a good indication of what's happening. Here is a really good clip. This is before.
Here we go. Thank you to David Dole over the Rational National for putting all that together. Yeah, things at Glastonbury got very pro-Palestinian, even though the BBC and everybody was all the way up to Keir Starmer were demanding that no pro-Palestinian voices be allowed. All right, here's a Sunday Funday story for you all. Let's go to Portugal, which I'm just realizing is definitely west of the UK. Pretend like it isn't. Pretend like it isn't for me, so I don't have to feel like a dummy. Thousands in Portugal, in Porto, we're celebrating a festival. Or what do you call it? It's like a religious thing. It's a very strange religious tradition. Or is it a religious tradition? I don't know what to call it. It's very strange. No, it's a pagan tradition. It is the cult of the sun, of fire, of water. The saint comes when Christianity begins. The church is a successful marketing operation. Adds the saint into the solstice celebration.
Very nice. You know, this hammering is really excellent.
This hammering is really
uma celebração de energia, uma celebração sobre aquilo que é a cidade do Porto. Acabamos de ver uma felicidade enorme.
Phrasing. This hammering is really excellent. I need to hear that one more time.
Very, very, very nice. Very nice. You know, this hammering is really excellent.
Acho que São João é uma celebração de energia, uma celebração sobre aquilo que é a cidade do Porto. Acabamos de ver uma felicidade enorme e é reviver e viver aquilo que os nossos antepassados nos deram e voltar a usufruir deles nos dias de hoje.
At first I got so frightened when someone hit me, and I'm more introverted person, so for me it's difficult to start hitting people, but it has been so much fun.
There you go. People having fun in Portugal. Now, this wasn't this weekend. I believe it was last weekend over the... Ah, yes, like this chatter is saying. And over the solstice. It happened last Friday night, if I'm recalling correctly. But yeah, it looked fun. Felt like a good Sunday Funday story to throw in here. Now, let's go to Italy. Quickly, if anybody missed it, talk about the Jeff Bezos wedding. The $55 million wedding. Paid for by Jeff Bezos to celebrate himself. Really shameful act where he basically declared Venice his own sandbox, I guess, to do whatever the hell he and his multi-millionaire and billionaire friends and wife now, they just sort of traipse around the town doing, well, not quite, but, you know, they rented out literally half of Venice, which is just fucking ridiculous. I don't even know how you do that. It doesn't even compute in my brain.
Today in Venice, Italy, hundreds of protesters took to the streets saying kisses yes and no to Jeff Bezos. The floating city is where the Amazon billionaire married Lauren Sanchez in an extravagant wedding. Tonight, the newlyweds are celebrating with guests at a final party. For more on the buzz and the backlash, here's CBS's Elizabeth Palmer.
Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez tied the knot in Venice, a gorgeous Italian backdrop for an American extravaganza, with water taxis instead of limos, and a guest list that included 200 of the couple's closest A-list friends. The Kardashians, Tom Brady, Usher, Oprah.
How much time do these people, I mean, I know Gail and Oprah spend some time together, but how often is Jeff Bezos hanging out with Tom Brady, eating nachos and watching football. Like, come on.
Come on! And Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Masked paparazzi vied for celebrity shots. Some, like Tommy Hilfiger, made it easy. Some, like Leonardo DiCaprio, did not. All week, there had been protests, ranging from the bizarre to the blunt. Critics say Amazon should pay higher taxes.
Yes, they do.
Locals blame it for forcing small shops out of business. And many just object to the opulence of a blowout party for the 1%.
Yes, I object to all of that, actually. He needs to be paying more taxes and stop, throwing his wealth in our faces while he continues to not pay his workers enough money to survive in many cases, or works them to, a detriment of the workers. I'm just sick of these billionaire oligarch fucks running around doing whatever the hell they want and not paying taxes. It's disgusting. And then he spends $55 million on a wedding. On a wedding. And he has enough money to do that 5,000 times over. It's just insane. It's just insane. All right, let's go back to talking Pride. As in Hungary, Pride, really, a massive number of people turned out for Pride parades in contravention of Hungarian law, where it is illegal to display Pride in your non-traditional sexual or gender orientation. As you can see, tens of thousands of people showed up, not only to show pride in who they are, but also to support their fellow Hungarians amidst this authoritarian crackdown in Hungary. Now, let's go to Legoland. That's right. You heard me correctly. Let's go to Legoland and take a look at a model. That's right, a Lego model of a tunnel which is being built linking Denmark and Germany. Actually, wait, is this one already built? I can't remember. Oh no, it is. This is the one that's still being built, I think. Sorry, I didn't actually watch this story. I just looked at the title. I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah, no, this is definitely the one that's currently under construction right now as we speak. I think it's supposed to be completed in like, what is it, like 3 years or something? I don't know the exact timeline of that, honestly. Don't quote me on that. Legoland unveils a model of the 11-mile-long Fehmarnbelt subsea tunnel construction site. It's pretty cool, honestly. It's quite a model. It's intense.
The area we were standing before is an area from the Fehmarnbelt construction site, where the tunnel are being built for the Fehmarnbelt to connect Germany and Denmark. I think we have more than 800,000 Lego bricks in this project, and we have been, I think we are about 20 model builders on and off, but this production, we started the production in start 2023, so there has been a lot of working hours in the build.
Okay. There we go, people. Massive construction project at Legoland, mimicking a real-life construction project going on under the Bering Sea. All right. If you missed this, if this one feels worth watching twice in a row, let's go here to Forbes breaking news. To the Netherlands, where Donald Trump met with King and Queen of the Netherlands. But Queen Maxima is doing some stuff here that people were speculating wildly on.
We'll start right here, and in 3, 2, 1. Somebody that's actually asking. Can you believe it? Thank you. That's amazing. So ask also.
That's the picture we want.
That's the one. That's the picture we want. Get it.
Well,
Get the picture. I'm going to keep smiling.
It was great. Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. We'll start right here, and in 3, 2, 1.
There we go. There's Queen Maxima of the Netherlands Donald Trump impression. I think it's pretty good. At least an 8 or 9 out of 10. That's what he looks like. Minus a little orange makeup. All right. Now let's go to Serbia, where police are clashing with anti-government protesters who are demanding new elections in the country. Protests have been ongoing in Serbia for, like 6 months plus, over corruption in the country and over, what started it originally, the outrage has been building for months, but it began after a train station collapsed, causing people in Serbia to start assessing, I think, some of, what their government is doing with their money. And, they've been making their distaste in President Vučić and really just the entire government of Serbia right now. Let's go here to Germany. DW News from 20 hours ago on the story.
Protesters have marched in the Serbian capital Belgrade against the government of President Aleksandar Vučić. Saturday's protests were the latest in months of anti-government demonstrations, which have mostly been led by students. They began when part of a roof collapsed at a newly renovated railway station in the city Novi Sad last year, resulting in 16 deaths and accusations of corruption.
Riot police and protesters clashed after as many as 140,000 people marched through Belgrade demanding political change and early elections. The violence followed a day of peaceful protest, which began with a vigil for the Novi Sad victims. The deaths ignited simmering anger over alleged corruption and links to organized crime in a government now in power for over a decade. People across Serbia poured into Belgrade in the latest mass protest, demanding early elections.
We are here today because we cannot take it anymore. This has been going on for too long. We are mired in corruption and evil. It is time to end this.
We want to show that President Vučić has not defeated us, that there is still momentum to this rebellion.
Pro-government supporters also rallied in front of the national parliament.
All the old guys are protesting. Counter-protesting. Nice. It's always the old guys like this who are like, no, actually, the corrupt government's really good. I should know. All right. Now, let's go to talking about Israel, a place, unfortunately, we cannot ignore. Cannot ignore, even though I'd like to, many a day. Wait, how are we doing on time? Yeah, we're doing okay. Let's go to the BBC first here to talk about a recent report which suggests that soldiers are being ordered by the upper brass in the IDF to murder unarmed civilians going to get aid in Gaza.
Illegal.
An Israeli newspaper report saying that soldiers were ordered to shoot at unarmed civilians waiting for food aid in Gaza has been strongly rejected by Israel's Prime Minister. And the head of the organisation distributing aid has denied that hundreds of deaths from shootings are linked to its collection points. Johnny Moore from the US and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation told the BBC that international agencies, including the United Nations, are spreading disinformation. From Jerusalem, Lucy Williamson sent them this report, which includes images which you may find distressing.
To make Gaza's aid more secure, Israel told Gaza's people to walk through a war zone to get it.
This is a death trap for us. This is not aid. This is the road to death. I don't want to eat if I'll be shot at.
Footage from the first days of Gaza's new privately run aid system showed chaos near the distribution sites. Hungry crowds pinned down by gunfire. The UN says more than 400 people are reported to have been killed by Israeli forces near the sites in the first month of operation. Abdullah al-Najjar was injured near one site last week.
I was going to bring food to my family, to my siblings. We got injured.
This shit is a fucking crime against humanity. There is no other description of what we're looking at. Images like this. If it wasn't Israel doing this, every single Western country would have condemned this 19.5 months ago. But since Israel has the unconditional support of the biggest military on the planet, the United States, this kind of garbage still continues. Massacring people who are going to get food for themselves and their families. Nothing can justify that.
Was injured near one site last week.
I was going to bring food to my family, to my siblings. We got injured. There was a lot of fire. It's food with the taste of blood.
I plead with everyone not to go to the aid sites. Every day we face the same scenario. Martyrs, injuries, and numbers that we can't endure. The hospitals cannot process all the injuries they receive.
Today, the head of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation told the BBC his operation was not connected to the hundreds of deaths and accused the UN of misinformation.
Give me a joke. We're not denying that there are casualties in the Gaza Strip. We're not even denying that there are casualties within proximity to aid distribution sites. What we're saying is 100% of those casualties are being attributed to close proximity to GHF That is not true. 100% of the casualties are being attributed to the IDF. As best as we can tell, that's also not true.
Any evidence for that, sir? Because all the evidence I've seen actually does attribute it all to the IDF. And, you know, it just seems like we're being lied to every fucking day by these people. Getting real sick of it. Now, aside from massacring people looking for food, Israel has still been indiscriminately bombing civilians in Gaza. Here's Guardian news from yesterday. Rescue workers and residents pulled pieces of fabric from the sand, while others held lights to assist the dig efforts. It's a tent camp. It's a tent camp. It's a refugee camp. Does anybody see Lord of War? Anybody remember how that movie ended, or like close to the end? You know, and the arms dealers, Nick Cage. Sorry if this is spoiler alert. But Nick Cage and his brother, who's played by... My brain just broke. What's his name? Oh God, whatever. They go. They're in. I can't remember if they actually say what country they're in. But they're, you know, they're supposed to sell a bunch of weapons, and they're like literally standing outside of a tent camp, and like that was like a big, you know, like emotional moment in that movie, right, where his brother like sacrifices himself to try and stop this atrocity, which is definitely gonna happen. Well, that's we are the arms dealers. We are the ones who have been giving the weapons to do this shit. We have been the ones watching tent camps getting bombed over and over again, and then continuing to give them more bombs. To continue to bomb innocent civilians, children, women, men, who are just trying to survive, who in many cases don't have any food, who are just, you know, who've been under this siege in this genocidal campaign that Israel has been waging against the Palestinian people for the last 2 years, and we just continue to give them bombs over and over and again. And it's just it breaks you down when you know that your tax dollars are going to that. I mean, it breaks you down one way or the other, regardless. But I think it wears thin on people knowing that they're somehow complicit, even if it's vicariously through their government, even if they don't agree with it. But it's just, it's really been breaking me. It's really been breaking me lately. Because we're now assisting. We're now assisting this in a way beyond that we ever have with this bullshit Gaza humanitarian foundation thing that our government's playing at. I mean, at least we weren't making up fake aid agencies in the last administration. At least they had symbolically stopped giving them the biggest bombs, the ones that they wanted so bad, so they could do this kind of thing to the scale that they're doing it at. And now we undid that. We're making fake aid agencies that were working with the IDF and the CIA that are engaging in the systematic killing of these people. And it's just beyond me. I'm at the end. I'm like at the end of my rope on this shit. Like, and something needs to be done.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And I don't know what it is. I never said that we stopped assisting them. Did I say that? I don't think so. No, I'm just comparing the level of involvement that this government is getting into as opposed to the previous government. I'm just calling it like I see it. I know I'm splitting hairs here, but what else do I have to do? Exactly. What else? Exactly. I mean, this is my job, is to actually try and unpack this, and that's just my estimation. Now, a couple of days ago, Donald Trump was asked how close this administration is to a deal in Gaza for a ceasefire. Let's see what he had to say.
Mr. President, on the subject of peace deals, how close are you and your administration to a deal in terms of Gaza, of a ceasefire right now?
Often asked, and I think it's close. I just spoke with some of the people involved. It's a terrible situation that's going Gaza, he's asking about. And we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire.
Next week.
And we're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to,
A lot of money and food? What does that mean? We're giving Palestinians money all of a sudden? Also, the amount of meals that have made it to Palestinians, there have been varied reports, but a lot of people not getting meals. So it's really been very incompetent effort on that end as well. Thank you, BCAT. I'm trying to take care of myself. I'm doing my best. I'm also trying to shorten the streams lately down to like 8-ish hours. I've been trying to get us at least shorter than 12. A lot shorter than 12. Like at least like 30% shorter. Just because the 12-hour streams have really been killing me. They really have been. Muted. Was it too quiet? Well, Donald Trump just said that it's a week away. 1 week away. We're going to have a Gaza ceasefire. Very exciting. I'm sure there's no way that goes badly. Absolutely no way for that to happen. Let's go here to Israeli negotiator, former Israeli negotiator, Daniel Levy. Here he was. This is Middle East Eye, 12 hours ago.
First, I would just caveat it. Like I said, there are exceptions. You know, even now, when you're reading in Haaretz, soldiers giving testimony that we were told to shoot at these aid distribution centers, etc. So there are Israeli Jews who are exceptions to that. But how that applies to so much of society, your point stands. And how do we understand it? I think first we have to acknowledge that there is a degree of the pre-programmed in this. When October 7th happened and Israel chose to talk about it in the terms that it did, the biggest atrocity against Jews, most Jews killed since the Holocaust, they were hitting a button. They knew they had prepared that button. The Palestinians did not conduct the Holocaust, but they had been so dehumanized, so wrapped up in that terminology. Yes, there was trauma, but there was learned trauma. Israel built so much of its identity on we are persecuted, these are the modern day persecutors, that you just hit that button. Secondly, you then saw a society that became so pumped up. I mean, when when hopefully we can look in the rearview mirror at this, but we'll be looking at such horrors, the role that some of the media played. Read Arwa Madawi today in The Guardian, just going through the statements. I mean, it's an opinion piece, so it's obviously not Guardian editorial policy. But she actually sets out what Channel 14 has done. This is Radio Rwanda style incitement to genocide. Do not underestimate the extent to which Israeli society has just been washed with all of this. Next, and of course none of these answers are satisfying to me either, by the way. Next, I think at some level Israelis know we have tried to remove these people. We did a Nakba. We have treated these people so inhumanely for so long. Of course they're going to rise up. We have to finish this. I think at some level there is even a subconscious awareness that, I'll say it in grand terms, but I'm kind of saying that it plays out in ways in people's heads. The very existence of Palestinians is the challenge to the completion of the Zionist project. That the Zionist project comes in place of the Palestinians. And that's why, now, I do not believe in an Algeria zero-sum outcome, but I do believe that if you're going to avoid that, I don't care what you ultimately call it, the practice of it is going to be the de-Zionization of that society.
Yeah, it does seem like at this point, I mean, he makes a good argument here. I mean, it does seem like Zionism is in itself the thing perpetuating all of this, right? Because it's sort of necessitates either the expulsion or the extermination of Palestinians in order for it to be well, I don't know about devoid of guilt, but in terms of whatever you want to call it, in terms of what is tangible and in front of you for the Israeli, I think it's a horrifying reality that comes with it. All right, we're gonna, let me think. We're gonna do a few more videos. We'll take a quick final break. I think, yeah. All right, now Donald Trump had some more stuff to say about Israel recently. Asked about a bunch of things involving Netanyahu's corruption trial.
Illegal.
Let's see what he had to say. Jesus Christ, this guy.
We think within
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at prosecutors in Israel over the corruption trial of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Saturday's post was Trump's second in a few days, defending Netanyahu and calling for the
This is fucking ridiculous, okay? Like, Donald Trump is criticizing internal Israeli judicial operations. I mean, this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, this administration is going above and beyond, and in like this insane, like this. I mean, like, I could not imagine the Biden administration like complaining about Israeli courts. Oh my God. I mean, they certainly had some stuff to say about the ICJ's desire to arrest him, but Israel, internally within Israel, it is terrible what they are doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu. He is a great war hero and a prime minister who did a fabulous job working with the United States to bring capital G, capital S, great success in getting rid of the dangerous capital N nuclear threat in Iran. Importantly, he's right now in the process of negotiating a deal with Hamas, capital D deal, which will include getting the capital H hostages back. How is it possible that the Prime Minister of Israel can be forced to sit in a capital C courtroom all day long over, all caps, nothing? Cigars, Bugs Bunny doll, etc. It is an all caps political witch hunt, very similar to the capital W, capital H witch hunt that I was forced to endure this travesty of justice, quote unquote, will interfere with both Iran and Hamas negotiations. How does it interfere with that?
Relation of the trial.
This is idiotic. I mean, this is just so dumb, so freaking stupid. If anything, the fact is, like, if you were actually to stand trial, which he still hasn't, negotiations would probably be a lot easier because he doesn't want to end the war. Oh my God, so sick of this guy. Such a fucking joke.
This time he went a step further to tie Israel's legal action to US aid, saying Washington, having given billions of dollars worth of aid to Israel, was not going to stand for this. On Sunday, the Jerusalem District Court cancelled Netanyahu's hearings this week, accepting a request the Israeli leader made, citing classified diplomatic and security grounds. It was unclear.
By the way, that same exemption has been made time and time and time and time and time and time again. I'm not sure Donald Trump even realizes how many times this court has suspended postponed an actual trial for Benjamin Netanyahu, and it's all been on the grounds of national security, as Israel is claiming that it's at war, and you can't prosecute a president in the middle of a war. I mean, my God.
Whether Trump's post influenced the court's decision. But he also suggested the trial could interfere with Netanyahu's ability to join negotiations with the Palestinian militant group Hamas and Iran to end the war in Gaza.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been completely unwilling to go negotiate with Hamas for 20 months. I'm sorry. Well, he's gonna. If he goes any further to the right on this situation, if he gets any more unwilling to negotiate with Hamas, somehow he's going to go all the way around to negotiating with Hamas. like that's just, I mean, oh my God, it's just fucking wild. It is fucking wild. All right. Now, Iran is saying that Israel's strike on a jail in the country has killed 71 people, according to Reuters. Let's go there. This is from yesterday.
Israel's attack on the Evin jail in Iran's capital, Tehran, on June 23rd killed 71 people. That's according to Iranian judiciary spokesperson Asghar Jahangir on Sunday. This eyewitness video, verified by Reuters, shows the immediate aftermath of the strike on Tehran's most notorious jail for political prisoners. At the end of an air war with Iran, Israel struck the facility in a demonstration that it was expanding beyond military and nuclear targets.
Otherwise known as war crimes.
Illegal.
I mean, I just want you to think about this for a second. Can people inside of a jail flee a bomb? Anybody? Like, can those people get to safety? The civilians in this jail? I mean, there's no clarity that there was any important targets within this jail. So this is just a war crime, right? Like, they're the ones who started the war, and they're killing civilians in jails who have no ability to protect themselves, to even attempt to escape the carnage. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Aim at the pillars of Iran's ruling system. It released these images of Defense Minister Israel Katz, Israel's chief of staff, and other commanders watching strikes on Tehran targets that day. Katz announced in this post on X that Israel's military struck, quote, with unprecedented force, regime targets and government repression bodies in the heart of Tehran, including the headquarters of the Basij paramilitary and Evin. US President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire later that day. According to Jahangir's remarks, carried on the judiciary's news outlet Mizan, quote, 71 people were martyred, including administrative staff, youth doing their military service, detainees, family members of detainees who were visiting them, and neighbours who lived in the prison's vicinity. Evin holds a number of foreign nationals, including 2 French citizens detained for 3 years.
Wow. Killed a few French people too in there. Nice. I'm sure that's going to improve the relationship between France and Israel. A relationship that has been getting more and more strained. Huh. Now, this is the last report on Iran before we take a break. Let's go here and see what the IAEA, the international organization, the international body that is supposed to monitor nuclear safety on the planet, essentially. Let's see what they had to say in light of recent events.
The head of the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency is backing up early findings from the Pentagon, suggesting last Saturday's attacks on 3 of Iran's key nuclear sites by American bomber jets only temporarily set back Iran's uranium enrichment program, rather than completely destroying it as suggested by President Trump a week ago.
One cannot claim that everything has disappeared and there is nothing there. It is clear that there has been severe damage, but it's not total damage. If they so wish, they will be able to start doing this again.
U.S. forces dropped Tomahawk missiles and bunker-busting bombs on nuclear sites at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan after Israel launched a 12-day war against Iran, also targeting its nuclear facilities. Sunday on Fox News, Trump doubled down on claims that Iran's nuclear capabilities had been destroyed.
They did obliterate it, it turned out. Then we had to suffer the fake news, where the fake news in CNN and the New York Times was saying, well, maybe it wasn't as good as Trump said. And then it turned out, no, it was obliterated like nobody's ever seen before.
But the IAEA says within a few months, Iran could be producing enriched uranium and claims the watchdog agency was pressured to exaggerate its findings.
There were many that there.
Wow. So rather than being completely obliterated, it's been slowed down by a few months. Worth it? Oh, boy. Wow. I'm fairly certain the strike cost the United States, with the amount of mobilization of military forces, I think it was in the range of like, I think it was like $200 million or something like that. Might have been more. I'm not actually sure how much it cost. I gotta look this up. I forgot. I heard a number a while back, and now it's like evading me. Oh God. Wait, no, that's not it. I can't find a figure on this. I can't find it right now. But it was probably, I'm looking through something right now. It looks like it probably, I don't have an exact number, but it was actually much, it looks like it was much higher. Especially if you count all the stuff that we had already given Israel that was used in all this, but I'm not. But according to TRT Global, it looks like it might have cost the United States like 4 to 8 times as much as I just said. $1 to $2 billion. Jesus Christ. So $2 billion. Almost started World War III. And for a 3-month delay on the capabilities of Iran to produce enriched uranium. Sounds like a fucking waste, if you ask me. Sounds like a real inefficient waste. I was told we were going to get competence and merit once we got DEI out of the government. Seems like we just need to get old white men out of government, because they seem to be just continually wasting money over there. It's very strange. It's very strange. All right, we're going to take a quick break. But we will be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you make sure that you can make it to every one of these space casts. Now, once you're done with all those clicks on the like and the subscribe, do also consider using that finger of yours to contribute to the Galactic News Network. As you are our only hope, Space Fams. Our only hope of staying alive and thriving here in space, bringing you the latest. We do have a lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go to supporting the stream rather than supporting YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon. Only $3 a month to become a Galactic patron. Some of the benefits include being able to add an avatar to the screens in the breaks. Like the pool, where we're sitting right now. You could be dancing poolside in space. Shout out at the end of every stream and secret content. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, chat. I'm back. I think that familiar sound is probably telling you that it's time for you to get back to your seats. Because that's the end of the final break. Break numero cuatro. And it is now time for us to get to the fifth and final half of the show. Alright, let's get back to the Sunday FUNDAY content here. While we still can. In Yemen. Where for a moment, let's talk about an interesting development in Yemen's agricultural products. The prickly pear.
In the hills of Gaiman in Yemen, farmers are busy harvesting and cleaning the prickly pear. Fruit, which was once a wild and seasonal offering, is now a staple in markets across the country due to its resilience to drought and minimal irrigation needs. With soaring temperatures, the streets of Yemen's capital Sana'a have come alive as vendors line the sidewalks with piles of the cactus fruit. However, for many it's more than a treat. The seasonal fruit provides a livelihood to many in a country still reeling from a decade of war.
I've never actually had prickly pear. I have no idea what it tastes like, but it looks like it would be almost like a mango. From like the color and texture of the flesh, it appears similar to it. Anybody here ever tried prickly pear? Asking for a friend. No, actually I'm asking for myself.
Ali Abdullah, a vendor, says many of those who don't have jobs these days turn to selling prickly pear. Although no official data tracks the crop's growth, farmers and vendors have reported a sharp rise in its cultivation and popularity in recent years. Local entrepreneurs like Asad Shakir are supporting farmers with tools for packaging and thorn removal.
The presence of facilities for cleaning, packaging and wrapping has helped farmers expand because they've seen significant economic and financial returns, which encourages them to farm more. These facilities also help farmers with marketing, both locally and internationally.
According to a 2022 UN report, 73% of the country's rural population relies on agriculture for their livelihood.
All right. There we go. Little bit of Yemeni news this year Sunday FUNDAY. Nice to have some not terrible things to talk about in the Middle East. Am I right, chat? Well, I save these sorts of stories for Sunday FUNDAYs in particular. I mean, I think Sunday FUNDAY is an integral part of the Galactic News Network scheduling. You know, it allows us to maybe at least a tiny bit, you know, to unwind while also still talking about engaging in things happening in the world. At least that's my estimation of it all. Now, let's go back to the United States. If you missed this one, Donald Trump debased himself in our country by hitting on a reporter during talks between the Congo and the Rwanda, as they were in the country over the weekend discussing ceasefire talks, peace talks between these two countries that have been, sort of going back and forth at one another over recent decades.
I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with youth. They know your name. They know that our president named President Trump is working hard to finally bring peace to the country. I saw hope. They have hope now for a better day in Congo. They see what you're doing as a future, better future for Congo. And I had opportunity to sit down with President Felix Tshisekedi for an interview because I want to understand his mind, what he's thinking, his feeling about everything that your administration is doing. And he told me firsthand that for many years, many American presidents overlooked this conflict. They didn't do nothing. Even myself, I covered President Biden's administration. I pressed many times about this conflict. People are dying in Congo. This country has so much potential, but they need help because this war is destroying the country. Right. They never gave me any answer. And he told me, President Tshisekedi, that you have no idea, he's very thankful for what you're doing, for what your administration is doing. Not only him, the entire Congolese people, they see that finally they will have hope. And President Tshisekedi also mentioned at the end of my interview that when peace finally comes to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he's thinking to nominate you as a Nobel Prize Peace because he said you deserve, you have been working to bring peace in the world, not only at the Congo, and he's very hopeful to meet you in the future.
That's so nice, boy, and that's so beautifully stated. And Caroline said, number one, she did say, and I shouldn't say this because it's politically incorrect, she said, she's beautiful, and you are beautiful. I'm not allowed to say that, that could be
Don't be creepy.
My political career, but I'll say it anyway. But you are beautiful, and you're beautiful inside. So I wish I had more reporters like you.
Can we get more hot African reporters in here? Come on. What is up, Press Pool? It's so beautiful. My God, I couldn't even pay attention to what you were saying. But you say, I don't know, you're talking words, and all I can think about is, that is a hot piece of ass.
Jesus Christ, what a garbage person. This woman is talking about people getting ethnically cleansed from their villages by this conflict, and all he can talk about, oh my God, you are beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Oh God, yeah. I can't even pay attention. He told me not to say it. I'm like, what am I gonna do? I'm an 80-year-old man. My wife knows I'm a horrible person. The world knows about the bus tape and all the other stuff I've done. Stormy Daniels. It's like, is it so bad for me to call a reporter hot inside the White House? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Don't be creepy.
Okie dokie. Let's go to China.
China!
Where, apparently, Donald Trump has been enlisting a Chinese tech company, allegedly, to make the beautiful Trump phone.
The new Trump-branded phone probably won't be made in America anytime soon, despite what you heard from the president's son.
Making phones in America, it's about time we bring products back to our great country.
Experts are skeptical the phone can be built in the U.S. in time for a September launch, mostly because many components still come from overseas and the U.S. lacks the necessary plants and labor. Two experts also tell us the Trump Mobile T1 looks very similar to a phone made by a manufacturer based in China. That phone is the Revel 7 Pro 5G, a device that was sold in the U.S. through T-Mobile and is made by a China-based company called Wingtech. You can actually even find that phone on Amazon. It's common for brands to work with companies like Wingtech on general phone designs that they can then modify and sell under their own brand.
There we go. Donald Trump, too lazy to make his own phone, and is getting China to make it?
China? China. I have to have my China.
Weird. I wonder if he's going to pay the tariffs. I'm sure he'll pass the costs on to the consumer. Okay. Staying in China. Wait, what happened here? How did this happen? What in the fuck? What have I done? Oh, okay, there we go. Yes. Staying in China. And actually, I should do these in reverse order. So let's do this. Yeah, let's keep talking Trump-type stuff as it relates to China. But let's talk about something that has been revealed by recent developments in global trade due to Donald Trump's trade war as it relates to China, specifically Chinese rare earths. Great rare earths. We need as many rare earths as we can get. Elon's been telling me it's very important. Need the rarest earths.
China dominates the global supply of several critical minerals, and for some years, the country's been restricting exports. Slowly at first, then quickly. In April 2024, the problem came to a head. China all but completely cut off access to several crucial materials in its trade dispute with the United States. At the center of it is a class of minerals called rare earth elements. They're used in a wide array of products, anything from airplanes to electronics, even sports equipment.
It is hitting our defense industry, our semiconductor industry, our automotive industry, our medical industry. There's really no major industry that is being spared the impact of it.
Within 3 weeks of China cutting off access, prices of rare earths shot up 40%. The auto industry was hit especially hard. It's just the latest in a series of supply shortages. Several vehicle plants in Europe shut down. Ford stopped making the Explorer at its Chicago factory in May. Car companies panicked.
You are not going to manufacture a car without rare earths.
They're all over the car. On June 13th, Beijing signaled a willingness to ease its restrictions. That'll buy some time, but insiders say it's a patch.
We're not out of the woods yet. There is a lot of volatility in the US-China relationship in between tariffs and mineral restrictions. We've seen China ramp up restrictions over 2 years. Rare earths are just the newest one.
The fact is the frequency and severity of these crises is rapidly increased. So how can the car industry, or any industry, adjust to this new reality? CNBC dove in to find out. First, let's talk about what rare earths even are. They're a class of 17 elements found throughout the Earth's crust, located in many places around the world. They're called rare not because they are rare, rather because the process to separate them from other minerals is very complicated and requires highly specialized equipment. This is what China dominates. Rare earth elements are used in so many things. Among them, wind turbines, wireless technology, microwaves, smartphones, submarines, military aircraft, and yes, cars. They're especially useful for making high-strength, durable magnets, which are essential to motors. What they do is they make the magnets that are in those motors more resistant to heat and vibration, right? Heat and vibration kind of demagnetize things over time. And there's not many things on Earth better than a car at creating heat and vibration, right? For these vehicles to last a long time and be reliable,
you need these materials.
The amount of rare earth elements needed in a vehicle only totals about $50 to $200, which is not that much compared with the cost of other materials. And about 4 pounds of rare earths seems like nothing compared to the 920 pounds found in an F-35.
Jesus
The issue
Christ.
is, if you don't have rare earths, you have no car. Even in a gas car, you need them for all kinds of things, like filtering pollution from exhaust, sensors, small electric motors, even speakers. Hybrids need all that and even more, and EVs need the most. Up until about the mid-1990s, the US led the world in rare earth production. However, there was a turning point when the Clinton administration closed the Bureau of Mines in 1996.
So we began ceding a lot of advantages in everything from uranium to rare earths to other countries.
First among those countries was China. The Asian giant leads the world in refining a host of critical minerals, including rare earths. While it controls most of the world's rare earth mines, where it really dominates is processing, that is, actually separating the elements from each other and other minerals. It has a monopoly on processing heavy rare earths, which are...
Yeah, and the processing is incredibly intensive. Incredibly intensive. To set it up is super expensive. Honestly, like, to try and get all the infrastructure in place for the United States to start processing rare earth minerals it would be wild. At least on the scale that would be needed to completely replace Chinese rare earth. It would just, I'm trying to think. I feel like it would take years to get online.
Ones the country has cut off access to.
The real concern, of course, is that this is it's a material that has been artificially concentrated in one region, one country, similarly to semiconductors.
Here's one reason why. In 2010, a Chinese fishing boat crashed into 2 Japanese Coast Guard vessels. Japanese authorities arrested the captain.
Illegal.
China cut off Japan's rare earths supply.
So that was the first kind of modern weaponization of these minerals.
China's ongoing trade tensions with other countries only exacerbated the issue. Since 2023, it's increasingly restricted its critical minerals exports. These minerals were used for an array of things, including chip making, defense, and a lot of high-tech products.
You can see just how destructive the mining of these materials are. I think saw someone in the chat mention this, but it's totally true. The processing is also very, it creates a lot of pollution. But look at it. It's just straight up strip mining. Just utterly devastating the land. Like, to undo, you can't undo this, but like for this to turn back into sustain, what do you call it? Like a life sustaining place. I mean, decades and decades for it to even get close to that. I mean, look at it. The whole place is just devastated.
Minerals were used for an array of things, including chip making, defense, and a lot of high-tech products. China even banned the export of rare earth refining equipment, technology, and IP.
We actually didn't even have the technical know-how on how to do it.
There's a concern that they're going to support other countries' military defense, but it's this slow building of leverage. It's not unlimited supply, and China wants to make sure it can hold on to what it needs, what it already has.
Still, the news on full export restrictions announced on April 4th came as a shock. Automakers panicked. Some reported their factories could be idle within a month.
Nobody had any time to react to it, right? I mean, within a matter of weeks, all of the material in the pipeline is out, and nobody could see this coming. There was only so much available at any price.
In June, a report said the Chinese government began granting licenses to some suppliers that serve the Detroit automakers. President Trump said the shortage was over, a done deal.
So right now, it looks like we might be getting some easing in the export controls, so there'll be more licenses, but it's likely going to be a one-off.
The export licenses the Chinese government is issuing expire in 6 months.
So for a lot of automotive firms, the immediate pain point is addressed, but whether this solution holds 6 months, a year, year and a half from now is totally unclear.
The restrictions have also created a supply bottleneck.
We're expecting those to resume, but they're not gonna improve overnight. We're expecting that it's going to take months for the flow of those magnets to really resume, because there are thousands of license applications that are still waiting to be granted.
Dan Hirsch says the auto industry is facing a pattern. The last several decades have been punctuated by periods of intense disruption. They are getting more frequent and more intense, and are increasingly due to shortages of critical parts or materials produced in just one region of the world. In the
Wow. Look at how this cycle has shortened. I mean, holy shit. Once it gets over here, it's just a bunch of spaghetti. But yeah, going from the 80s until now, in the last 40 years, the disruption cycle has shortened so quickly. It's like now it's like an intra-year disruption cycle. It's wild.
It was a tsunami that hit Japan. A few years ago, it was the COVID-19 pandemic, the chip shortage, and the war in Ukraine. Now, it's rare earths.
A couple years or possibly sooner, it'll be something else that will be in shortage. And,
Immediately, it's not sooner.
We'll have not learned our lessons from this. They really do.
We're not so good at learning lessons. For whatever reason, we seem to be just repeating all the mistakes of the past lately. So I'm not optimistic about us learning the lesson. It'd be great if we did, you know. It would be great if we did. All right, now let's go to North Korea. Here's a Sunday Funday story. North Korea has unveiled a new, oh wait, I forgot. I have one more China story. And this is also a Sunday Funday story, which I've been holding on to for a little while. Here's a question, chat. Do you ever feel like society is asking too much of you? Do you ever feel like your parents are like too demanding of you? Like hear me out. You know, is your mom or dad or your family, you know, ever like, you know, how are you doing? What are you up to right now? You got a good job? Yeah. Are you thriving in life? Why aren't you thriving? Why can't you be better? Why can't you get a better job? You know, well, guess what? In China, they have a solution.
China!
Let's go here.
These entrepreneurs are racking up thousands of followers online for their unusual proposals.
Here in my company, we pretend to work. There is no activity. You're unemployed, so come to me and do what you want.
In the heart of the business district in the Chinese city Chongqing lies a fake company.
This is the reception area, but there's nobody there. This is our workspace. There are computers and printers, but they don't work.
Here, about 15 people pretend they're working.
This is an office with a nice view, but we only use it to play video games and take naps.
In actual fact, these fake employees are jobless, choosing instead to pay €6 daily to spend up to 8 hours a day here.
This is hilarious.
The office used to be a travel agency, and they like to pretend it is still one for some work-like activity.
It's a fake trip to Macau. It costs €170.
For 21-year-old Danny
This is so
Wu,
good.
it's the extra touch that makes the concept enticing and believable.
I take photos of my work environment. My family always asks me what I do. I can give them proof.
Look, don't you see me? I'm at work.
This is a bogus business registration certificate she will later show her parents.
Illegal.
A growing number of young people in China say they are seeking these companies in order to avoid judgment from others. Here they play cards and enjoy each other's company, But some admit they're not even looking for a job.
The job market is not good, and when you have a real job, you often have to work overtime.
China's youth unemployment jumped to 17% last year, but experts say that figure could be much higher.
There we go. Some people in China taking to fake work to avoid the pressures of society. Somehow they're coming up with $8 a day for that. Great job. Goth dog is right. What's that? What did Goth say? Follow my dreams. Yes, I will follow. I will follow. I'm following them right now, as it turns out. Oh, am I following them? God damn it, do I love that story. Brings tears to my eyes. I wish I had one of those. Although the space station's pretty good too, but, you know. All right, now to North Korea. To an unveiling.
North Korea has finished building the Wonsan-Kalma coastal tourist area, according to state media Thursday. It's a massive resort town on its east coast and a key project driven by leader Kim Jong-un for years to promote tourism. Footage on state TV showed Kim and his family attending the inaugural ceremony. The Wonsan zone can apparently accommodate around 20,000 visitors, according to reports. State media said it will be open for domestic guests from July 1st, though there was no mention of foreign tourists. Plans to rebuild the seaside city into a $1 billion tourist hotspot were announced as early as 2014. Tourism is one of few cash sources for Pyongyang not targeted by United Nations sanctions. And since 2023, North Korea has been slowly lifting its pandemic-era restrictions, allowing Russian tourist groups into the country. Most parts of the country remain closed to regular tourists, though Pyongyang in April resumed hosting a marathon event for foreign runners for the first time in 6 years. North Korea has supplied ammunition, artillery, and thousands of troops for Russia's Ukraine war, and both Moscow and Pyongyang, both economically and politically isolated, have drawn closer together. This month, the two countries have restarted a direct passenger train service between their capitals for the first time since 2020 and have agreed to expand cooperation on tourism. State news agency KCNA said Russia's ambassador to North Korea and embassy staff were invited as special guests for the Wonsan ceremony.
Look at this frickin' place. This is wild.
김정은 동지께서 우리 인민에게 세상에서 가장 문명한 문화 휴식토를 마련해 주군으로 솟아오른 원산 갈마 해안 관광지구는 인민의 복리 증진과 리상 실현을 위하여 건설 사업이 성과적으로 결속되고 준공을 선포함으로써 우리 인민들의 문화 생활을 더욱 향상시킬 수 있는 또 하나의 훌륭한 조건이 마련되게 되었으며 자기 활동의 모든 것을 다해서 관광 산업은 문화 분야의 개화 발전을 촉진하는 것과 함께 해당 지역의 진흥을 추동하고 국가의 전반적인 경제 장성에 이바지하는 동력으로서 커다란 전망적 의의를 가진다고 하시면서
I love how, I think this is his daughter, I'm not sure actually. I love how she chose to wear heels to the beach. That is fucking hilarious.
That's too much, man!
Yeah, those are not optimal sand walking shoes.
우리식 관광업을 대대적으로 확대 발전시키는 데서 나서는 중요한 방향을 제시하셨습니다. 끊임없이 개척해 나가는 우리 당의 인민에 대한 숭고한 사랑과 끝없는 창조의 리상에 안아 올린 동해 명승.
All right, let's hope that's not his daughter. He definitely, hand got a little low there. Okay. All right. Hey. All right. We are getting close to the end of this stream. But we're not quite done. Not quite done. We still got a little bit more to go. Let's go to Japan. Talk about people living a slightly unorthodox lifestyle. Thanks to one architect building them their dream. Well, I don't know about their dream, but their alternative homes. NHK World Japan.
It represents a novel concept in living and retail spaces. It was designed by architect Shioura Isui. He studied at a London university and has earned recognition in his field.
Yeah, look inside. Of course. This is really chic. Thank you.
This leather gallery space was created in consultation with the owner. Shioura designs mobile rooms that are transportable by truck. He's produced some 40 units, making new lifestyles a reality.
東京で住むってなった場合も土地がすごい高すぎてだったらそれを最小限の空間でしかも土地に縛られないでかつ自分で作り上げることができるっていうのがこのトラックのやつできるんだっていうのが最初のきっかけで
Collaborating with owners to reflect their identity in the space is at the core of their work. Naturally, the design's mobility also has benefits. Owners can connect to a core house with shared bath and living facilities for a monthly rental fee.
Hello. So is this the layout? You use the space together? That's right.
Here's another resident.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Shala.
I'm Karina.
Wow, so you live here?
Yes, I live here almost a year. When I arrived to Japan, I found out about this type of living. I thought that's perfect. It's semi-permanent, semi-stable, so it's a perfect combination of traveling and staying in one place.
Wow, small and interesting.
Here we go. That's a Sunday Funday story if I've ever seen one. Pretty cool. One architect in Japan making some pretty sweet tiny homes, creating a nomadic but very chic lifestyle. Let's check this out. I haven't watched this at all. I figured I'd just check this out with you as we go. Tiny Desk Concert, Japan. Let's see what's up with this. Ishikawa Sayuri. Okay. Some sort of future jazz going on here. Cowboy Bebop. Yes, that's exactly the vibe that this gives me. I feel like, I swear to God, I feel like I'm in the middle of a Cowboy Bebop episode right now. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. I gotta say, we've covered a lot today. Been covering Pride, the end of Pride Month, throughout the entire stream. Talked a little Zohran in there. Some outdoor sporting activities. And boy, oh boy, did we spend a lot of time talking about this big billionaire budget and watching the debate going on in the Senate. Talked to the Supreme Court. And we talked about ICE and immigration. True patriots trying to protect the immigrants being attacked by ICE. The Liver King Joe Rogan beef. The stepping down, the half stepping down of Anna Wintour. Tariffs, economics, wildfires, floods, heat waves, space telescope specifically, hip hop in the UK's Glastonbury Festival, a little band called Kneecap, the Jeff Bezos wedding, and so much more. It's been quite an eventful stream.
Are you not entertained?
Sounds like a Sunday fun day lineup, if you ask me. All right, let's go to the second to last story or video clip of the night. Great job, everyone. Great job for making it to the penultimate video of the stream. You've done it. Your resilience is noted. All right, let's go here. SBS News, New Zealand. Right, SBS is New Zealand, right? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch this one. It's a Sunday Funday video.
When Daniel Shu bought a home in Melbourne's northern suburbs, this was the last thing he was expecting to find.
To do the renovation, I have...
My bad, not New Zealand. This is definitely Australia. Take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake. This was the last thing he was expecting to find.
To do the renovation, I have to go downstairs to have a look and do some inspection. And when I go down, I saw this massive, incredible train models.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
You just go down to the basement and then this is what you find? I mean, this is crazy. This is fucking wild.
There.
A model train railway taking up the entire space under his home.
I was shocked.
God.
And I immediately asked my wife to come down to have a look. She was shocked again. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. So massive, so huge.
It was an exciting find for Daniel, who just so happens to be an engineer who works on trains.
I'm very familiar with trains and the rails. So, and also I do love trains and models and my job.
His love of rail started when he was young, with a Japanese cartoon about a crime-fighting train.
This is your job, Solif? Your job is being a model train nerd? Is that true?
You love trains and models and my job.
His love of rail started when he was young, with a Japanese cartoon about a crime-fighting train.
It's tell you like how trains act like.
That sounds like an anime I'd watch. A crime-fighting train. One thing I have to know is, how does the train itself fight crime? It's very strange.
people to protect children. I love it, and I buy lots of models and toys.
He estimates the models were built in the 1960s. Daniel will soon start the process of restoring the model train railway.
Look how vast
He expects
this
it'll take him at least a year
Holy
to get it
shit.
started again.
Holy shit. Wait, no, we gotta go back to that shot. That is wild. Look at this. Look at the size of this. Can you imagine walking down into this basement and being like, what the fuck? It's like a 500, no, it's more than that. It's hard to tell because you can see it. See over here, it just goes off into the distance. How big is this place? Oh my God. This is like, it's like 500, 700,000, not 1,000, 700 square feet of model train. Just trains for days. This is insane.
He expects it'll take him at least a year to get it started again. Daniel also plans to add some new technology to the model.
I have to clean everything and do some continuity test on the rails to make sure the power is good. After that, I would like to upgrade some controllers because now the technology is very advanced.
And pass down his love of trains.
And my friends' kids come and play. They don't want to leave. They spend the whole afternoon here, although there is no power at all.
Asha Abdi, SBS World News.
Wild. I can't imagine just finding basically like a underground just treasure trove of train set glory. Pretty wild. It's not in Japan, by the way. No, we're not in Japan. No, that was in Australia. Melbourne. Australia. All right. And it's wild that a guy who is already a train enthusiast somehow buys the house where this is. It's some weird twist of fate, gotta say. Okay. The final clip isn't really a story. Although, actually, I take that back. It is a story. It's not a news story, but it's a story that sort of, I feel like, in a way, encapsulates my... what do you call it? My plight? Maybe not. But it's a Sunday fun day. And I felt like we'd end with this. A little game changer. Changing it up.
I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Okay? I do.
Do you?
And if you want me to wander backstage to spill the beans...
I mean, there's really no need for us to do that because...
It's the final question,
these other
right?
two are in the loop, so...
They're in the loop. I'm the only one out of the loop, it would seem. And if we check my point total here, I don't need to walk to the front because I know what it is. It's a big old goose egg, gang. It's a fat 0. Hello, a little late addition to the numerical symbol chart brought to us from our friends in Arabia. A little bit of trivia that I happen to know about the history of numbers. That kind of little tidbit would serve me well in most trivia games, unless it had been rigged from the beginning.
Whoa, dude.
Whoa, dude. Oh, dude. I've only just begun to pull the thread on this sweater, friends. You would think in a game where there were only 2 possible correct choices that one would stumble into the right answer every so often, wouldn't you? In fact, the probability of never guessing right in the full game is a statistical wonder. And yet, here we are. Introduced at the top of the game as a champion. What do you think that means? Icarus flying too close to the sun. But it seems Daedalus, our little master crafter over here, had some wax wings of his own, didn't he? wanted to see his son fall from the sky. Oh, how close to the sun he flew. Well, I'm not having it. I've solved your labyrinth, puzzle master. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're gonna get the horns, buddy.
Okay, are we?
Can I tell you what
We think we were in on it, but actually Brennan is the only one in on it, and that was rehearsed?
That was an incredible monologue. Brennan, what is the rule of the game?
Can we all say it?
I cannot win!
That is correct, Brennan! You cannot win the game!
Did we all get crowns?
We only got 2.
God!
There we go, people. That was your final vid of the night. Hope you enjoyed it. Comes from a place where I find myself from time to time. He'll drop out. Well, formerly college humor. Now, dropout. A guilty pleasure of mine. Felt that particular clip spoke to the absurdity in which I feel like we all are living in day to day. Well, it would seem that we have gotten through another stream, chat. It was quite long, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, folks. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Evan from Portland, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, Icebreaker, Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh no, I forgot to update. Oh, son of a bitch. Motherfucker. What do I do about that?
It's very frustrating.
I think everyone knows. The President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay.
You know, it's not lost on me that this Bernie filibuster playlist is so relevant in this moment right now, as we are literally doing the exact same thing that Bernie was complaining about over 10 years ago now in 2014. It is something else.
Teddy Roosevelt.
I got you through half of one extra horrific morning. Well, I'm glad to hear that, calibrating. I'm glad I could help.
And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source of progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we have problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years, we're creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples.
By the way, I just want to mention to some of our patrons, specifically our benefactor tier patrons or higher. I just want to apologize. Actually, what's happening? Why isn't my mouth moving? Oh, that's weird.
This is so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that.
There we go.
And the government is going to take
I just want to say to our benefactor or higher level patrons, I am sorry. I didn't do the regular shout out I give to you all on Sundays today. Here's my impromptu shout out. You are all great. You are all amazing. I love you very much. Not just for your philanthropy, your galactic contributions, but also just for who you are. As without you, this wouldn't exist. But I forgot to update the goddamn benefactor shout-out list. And it was because I was sick for the first half of the week last week, and I was way behind. So I'm gonna have that done for next week, or for this week. Alright, it's my bad. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. What I received is one family about a $30 billion tax. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years. Once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because of what they want. And I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax element, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, this is pretty good. Worker, my contribution will go from 6.2% today to 4.2%. Let's take a deep breath for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is.